Yifutian pressed on. The void was practically filled with mighty ones. Formidable people from all walks of life seemed to have a piece of their own space, while they cast their gaze below. Yifutian, those who suit their actions to the times are wise. Hand over the holy badge, and you may still live. Li Sun, who was standing beside Mo Jun, said. He wanted to follow Ning Huang and intended to perform a deed of merit to win it. The ambush failed, however, and he began to worry for his own future. You shameless bastard. I was so wrong to have been your friend. Xinyuan Beishan, the young city lord of Yellow City, scoffed coldly as he glared at Li Sun. Li Sun used to be a member of Mount Joxian and was tutored personally by the sages. Yet he betrayed them and sided with Ning Huang. Li Sun took a look at Xinyuan Beishan with equally cold eyes. He did not feel any shame for what he did. One trained to achieve strength, be it serving the sages as he used to or siding with Ning Huang as he did now. It was all for his own growth. Only by following powerful figures would one's vista of the world be broadened. His training on Mount Joxian severely limited this, yet he earned the chance to encounter top-notch geniuses all the time, which was very different from how he trained back then. Xinyuan Beishan would have been able to understand the correctness of his actions given time. Li Sun did not do so out of Zhuo Jun's provocations. He weighed the pros and cons before doing what he did. He knew to seize the day when the opportunity presented itself. There's an ancient saying, people die in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. You knew the holy badge was too much for you, so why did you force yourself then? Gu Feiyang of Mount Duantian asked, hoping that Yifutian would have yielded and handed over his holy badge. Well, who wouldn't want to see what they are made of when the chance presents itself? Yet, those who did often ended up paying the price with their lives. Xia Ho smirked. He had seen too many who behaved like this, but Yifutian was still considered one of a kind among those people. Yifutian was able to crack the ruins, had command over what amounted to an army of mighty ones, and made them his personal guards by his flanks. All of that was something in their own right. It was a pity that he was out of his luck. They were on the holy road, and anyone encountered would be a top-level figure among the younger generations of the barren state. Even with Yifutian's immense talents, his current plane meant that he would have been able to leave the ruins in death. There was simply no other way to go about it. Yifutian, you would have been a somebody and would have had a bright future of you if you made it out of here. Why risk all that for the ruins? Chu Shang said, looking at Yifutian. She was an acquaintance of his, and no one in Nantian House knew the young man better than Nan Feng and his people. The Battle of Sky Mountain was glorious. She thought it would have been a pity for one such as Yifutian to perish on the holy roads. Yifutian lifted his head to look at Chu Shang, then smirked sarcastically at her. It all sounded very nice, like it was all said for his own good. Yet, the Chu Shang and the others' intentions were simple. They were after his holy badge. There are many powerful figures on the holy roads, and you all managed to carve out your own place here. With that said, I think all of you would have thousands of such badges on your person. Yet, instead of fighting amongst yourselves for the badges, you all came here. You all looked as if you were persuading me to take a better path, but you were simply throwing threats at me. Why is that then? Yifutian swept his gaze over the opposing party and answered his own question. It is because you see that I'm weak, someone you can bully into submission. The world of cultivators has always been one where the strong preys on the weak. Since you are able to understand that fact, why hold on to all that and die a vain death? Bing Yi, virgin of mortal worlds, said coldly. Chu Shang was trying to be nice. Yet Yifutian seemed to have no intention to yield regardless. Yifutian smirked. What Bing Yi said was the truth. The strong preyed on the weak. It was precisely because they thought he was weak that they ganged up on him, intending to take his holy badge away. I hope you all will always be the strong ones. Yifutian smirked sarcastically as he said that. Goddess Bing Yi, it seems that this man has no intention of appreciating our kindness. Gu Feiyang, a disciple of Sage Duantian, said plainly. He looked at Yifutian below, who looked dashing. Gu Feiyang took a step forward, and the winds howled in response, as his spiritual qi exploded outward. It was apparent that Gu Feiyang was about to make his move. Everyone beside Yifutian blasted away with their aura as they peered upward. Fierce gales whipped in the air above Gu Feiyang, calling forth immense pressure on the ground below. A glittering ancient mountain, which looked like the mountain of the gods, seemed to have appeared behind him. He willed his Dharma spirit to unleash powerful attacks. Broken cliff faces fell from the skies, which looked like they have been shaved clean enough to sever the void, and they rained down on their intended targets. They flew with great speeds, making them look like a rain of giant mountain blades. The noble plain mighty ones from Starry School leaped into the air and unleashed powerful spells. Countless meteors floated in the air, which closed in on the blades of rocks. The move was none other than the star burial spell. Loud booming sounds reverberated in the air as the spells clashed. The rock blades cut through the star burial spell and continued raining downward. The noble plain mighty ones gathered their strengths and blew the blades to smithereens. Gu Feiyang leaped forward. His hair flailed about in the air as he extended his arm, bringing down the might of the godly mountain on his foes, seemingly with full intention of burying the heavens and earth. Everyone felt a terrifying sense of pressure on them. Their bodies were barely able to move, as if they were being crushed by gravity. Many leaped into the air and launched their attacks, resisting the falling giant mountain. One figure after another was thrown off, vomiting blood from their mouths. The mountain seemed to have carried an irresistible amount of pressure on it. Anyone who got near felt like their insides were being crushed by said pressure. Top-notch geniuses were practically people who could have taken on an army all by themselves. They were existences capable of raising nations if they so fancied. Mo Jun, who made his move before, took to the air and launched his attacks again. His Dharma spirit bloomed and the air seemed to be filled with lightning storms. A mass of lightning in the form of a carriage which seemed to be pulled by a kuei emerged from above. Anyone who dared stand in its way would have been quickly torn apart. Galloping noises rang throughout the space as the army of chariots followed soon. Mo Jun leaped onto one of the chariots and went straight for Yifutian. His eyes were cold as he glared at Xianxia, who was standing beside Yifutian. He did not have his fill of the previous battle, and he intended to see right there and then how a grade 8 noble, who was of a lower plane than he was, would have fared trying to stop his stampede. "Be careful," Xianxia said to Yifutian as he leaped upward for the clouds. Second Sister had him come to the Dawn Road instead of the Nether Road to guard Yifutian. However, Yifutian proved to be quite a handful, and the troubles he stirred right there was a testament to that fact. He was still incapable of taking care of himself right there, and things were looking dire for all of them. Xianxia knew that that was Yifutian's way of things. The young man simply was unable to keep himself still in peace. Ning Huang took a look at the battle between Xianxia and Mo Jun. There was a sparkle in his eyes. Xiaoxia's Dharma spirit was a powerful one. Emperor's vines. They took the form of tree of emperors and incorporated the divine arms and ritual implements of the sages, making the attack looking like he was having control over such fearsome arsenal in the thousands. No one would have been able to make it near him easily, and it was no wonder that Mo Jun was incapable of taking down Yifutian before. Humph! Xia Ho led the mighty ones in the air downward, and a firestorm was seen above Xia Ho's body. Dark colors streaked across the flames. It was the flames of ruin, flames that were inextinguishable and would have burned everything they touched until they were reduced to cinders. Many hesitated to move near him as Xia Ho made his move. The flames of ruin were simply too dangerous. Anyone who was of inadequate capacity would have been burned to death if they so much as touched the flames, with no chance of escape. A long Shao flute was seen in Shao Junyi's hand, who was standing beside Yifutian. He put the flute close to his mouth and began to blow the instrument. Streaks of formless power of the tunes spread from the holes on the flute. Hints of sorrow came from the tune played, which fit Shao Junyi's temperament very well. The formless tune which spread out turned into a fearsome spiritual will attack. It blew like a breeze on the flames of ruin coming from above. The falling wisps of flames known to be inextinguishable were quickly extinguished. Many looked in Shao Junyi's direction and felt a chill run down their spines. The flames of ruin, which were something even powerful water spells would not have been able to do anything against, were extinguished by Xiao Junyi's tune instead. It was a solid testament to the spiritual will laced within the tune. It would have been engulfed by the flames instead otherwise. Xiahou took a look at Xiao Junyi as well. One move and he was already able to tell that Xiao Junyi was a formidable combatant. The tune wiggled its way into his mind in the form of formless spiritual energies, messing up his will someone and robbing him of his mental focus. Boom! A formidable explosion of flames of ruin took place and Xiahou was seen bathing in it, like a god of fire getting ready to burn everything down in his path, as he made his way to Xiao Junyi. Xiao Junyi remained calm and serene as he continued playing his flute. The sorrow about his body made his clothes flutter, as his dashing figure rose into the air. A storm of immeasurable magnitude began to form around him. The flames of ruin clad around Xiahou burned unpredictably, extinguishing for one moment only to burn bright again in the next, an influence brought about by the tune. His will was under assault and his expressions looked gloom. An unknown figure ended up making him look bad. It seemed that many hidden geniuses were on the holy road indeed. Xiahou lifted his palm and went on to clap on Xiao Junyi with a terrifying palm of flames of ruin. The move looked a palm of burning silence, rendering all who looked at it feeling fear in their minds. Would Xiao Junyi have been able to resist one such move? Xiao Junyi's body remained floating in the air, while looking all dashing and handsome as he played away with his flute. Auroras of music appeared around him, which took the forms of indestructible sword of music, and flew straight for the palm. They cut right through it, and in an instant, the palm of flames of ruin scattered to bits and was extinguished shortly after. Xiahou's expressions changed as his flames of ruin roared. A dragon conjured by the flames of ruin out to reduce all to cinders appeared and charged straight again for Xiao Junyi. The man with the flute continued playing his tune calmly, as one divine bird of music after another gathered around him. Rocks and phoenixes came as they heard the tune, and went on to face the dragon. Both sides clashed and the dragon of flames of ruin was yet again extinguished. Xiahou was simply unable to do anything about him. Interesting. The mighty ones from Nantian House did not make their move. Nan Hao looked on with an interested expression. All manners of peculiarities life had to offer appeared as soon as the holy road was opened. Many formidable figures were hiding among the common people, and Xiao Junyi was one of the first of the hidden ones to have displayed fighting capacities of top-notch geniuses. Bing Yi and Chu Shang from Mortal World looked troubled, while Ning Huang simply spared Xiao Junyi a look. His composure remained, and then he took a look at Yi Futian. Ning Huang stood up from the carriage. His body was clad in immense brilliance, making him look like some kind of god. Ning Huang, at the moment, looked as if he was donned in godlike armor, looking arrogant and proud as he stepped. The air shook as he walked in Yi Futian's direction. Ning Huang has made his move. Many shivered at the thought as Ning Huang was thought to be unstoppable. Qin Yin, Shenyuan Beishan, Xie Wuji and the others appeared above Yi Futian as they unleashed their formidable auras. Ning Huang swept at all of them with cold eyes. Some closed in on him, attempting to hold him back. Ning Huang responded by taking a heavy step in the air, which seemed to have stepped right into the minds of everyone around him. Those who were of insufficient strength and training whelped in response, and blood was seen at the corner of their mouths, gazing in terror at the figure making its way downward. A mighty one said to be among the top 3 on the holy road was no joke indeed. More and more mighty ones took to the skies, blocking the sky area above Yi Futian. He still had his holy badge with him for now, which if taken would have rendered all his previous efforts to waste. If those top-class figures were to get their hands on the ruins, it would have been a given that they would simply keep the place for themselves instead of sharing with others. They were only willing to hand holy badges to him because he had previously shared the ruins he had cracked opened with others. It was due to that became willing to bet on him, even though they knew the risk of them ended up losing was high. With those top-class figures going all out to fight up in the air, they came to realize how meager their chances of winning were, which was close to 0. Some of those mighty ones packed more punch than they would have imagined. Ning Huang moved proudly like he was a god. Clad in godlike armor and looking insurmountable, he moved slowly, yet every step carried immeasurable pressure. He lifted his foot to step on the air yet again. His one step seemed to have been stepping on the hearts of the ones around him. Many felt as if they were suffocating and went pale. More went spitting blood. Even those who have reached grade 7 noble plane felt the heft of his steps all the same, their insides being under immense pressure and their minds filled with horror. Boom! Ning Huang took his third step. Those in noble planes around him spat blood, even those who were of grade 7 noble plane just like him. Needless to say, those of grade 8 or 9 suffered very badly. There were 9 grades to the noble plane, with grade 1 being the most powerful. It went without saying that the difference between different planes was even greater. Only those who were grade 7 nobles like he was were able to withstand the pressure the likes of Ning Huang emanated. Those who were of even lower planes were unable to withstand even one step of his. If Ning Huang wanted to go on a killing spree, anyone who dared even walk up to him would have died on the spot. Seeing Ning Huang had already made his way down, Xianxia roared and went charging with his axe. The gleam from his weapon was intense, like he was going to split the sky itself. Xiaowuji, Qin Yin and all the others began to make their moves, blasting away with their sword auras and went for the impossibly imposing being. Those who guarded Yifutian all wanted nothing then than to stop Ning Huang's advancement. Ning Huang's expressions hardly flinched. He remained the being who ignored all as he made his steps downward. Protective light screens appeared around him. The flash from the axe looking like it was to split the sky was split in the middle, and the sword intent that was aimed at him menacingly was reduced to nothing. Xianxia spat up blood as his body was sent flying. The earth cracked as he landed. Xiaowuji, Qin Yin and the others were not doing any better. All suffered grievous internal injuries, and they looked at Ning Huang in a despairing manner. Every single step he made seemed to be more powerful. No one would have been able to stand in front of the likes of him, and stayed there for long. Such was the meaning of top-class geniuses, beings who were seemingly invincible even against those of the very same plane, and there seemed to be unstoppable by anyone. Yifutian told hold of the pole arm of divine destruction, and terrifying starry storms whipped up around him. Ning Huang spared him a look before taking yet another step. Yifutian felt like he was being stepped under a divine, giant foot, which penetrated everything. Rumbling noises were heard. His starry meteor storm was violently dispersed, and the starry Dharma body around him cracked into million pieces. Ning Huang remained in the air, casting his gaze at the young man like he was a god, and spoke. An ant trying to shake the tree. You are way in over your head. Where is the holy badge? Ning Huang had sent men to tell Yifutian to hand over his badge on the day itself. He would have let him have a share at opening the ruins and have him enter the Holy Ji Palace as well. Yet, Yifutian scoffed at the idea, wanting to open up the ruins on his own instead. Men from the Nantian House, Mortal World, and the Sword Saint Villa all cast their eyes at Ning Huang's direction. The result hardly surprised them. It was rare enough to have Ning Huang make a move personally, and there would have been no way the likes of Yifutian would have been able to resist him. It was indeed ants trying to shake the tree. Everything happened just as predicted. Rumbling noises were heard again and the earth shook. The golden great ape's body was seen moving in Yifutian's direction. It was apparent that despite being a demonic beast, it had wanted to get his hands on the holy badge to open the ruins all the same. Yan Jiu from Sword Saint Villa took the form of a sword and zapped through the air like a bolt of lightning, making his way for Yifutian as well. Ning Huang was able to feel them moving. He frowned, looking at Yifutian's direction and getting prepared to take him away, when he saw a sarcastic smirk on the young man's face. Yifutian threw a ring at Yuan Zhan, who was running at him. Seems like you have a death wish, Ning Huang said coldly. He did not bother with Yifutian and had simply turned around to move in the ring's trajectory, catching it with his hand. Yuan Zhan arrived at the same time, and it threw its golden palm about with full intentions to kill. It seemed everything in the air shook for the moment. The golden great ape looked like it was made entirely of gold, sporting nigh-invincible offensive and defensive capacities. Yuan Zhan's palm attack clashed directly with Ning Huang's and exploded. No one came up on top of the other right there and then. Yuan Zhan extended its other hand trying to take the ring. Yet a sword aura swept by and hit right onto the ring. It was sent flying as Yan Zhou arrived at the scene. 3 mighty ones fighting over a ring. On the other hand, Yi Futian, who had been the target of everyone's wrath just a while ago, seemed to no longer be a concern to anyone. Everyone's attention was on the ring, even though they have had no idea if the badge was indeed within the ring. Yet, given how Yi Futian threw something like that away at such timing, no one would have given up trying to snatch it. Yi Futian broke out his flying boat and swung his legs onto the ritual implement. He moved away like a lightning bolt riding on it. "Come look for me later," Yi Futian said to Qin Yin and the rest, before disappearing in the air with the flying boat. The 2 goddesses on the mortal world warship cast their gaze at Yi Futian and looked troubled. The speed of the flying boat would have very probably exceeded even that of their air warship. Just how was that thing flying so fast? They both felt something was off right there and then, "Don't let him get away!" Someone yelled, being worried that Yi Futian had simply bluffing them earlier. Before chasing after him, the 3 mighty ones continued fighting all the same, but the ring fell onto someone beneath them. Seeing how all 3 of them coming in his direction, the unlucky person threw the ring in haste and added, "That is just a normal ring." All 3 of them were dumbfounded. Ning Huang lifted his hand and caught the ring, before wearing an impossibly ugly expression on his face. They had been played. The ring was not even one that was capable of storage. It was just a common ornament. He threw the ring at Yan Zhou, before turning around and walking away with terrifying murderous intent. Does Yi Futian really think he can get away clean? If he wanted Yi Futian dead, the young man would have needed to die in the Holy Road. There was no way he could have survived. Boom! Everyone felt the heavens and the earth shook. They lifted their heads and cast their gaze far away, seeing a beam of light shot straight for the clouds and reaching the heavens. Ning Huang's murderous intent dissipated, and his eyes grew increasingly cold. He finally came to understand that the holy badge was never on Yi Futian's person. He threw a ring to catch everyone's attention, while someone took the real badge and went opening the ruins. The booming noise heard before was a sign that the ruins were being opened. Everyone, including those high and mighty top-class geniuses, was played by Yi Futian. Qin Yin and the others were just as dumbfounded as they looked far away. They had only come to realize that the several people, who had been with him all the time, were hardly seen as of late. Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and even Mu Zhiqiu, none of them were around. Only the most powerful Yi Xiaoshi remained, having cracked open many ruins in a strong. Everyone thought he would have gone to open the ruins on his own with the badge in his hands. It would not have made sense to paw the chance off to others, to entrust others with the task. Yet Yi Futian went doing so instead. He knew what everyone was thinking. When everyone thought he was totally lost and helpless in front of Ning Huang, he threw a ring out. Regardless if the badge was indeed within the ring, he knew that everyone would have gone after it. No one would have risked the chance of not confirming for themselves, an opening which he exploited to get away on the flying boat. One streak of lightning after another zapped by. Everyone went chasing after Yi Futian, which was also the direction leading to the ruins. The location of the ruins was the first place that he went to check out, the stone forest. When he came to the stone forest, it looked different from what he had remembered. Endless flames encased the place. Horrifying fires were imprinted on the peculiar stones of the place. The horrifying flames looked pitch black, making the place seem like an area consisted of only fire, which looked capable of burning everything to the ground. Flaming prison city. Yi Futian seemed to have come to understand the meaning of the city. The horrifying flames shot for the skies, looking like imposing figures looking down on the mortals scurrying about between the heavens and the earth. Yu Shang stood right at the center of these figures, an immeasurable amount of power flowing into his body. Yi Wuchen, Lulan Shui, Mu Zhiqiu, and even the Black Wind Condor was there. Yi Futian knew that when he had collected enough number of holy badges, the top-class figures would not have let him open the ruins himself. All eyes were on him, and they would have taken the badges before he was able to open up the place. As such, he had Yushang and the rest came to open the ruins instead. The flying boat flew forward, entering the ruins' fire area. Despite having the protection of starlight about him, the currents of fire in the air seemed like they were capable of simply swallowing him up. How do you feel? Yifutian smiled at Yushang in front of him. You should be the one to open up the place, Yushang answered. Haven't we always been going about things share and share alike all the time? Yifutian asked as he smiled. He had always seen what was his, also what was Yushang's. Yeah. Yushang nodded. What is mine is yours. So, your turn now. A beam of light was stripped from his body as he finished his sentence, making for Yifutian. That was the something he had acquired when opening up the ruins, something that would have made him the master of the place. When the beam of light rested on Yifutian, the ruins gleamed in brilliant lights in an instant, falling onto him. He felt an indescribable air turned about his body at the moment. You need to enhance your plane, and let them know who you are. Yushang looked straight and narrow as he uttered those words and looked at Yifutian. His eyes flickered not for even a second. Yi Wuchen and Lulan Shui did not feel weird at all, yet Mu Jiqiu was rather moved instead. Just what is with those two? How can one just simply hand over a lineage of the ruins like this to the other? Yifutian smiled, looking at Yushang's eyes. Yushang remained as he had always been. A guy so honest that he looked rather dumb. Then, now and always, a line of figures came from the distant sky speedily. They were the ones who'd chased Yifutian and were now arriving gradually. The airship from the mortal world and Yanzhou from the Sword Saint Villa were the fastest. Behind them were people from other top powers. They looked at Yifutian in the relic coldly, for they'd never expected that they would be fooled by a guy who was only an arcana plane. Ning Huang also arrived. Bathing in bright light, he looked powerful like a god. Everyone was looking toward the relic's direction. They all had a profound background, so they knew things others couldn't know. They sent people to spy on Yifutian. Once Yifutian collected all the holy badges, they would rob Yifutian. For them, Yifutian wasn't the enemy at all. It was impossible for them to let a guy from Arcana Plane open the relics before them. Their real enemy was each other. However, Yifutian didn't open the relics himself, but the one who opened the relics still left the relics to Yifutian. Born elevated, they had never been fooled like this. This was especially embarrassing for Ning Huang. He was at such an elevated status but was fooled to fight for an ordinary ring. Ning Huang's group looked up at that enormous shadow of the fire god. The flaming prison city was left on the holy road by ancient saints of the Holy Ji Palace for the descendants to cultivate and inherit. Most of the relics on the holy road were remains of those ancestors from the Holy Ji Palace. They died and their bodies turned into a part of the path, nourishing their descendants. Common people didn't know the history of the holy road. Anyone that gave me a holy badge can enter in the relic for cultivation. Others are not permitted, said Yifutian loudly. He stood in the middle of the shadow and his voice could be heard from the distance. Those on the way became excited, especially those who had handed Yifutian their holy badge. Yifutian opened the big relics successfully and was ready to fulfill his promise. This time, he had no intention of making the relics known to everyone on the holy road as he had done before. Only those who had given him the holy badge would know. In this case, those who had coveted the relics for long but refused to give would have no chance to reap without sowing. They all knew that there were too many such people who thought that as long as they followed Yifutian, once Yifutian opened the relics, they could all enter and cultivate just like last time. Obviously, they were wrong this time. People who had handed over the holy badge walked toward the relics one by one. At this moment, however, Yan Zhou in the sky pointed his finger up and horrible sword intent flew over all of a sudden. Countless swords hung in the sky and made clanged. Amazing destructive power broke out. Everyone's eyes fell on Yan Zhou from the Sword Saint Villa. He stepped out with dreadful sword intent around him. The surrounding space grew more and more oppressive. He stared at Yifutian and lifted one of his fingers. Endless sword intent gathered at one point and rocketed toward Yifutian. The sword flashed through the air with sharp sounds and scary sword intent. Though the distance between the two was quite far, the sword intent still rushed toward Yifutian accurately. In the relic, some strands of fire fell down and surrounded the rushing sword. The sword was suddenly wrapped in fire. It didn't stop, but it was melting bit by bit. Yanzhou didn't give up. He moved forward and a horrible shadow appeared behind him. All of a sudden, strong sword intent rolled over as if a sword saint descended. Spiritual chi in the world seemingly resonated with his body and turned into sword intent. Rolling in the air, the endless sword intent descended and rushed toward Yifutian. Yifutian looked up in the sky. Seeing the endless sword intent, his face turned cold. At this time a flute was heard. It was Xiao Junyi playing his flute beside Yifutian. Light transformed from the flute music clashed with the sword intent like lightning. In the end, both disappeared. Xiao Junyi attracted people's attention with his music, which soon turned into a powerful musical storm that became stronger and stronger. The musical rhythm flew around him and suddenly rushed into Yifutian's mind. The rhythm was invisible. Before Xiao Junyi sent his attack, no prelude was heard. No one in the relic even knew that Yifutian was attacked. However, the music turned straight into a mental attack and disrupted Yifutian's spiritual energy. Xiao Junyi remained facing Yanzhou. He looked gloomy but still handsome. Beams of rhythmic light invaded Yifutian's brain and turned into the scary light of darkness. Yifutian's mentality was disrupted heavily. Coldness dug into him. Yifutian had presumed that after the relic was opened, he only needed to wait for his cultivation to rise. He had never expected there was still a deadly attack waiting here. While he was calculating the other talents on the Holy Road, people were calculating him too. Someone had been waiting here to send the last deadly attack, then robbing everything Yifutian worked for. There seemed to be a terrible deadly gray airflow in the rhythm. In an instant, Yifutian felt like his mental will was falling apart. It didn't give him enough time to use the relic's power. That dreadful gray airflow swept every part of his body. His face darkened and the color spread through his body. What happened? Seeing Yifutian's expression, people were stunned. Then they saw a horrible shapeless rhythmic storm enveloping Yifutian. It seemed to want to isolate him from the relic. Xiao Junyi. People looked again at that melancholy and handsome figure. Seeing what happened, Xiahou grinned. He had fought with Xiao Junyi before. He knew Xiao Junyi's terrible strength. Such a person wouldn't be willing to follow Yifutian. He disguised himself well, just like them. Xiaoshi stepped out at this minute. Extremely sharp golden foliage rolled out like spears. Xiao Junyi was still playing his flute, but at the same time, there was some dark light following the rhythm. Xiaoshi's vines turned black in an instant and withered. It's the spiritual chi of death. The sight of this shocked people and reminded them of the reason why those people died in the palace. It was him. Their hearts trembled. Xiao Junyi looked handsome with his outstanding temperament. Both his cultivation and talent were at the top level and was recommended to Yifutian by others. No one expected that Xiao Junyi had such a dark side. He's a necromancer. Those top talents were astonished. They looked at Xiao Junyi, who was still playing his flute. Yifutian's face had totally turned into dark. The dead spirit swept through his body, taking all his vitality. At the same time, the mental attack prevented him from communicating with the relic. He was being eaten away little by little. But suddenly, blazing light appeared around Yifutian. The darkness on his face disappeared gradually while Xiao Junyi could feel there was a power protecting Yifutian from being encroached. Whoosh! The horrible flames enveloped Yifutian's body and burned down the spiritual chi of death. Then he opened his eyes and looked directly at Xiao Junyi coldly. The relic began to shake and a flaming light rushed into Xiao Junyi's brain. Xiao Junyi groaned and was forced back. He put down his flute and glanced at Yifutian. There was a mysterious power protecting Yifutian. That was why he failed. That instant, horrible flames rolled out toward Xiao Junyi, but dark smoke appeared around Xiao Junyi. The spiritual chi of death went wild and he ran frantically, but the flames caught up and burned on. There was an explosion and the smoke turned into ashes. In the distance, Xiao Junyi floated down. He looked still handsome and extraordinary. Xiao Junyi glanced at Yi Futian with no expression. He didn't seem to care about this failure and just turned around, ready to leave. What's your relationship with the Dark Saint? Xiaohou came and asked Xiao Junyi. He didn't feel wrong to be stopped by Xiao Junyi earlier. Xiao Junyi ignored him and walked away. Xiaohou stepped forward and raised his hands. Instantly, endless flames appeared in the air. Xiao Junyi immediately took out his flute and played again. Dark figures loomed in the distance and rushed towards Xiaohou. Xiaohou frowned and waved his hand. The flames rushed to envelop those figures, but it didn't work. Those figures kept rushing toward him. Dead spirits. Xiaohou's face turned ashen. He lifted his hand and sent out a big handprint. Those figures were all burnt out, but Xiao Junyi was gone. He seemingly had no interest in fighting with Xiaohou. He can control the dead spirits. He must be the successor of the Dark Saint. It won't be easy for this generation of the Barren State, said Bing Yi on the air warship. People like Ning Huang, Yan Jiu, and Yuan Zhan were all very strong cultivators. Now, there was also the Dark Saint's successor. It was known to all that the Dark Saint was maverick and cruel. Countless people lost lives because of him. Too many famous cultivators wanted to eliminate him, but those who acted always had a tragic end. The Dark Saint was a very horrible name on the Barren States list. Yi Futian had a very strong talent, but his level was comparatively low. He had encountered so many strong cultivators on this holy road, and this was only one of the 8 paths, the Dawn Road. It was the most dangerous road. What would things be like when they exited the Dawn Road and gathered at the Holy Ji Palace with all the strong cultivators from the other roads? Even though Yi Futian had the relic, he still couldn't defeat him. He was undoubtedly playing with fire. The relics could help him improve, but what about the future? Could he shoot up fast enough? After fooling people like Ning Huang, Yi Futian might lose his life on the Holy Road even with his outstanding talent. If the life couldn't be guaranteed, the promotion of strength means nothing. Let's go. Bing Yi glanced at Yi Futian indifferently and left. Ning Huang looked at Yi Futian with hostility, but he also found it impossible to kill Yi Futian who had the relic in hand. Let's go. Ning Huang turned away, ready to go back to the city he had occupied. People like them seldom hesitated. He was upset to fail with Yi Futian, but he couldn't stay here anymore. He decided to give up. He would continue collecting other holy badges for opening the big relic in their city. After all of this, their desire to open the big relic became so strong that even uncommon means might be used if necessary. After all, Yi Futian had opened one. They inferred that Xiao Junyi must be the Dark Saint's successor. Everyone had seen him control the dead spirits. Killing others for the holy badges seemed possible to him too. With Xiao Junyi's strength, collecting the holy badges was still easy for him. Then Yi Futian and Xiao Junyi would open the relic. How would others think if they didn't succeed? At this time, no one in the Dawn Road knew that bloody chaos was awaiting them. After Ning Huang left, Mo Jun would naturally follow him. Li Sun glanced at Yi Futian's direction. He saw Qin Yin, Shenyuan Beishan, and Xie Wuji. These people followed Yi Futian, and they must have benefited a lot this time. Li Sun could have been one of them, but he chose to follow Ning Huang. He'd gone down a totally different path, but he didn't regret it. Li Sun knew that Ning Huang was extremely talented, and this was just a temporary failure. Ning Huang would definitely open the relic in his city. Then Li Sun would take back what he had lost. He believed that Ning Huang was a far better choice than Nine Saint Mountain. Ning Huang would enter the Holy Ji Palace and become the personal disciple of powerful figures. Turning around, Li Sun became more determined. He glanced at Li Qingyi, who was being guarded, and said, "Take her with us. I can go on my own." Li Qingyi followed Li Sun and asked, "Do you regret it?" "Why would I regret following Mr. Ning?" Li Qingyi sneered. "You thought that Yi Futian would fail and die, but what happened? It sounds nice that you follow Ning Hung for cultivation, but can't you see the gap between you and him? Has he talked about anything with you? Sure, he has a promising future. But is there anything to do with you? You are just one of his many followers. Maybe tomorrow he won't even remember who you are." "Shut up." Li Sun was irritated. Of course he knew that Ning Huang did think too highly of him, especially after this failure. But he didn't want to think about it. Following Ning Huang was the only thing he had to comfort himself now. Am I right? Li Qingyi laughed. Brother, you used to be a successful gentleman. Our father was proud of you. People in White Sovereign City all praised you. You always knew how to make the best choice. You are so clever that you only make the best choice for yourself, so you would rather betray Yi Futian and follow Ning Huang. But what do you get now? Crack. A crisp sound was heard and a handprint appeared on Li Qingyi's face. Li Sun had slapped her directly and said coldly, Li Qingyi, remember your identity. If you dare to talk to me with such an attitude again, I won't let you go. Don't blame me for not considering you as my sister then. Sister. Li Qingyi looked at Li Sun ironically. Some blood oozed on the corner of her mouth. Did Li Sun finally expose his nature? Li Qingyi and Li Sun shared the same father but had different mothers. Li Sun, as the eldest son, was especially favored while Li Qingyi only existed to help him. This was why she entered the Holy Road. This was her destiny. Therefore, she had never asked for anything for herself. She didn't dare hope that she could enter the Holy Ji Palace too. Standing outside of the Holy Ji Palace to see how strong those top talents of the Barren State were was all she wanted. She knew those talents must be far stronger than Li Sun. But now, she was not sure whether her wish could come true anymore. Those top talents who stood far from the relic left gradually, but there were still countless figures around the relic. Most of them were local cultivators. Disciples from the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School were also among them. They exclaimed at Yi Futian's victory. They had known the sun's talent while in Divine Sky City. Now on the Holy Road, Yi Futian caused another sensation. The Starry School's disciples would benefit a lot by following him too. Leaders of both the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had no idea that Yi Futian was still alive at this time. What would happen if they knew? And what would be the outcome if Yi Futian really entered the Holy Ji Palace in the end? It was especially impossible for the Blazing Sun School to forget what a loss Yi Futian had brought to them. Anyway, Yi Futian had no time to think about them. Seeing those top talents departing, he claimed, as I said before, I will open the relic and share with anyone that has handed over holy badges. Now that the relic is open, I will keep my promise. Anyone that has given me the holy badges before can enter the relic to cultivate. I will teach you how to understand the relic spirit and also return your holy badges. Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people were reassured and smiled. More than 10,000 people handed their holy badges this time. They finally reaped from their sowing. Yi Futian didn't let them down. As he had promised before, he opened the relic successfully under the noses of so many top talents. Now that he would meet his word, they were naturally happy. Of course, those who didn't give me holy badges shall not enter the relic or you'll bear the consequences, said Yi Futian coldly. He had helped so many people to understand the relic last time, but few people felt grateful to him. Now he wouldn't let those freeloaders benefit. After the warning, Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt it silently. Instantly, blazing light from the enormous relic shrouded Yi Futian's body. The shadow in the light seemed to contain an extremely strong will. It entered Yi Futian's brain little by little. Yi Futian felt a sacred and dignified god appear in his brain. Inferring from the Holy Road's history, he knew this might very possibly be an ancient saint from the Holy Ji Palace. This relic was different from others on the Holy Road. Others only had very little of ancient saint's spirit, but this relic had the complete heritage of the saint's spiritual will. Such a strong heritage could not have been left impulsively. Yi Futian guessed the relic must have originated from the ancient saint's remains. He must have sat there until he died to pass down to the future. Yi Futian was moved by such dedication. He felt like he was trapped in a blazing hell full of destructive flames. His spiritual will was imprisoned in it and burnt into ashes little by little. In this blazing hell, endless dreadful flames fell down. Every bit of the flames seemed able to destroy a world. Yi Futian knew that this fire came from the saint's comprehension. This was some power beyond noble will. With his present level, he might be able to use a small part of this fire if he could get the heritage directly just like before. but to comprehend it was totally beyond his cultivation level. Right at this time, some spiritual changes happened in his brain. Something strange occurred. There seemed to be strands of flame spiritual chi floating in the world, which then turned into other powers. The powers became so strong that the blazing hell in his brain seemingly became real. Yifutian was shocked. The ancient saint left not only his spirit but also his method of how to cultivate and improve for future generations. He was immersed in it. Eyes closed, he seemed to completely enter the spiritual world. The heritage left by this saint fit cultivators of fire attribute the most. Yifutian was also good at fire, especially after he inherited the last heritage and got the sun scripture from Yangding, the chief of Blazing Sun School. If he took advantage of what he had gotten, he would gain a lot. In the relic, endless flames fell down. One strand of the flame entered and reached every part of Yifutian's body. It tempered his spiritual will, flesh, and bones, strengthening him. Bathing in the firelight, Yifutian was completely immersed in his cultivation. Countless days later, his body shone. Strands of fire flowed through his skin. He looked wholly like a god of fire. There were thunderous cracks from Yifutian's bones and muscles. His blood rumbled and his skin glowed. He seemed to be evolving. He's breaking through the barrier. Some people heard the sound from Yifutian's body and looked up at him. Yifutian was understanding it more in a spiritual way. That was what a sorcerer would do during cultivation. His body was tempered unconsciously by the relic, which helped him break into the 8th level of the Arcana plane. Those who cultivated in the relic were waiting for Yifutian to help them understand the relic, but Yifutian was immersed in his cultivation at this moment. No one would like to bother him. They just waited silently. The next day, the flames around Yifutian's body flew faster. His spiritual will was as if transformed and entered into a new level too. Yifutian was officially in the 8th level of Arcana plane at this time. However, he didn't stop cultivating. The breakthrough in levels was not what he wanted by opening the relic. He wanted to comprehend it and he could still improve his cultivation. After a few more days, horrible flames gathered behind Yifutian. There seemed to be a divine sun furnace emitting blazing lights that lit up the sky. With the flames rolling, spiritual chi spread over the world as if there was a horrible spiritual will controlling everything. What kind of power is that? Someone looked up at Yifutian. It's noble will, someone answered and trembled. Though having made a breakthrough a few days ago, Yifutian was only in the 8th level of Arcana plane. How could he acquire his own noble will? The noble will could help one's own spiritual will melt into the world and transform into an invisible horrible deterrent force. Compared to the Arcana plane, acquiring the noble will was a huge change. A weak noble could only acquire noble will of the easiest attribute like flaming noble will, icing noble will or gravity noble will. But those with greater talents could make full use of their previous cultivation and acquire an exclusive noble will. What Yifutian had acquired was obviously the latter. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, many things had happened on the Dawn Road. The experts from the elite factions occupied a city each. The flaming prison city's giant relic had been opened by Yifutian, so the city belonged to Yifutian. The people from the other elite factions were imitating Yifutian's methods and ordered their citizens to hand over their holy badges. As Yifutian had set the precedent and fulfilled his promise, there were many people who were willing to give it a try. Many people handed over their holy badges and formed alliances with the people from elite factions. In the wilderness outside the cities, Xiao Junyi had killed many people and robbed them of their holy badges and had gotten into a conflict with Sage Duantian's disciple Gu Feiyang over plundering the holy badges. Xiao Junyi had commanded an army of dead spirits into the city where Gu Feiyang was, and a massive war had broken out. Cultivators were dying constantly, causing the dead spirit army to expand and become stronger while Gu Feiyang's command was weakened, putting him in a disastrous state. At the same time, apart from persuading the crowd into handing over their holy badges, the people from the other cities also used hard-handed means, like Ning Huang from Jinxiao City. He used domineering methods to sweep the entire city. Now, the entire Jinxiao City did not have 10,000 people, but the entire city all took orders from Ning Huang and was perfectly under Ning Huang's control. The entire city was his army, with Mo Jun as the commander. Many people had guessed that before the Holy Road's trial ended, Ning Huang would definitely gather enough holy badges to open a giant relic. The only thing that was uncertain would be how much benefits his followers would be given. Moreover, some people hypothesized that Ning Huang had ambitions to attack other cities. Presently, in Jinshao City, in a glorious golden temple, Ning Huang sat high up and many people gathered to report to him. All the cities are frantically gathering holy badges. Now, it is highly likely that Xiao Junyi has the most badges in his possession. His methods are the most ruthless, and he is currently at war with Gu Feiyang. If one party is able to kill the other, they would have gathered enough holy badges to open a giant relic, someone reported. Xiao Junyi and Gu Feiyang would definitely already have many holy badges. In Flaming Prison City, Yi Futian is still cultivating in the relic and helping others to decipher it. Now, there are people gradually breaking through their cultivation levels and leaving the giant relic. Ning Huang's expression hardened. Being tricked by Yi Futian and allowing him to successfully open the giant relic was a humiliation to him. Perhaps, Yi Futian is not going to leave the relic, someone else said. Yi Futian had offended many elite factions this time. He was probably not going to easily leave the relic. Young Master Ning, I have a suggestion. Just then, a person walked out from the group. It was Chun Wang from the Blazing Sun School and the Divine Sky City's Chun clan. He had seen everything that had happened in the relic. Say it, Ning Huang said emotionlessly. From my knowledge, Yi Futian is from Divine Sky City and has many friends around him. Young Master Ning can order some people to hold them captive. If that is so, Yi Futian will automatically come to Jinshao City to kneel and beg for young Master Ning's forgiveness. Chun Wang said. Ning Huang frowned. This method was too underhanded. If he wanted to kill someone, he could just kill Yi Futian directly. With his identity, he would not stoop to such a level. Chun Wang saw Ning Huang frowning and understood that Ning Huang was prideful and as a person from an elite faction, cared about his reputation and felt that such a method was beneath him. He continued, young Master Ning is a genius and would not use such methods. However, to deal with despicable people, we naturally do not need to care about being upright to them. Young Master Ning does not need to personally get involved in this matter. Just give the command and Yi Futian is dead. We will naturally settle the matter and bring Yi Futian's head to you. At the side, Li Sun looked at Chun Wang. It looked like someone wanted Yi Futian dead, but he did not know the identity of that person. Remembering his enmity with Yi Futian, if Yi Futian did not die, he would definitely be killed in the future. Li Sun also stepped forward and said, young Master Ning, this person has a point. A despicable person like Yi Futian dared to trick young Master Ning and use underhanded means like a speed ritual implement to escape. Otherwise, the relic would have been young Master Ning's. Now that Yi Futian has opened the relic, the people following him are all grateful to him, and in the Flaming Prison City, many people are claiming that if Yi Futian's cultivation level can reach the noble plane, he does not need to fear the other geniuses and can sweep the entire holy road. Ning Huang raised his eyebrows, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. That's right. Those people following Yi Futian must be intentionally exaggerating to make it sound like Yi Futian's potential is unmatched in the holy road. Chun Wang chimed in as well. Since Ning Huang was prideful, hearing all these would probably make him very unhappy. He was clear that someone like Ning Huang who had impressive potential would be sweet-talked by many and view himself highly. He would definitely feel that he was the person who was unmatched in the holy road. Now, an arcana plane cultivator that had tricked him before was exalted by others. He would definitely be dissatisfied. There are sure to be many holy badges in the Flaming Prison City. Our Jinshao City already has no more holy badges. We need to plunder them from others. Why don't we let the people of the Flaming Prison City understand who is the real king of the Holy Road? Li Sun continued to suggest. Ning Huang's gaze casually swept across Li Sun and Chun Wang. He naturally understood that these two people wanted him to give the order to kill Yi Futian. It looked like they had a grudge against Yi Futian. He mockingly looked at the two of them, wanting to make him do their dirty work. Li Sun and Chun Wang were apprehensive when they saw Ning Huang's sneer. They lowered their heads, not daring to look Ning Huang in the eye. "Mo Jun, you handle this matter," Ning Huang nonchalantly said. Li Sun and Chun Wang were elated and raised their heads to look at Ning Huang, but saw Ning Huang coldly look at them and say, "The two of you will support Mo Jun. If Yi Futian is not dead by the time the Holy Road opens, you two die." After saying that, Ning Huang stood up and left. The only reason why he was doing this was because Yi Futian deserved to be killed. The two that were trying to make him do their dirty work? No problem. If they could not do it, then they would pay with their lives. Li Sun and Chun Wang were perturbed and felt chills down their spine. If Yi Futian did not die, they would. How ruthless. The two of them clenched their fists with determined expressions. They would have to kill Yi Futian no matter the cost. Li Sun also left and returned to the White Sovereign City's crowd. He saw Li Qingyi staring coldly at him, and she said, "How could you be this despicable?" Now, her brother had completely revealed the darkness within his heart. Li Sun looked at Li Qingyi, then broke into a cruel smile. "Your relationship with Yi Futian appears to be quite good. I wonder if he cares about you," Li Sun said with a sneer. Li Qingyi felt chills down her spine. Back then, Li Sun had already used her and nearly killed Yi Futian in one strike. Now, was he going to do it again? Yi Futian naturally did not know the conversation that had taken place in the Jinxiao city, but he knew that many people in the Holy Road wanted him dead. Therefore, he did not hurriedly step out of the giant relic, not because he wanted to avoid them, but because he wanted to continue raising his cultivation level. In this period of time, his sorcery and martial arts had both risen to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Arcana plane. There was a chance for him to break through his current level in the relic and raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Arcana plane. Moreover, he had already comprehended his own noble will. If his cultivation level continued to go up, he would really be one step away from the noble plane. Apart from that, he had helped others to decipher the will that the sages had left behind and allowed Yushang and Yi Wuchen to use the relic's flame to train their physique. Like him, Yushang had also stepped into the 8th level of the Arcana plane, while Yi Wuchen had stepped into the 9th level of the Arcana plane. However, they had not comprehended the noble will yet, so Yi Futian asked them to start trying. Yi Futian also paid extra attention to Qin Yin, Xiaowuji, Shenyuan Beishan, and the disciples of the Starry School, so their cultivation levels were improving gradually. "The relic has a limited effect on my growth now. I'm preparing to go out and cultivate. What about you all?" Qin Yin asked Xiaowuji, Shenyuan Beishan, and the rest a few days later. "Agreed. I have had a deep understanding in the time that Yi Futian has helped us in our cultivation. I feel as though I am about to break through my current plane. I hope there are a few battles for me," Shenyuan Beishan laughed and said. Although they all had their own enlightenment, their improvement was not as massive as Yi Futian's. After all, Yi Futian was the person who had inherited the entire relic, and his cultivation level was much lower than theirs. Moreover, he specialized in flame abilities. Cultivators who specialized in flame abilities benefited the most from the giant relic. "Let's go," Xiaowuji said. The few of them looked at Yi Futian and did not disturb him as they saw that he was still cultivating. They nodded towards Lulan Shui, and she returned their holy badges to them before they stepped out of the relic. Now, the holy badges in their hands had already lost the shine it once had, and could not be used to open another relic, but it was still an essential item for crossing the Holy Road. After leaving the relic, they realized that Flaming Prison City was in chaos. There were people fighting everywhere for the holy badges. "What happened?" Qin Yin asked a nearby cultivator. "There have been a group of people in the Flaming Prison City who have formed an alliance recently and have been going around plundering other people's holy badges. This caused those who had lost their badges to target other people's badges," the person replied, staying far away from Qin Yin's group. He was evidently very apprehensive. Qin Yin's expression changed. The Holy Road's trial would become more crazed the later it went. At that moment, a group of experts appeared in front of them and soon surrounded Qin Yin's group. They frowned and said, "Our holy badges are of no use anymore. We know that," the expert in the air replied cruelly, then waved his arm and started the fight immediately. Qin Yin's group had grim expressions, and they knew that they had no other choice but to battle. In the distance, there were people who were successively gathering. Some people who had cultivated with Qin Yin's group even came up to help, but the other party's people were also increasing in numbers. It was only when Li Sun appeared that Qin Yin understood and coldly said, "All of you are Ning Huang's men. Li Sun, do you even have morals?" Shenyuan Beishan's expression was steely. "You all have chosen to follow Yi Futian while I am following young Master Ning. It's all for the sake of our cultivation. I'm very curious whether Yi Futian will choose to save you all." Li Sun continued emotionlessly. "Keep these few people alive and kill the rest." Those who had cultivated in the giant relic were stunned and Qin Yin berated. "Li Sun, their holy badges have no purpose whatsoever. What's the point of killing them? They can only blame themselves for following the wrong person," Li Sun said callously. He wanted to enrage Yi Futian. Only when Yi Futian was angry would he disregard the repercussions and step out of the giant relic. Now, his life was linked with Yi Futian's. If Yi Futian did not step out of the giant relic, they would not be able to kill him, and if Yi Futian did not die, Ning Huang would have his life. For his own life, he could only slaughter. He looked heartlessly at Qin Yin. He wanted to see who it was that had chosen the wrong path. In the flaming prison city's giant relic, Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in cultivation. Around his body, there was starlight circulating around his body, forming an invisible might around him and enveloping the surrounding area. The power of starlight was an extension of the earth element. Presently, above the giant relic, starlight gleamed and the people below could all feel a horrendous pressure. The revolving starlight contained an invisible might which engulfed the entire area. A second noble will. Many people raised their heads and looked towards Yi Futian. After cultivating for a few days in the relic, Yi Futian had already deciphered the flame noble will. Now, an earth element noble will had also formed and they could feel that it was an extremely strong noble will from the might crushing down upon them. The noble will was the symbol of a noble plane expert. It was a force created by the cultivator's spiritual energy resonating with the heavens, and cultivators could use it to exert the might of their spiritual will on others' spiritual wills. At the same time, it could also be used to empower their attacking abilities. Thus, the gap between a noble plane and an arcana plane cultivator was nearly impossible to bridge. If an arcana plane cultivator did not use an extremely strong ritual implement, it would be extremely hard to challenge a noble plane cultivator. As long as they had not deciphered the noble will, even a cultivator at the pinnacle of the arcana plane would be a lot weaker. However, there were some geniuses who had already formed their noble will while in the arcana plane. They would be able to bridge the gap in strength, and moreover, it would even benefit their cultivation level and cause their cultivation speed to increase. The noble will relied on the enlightenment level of one's spiritual will and spiritual energy control. The better a cultivator was able to control their spiritual will and energy, the easier it was for their spiritual energy to increase. Therefore, the crowd predicted that Yi Futian would not need long to break through from his current level to the noble plane. This was the difference in potential. A person with weak potential, even as their spiritual energy continued to grow and approach the noble plane, would be limited by their enlightenment and spiritual control. This would cause them to be unable to break through, or more commonly termed a bottleneck. For Yi Futian, however, there was no such thing as a bottleneck standing between him and the noble plane. At that moment, the crowd felt a formidable aura in the air, and their expressions changed. They looked towards the direction it was coming from, and they saw Yusheng's body being surrounded by a fearsome demonic might. His body was clad in dark golden armor, as though a demon's shadow had appeared on him. A terrifying image appeared in the crowd's heads. It was as though a demon stood in front of them, trying to overwhelm their wills and make them worship it. He has also formed his noble will. The crowd saw the image and were astounded. Moreover, it was as though the noble will had been formed from his innate potential. This caused their expressions to become weird. Could it be that this burly teen also had remarkable potential? Since he had always stood beside Yi Futian, Yusheng had never been that outstanding. After a long while, Yi Futian and Yusheng finally ended their cultivation. Yi Futian turned to Yusheng, smiling and asking, "You've been enlightened?" "It seems like it." Yusheng scratched his head and replied, Seems like. Yifutian was dumbstruck and thought to himself, this fellow is too sloppy. You told me the crux of the noble will, so I tried to decipher it and the noble wills might just formed uncontrollably. Yusheng continued, it seemed quite easy. Yifutian glared at Yusheng, then turned around gloomily. He really wanted to hit him. Let's continue cultivating then and raise our cultivation level to the 9th level of the Arcana plane. That way, we'll be only one step away from the noble plane, Yifutian said, smiling. The noble plane that he had been anticipating for such a long time was finally within his reach, and he was quite happy about it. Back then, a huge obstacle of his was the noble plane Emperor Luo. To him, Emperor Luo had been like a god, impossible to surpass. Now, he was finally reaching that level too. At that moment, he was interrupted by a few figures rushing towards him. At the entrance of the relic, they looked towards Yifutian and said, Master Yi, we have trouble. Yifutian looked at them, confused. He asked them, what's the problem? The past few days, there have been people murdering cultivators in the flaming prison city. Many people have died and had their holy badges taken. Previously, the people of the flaming prison city thought it was a group of strong cultivators who had formed an alliance to plunder the badges. We only just found out that they were from the Jinxiao city. The Jinxiao city is currently under Ninghuang's control, and they have orders from Ninghuang to come to our city to plunder. The person who had rushed here continued to say, not long ago, a few of Master Ye's friends were brought away by Ninghuang's men. There were also others who were killed on the spot. Yifutian's expression turned grim. It should have been Qin Yin's group that had been taken away. The other party had left word. The person continued. What did they say? Yifutian asked. The person's name appears to be Li Sun. He said that if Master Yi wanted them alive, you could go to the Jinxiao city to get them back. He can release Qin Yin's group and even Li Qingyi, the person replied. Yifutian's expression became even more steely. Li Sun had brought up Li Qingyi on purpose. He was actually using his own sister to threaten him. A frosty killing intent appeared in Yifutian's eyes. This was not Li Sun's first time. He had to be killed. Ninghuang is going overboard, someone among the crowd said furiously. Master Yi, Ninghuang is doing this on purpose. If you go to Jinxiao City, Ninghuang will definitely not let you go easily. Master Yi, you cannot go to Jinxiao City. Another person tried to persuade him. Around the giant relic, the experts had all stopped their cultivation and looked towards Yifutian. There were many among them that were furious. Back then, Ninghuang had come to seize the holy badges in a domineering fashion, taking advantage of Yifutian's low cultivation level. Now, Yifutian had already obtained the giant relic, but Ninghuang still refused to let it go. He wanted to kill Yifutian. Have Ninghuang's men left the flaming prison city? Yifutian asked. They are still in the flaming prison city killing people in an extremely arrogant fashion. Previously, Li Sun gave the order and killed many of our people, claiming that it was only because they had followed Master Yi in their cultivation. Yifutian heard these two replies from the crowd. Let's go, Yifutian said, stepping out of the giant relic. The moment he stepped out of the relic, the glow around his body faded. Soon, the flame around the giant relic had been extinguished. The giant relic faded to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The thousands of cultivators stared blankly at the scene, afterward following Yifutian, who was walking in the air with astonishment. Yifutian actually left the relic with no hesitation. This meant that if the people from the elite factions came now, they would face no resistance. Yifutian moved forward in the air and said, Let's go, Master Yi. Many people gathered around and attempted to persuade Yifutian, saying, Please don't be impulsive. Yifutian did not say anything and continued to walk forward. Xiaoshi, Yusheng, Mu Zhiqiu, and the rest followed closely behind him. The huge crowd of experts saw Yifutian and many of them followed him. In the blink of an eye, Yifutian had arrived at a location and there were many corpses lying on the ground. Bastards! Behind Yifutian, many people clenched their fists. The holy badges on these people already had no use, but Ninghuang still ordered them to be killed. This caused them to have chills running down their spine. Was the killing simply to vent his anger? Genocide? Just because they chose to cultivate with Yi Futian? However, Ning Huang and Mo Jun were elite prodigies. Even if they joined forces, they probably could still not win. If they went to Jinxiao City, they would definitely die before they could get their revenge. Where are Ning Huang's men? Yi Futian asked. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew towards them from afar. The group was completely made up of noble plain cultivators with strong auras. They looked mercilessly at Yi Futian. They were followers of Ning Huang from Jinxiao City. If they were able to bring Yi Futian's head to Jinxiao City, they would definitely be valued by Ning Huang. Thinking about that, they stepped forward and looked towards Yi Futian, asking, "You actually dared to walk out of the relic?" Just now, they had heard that Yi Futian had stepped out of the relic and they all gathered here. They had previously been cultivating in Jinxiao City and heard that he had dared to trick young Master Ning. Now he dared to step out of the relic. How reckless. Yes. Yi Futian looked at the group standing before him and replied calmly. "Young Master Ning wants your head. Why don't you lend it to us?" They laughed and said. Their gazes then turned to the huge crowd standing behind Yi Futian and emotionlessly said, "We're acting on young Master Ning's orders. Those who are not involved, take your leave." The crowd's expression turned cold and looked indignantly at those who spoke. Could they be so unscrupulous simply because they were Ning Huang's men? At that moment, the group had already stepped forward and surrounded Yi Futian, the terrifying noble aura surrounding the area. Behind Yi Futian, many people stepped forward one by one, shielding him and looking emotionlessly at the group. Although not many people stepped forward, it took courage to oppose Ning Huang. "You all want to die as well?" Ning Huang's men sneered. "Thank you, everyone." Yi Futian looked towards the crowd and asked, "Who else is willing to join me in battle? Since I've received a favor from Brother Yi, I will naturally do my part." Person stepped out. "I have broken through my cultivation level in the relic. Now is the time for me to test it. I've heard that Ning Huang was hunting those who cultivated in the relic previously. If that's the case, what else is there to be afraid of?" Another person stepped forward, laughing. In an instant, more noble plain cultivators stepped forward and an invisible force was formed, causing the opposing group to be on edge. "Since you all want to die, I will naturally report that to young Master Ning," one of the opponents said, already preparing to retreat. As they prepared to step back and retreat, Yi Xiaoshi moved in a flash to their rear. "Surround them," Yi Futian said. Immediately, the crowd stepped forward, surrounding the opponents. Since they wanted to fight, he would let this place be their final resting place. Yi Futian stepped forward, the polearm of divine destruction in his hand. In a flash, starlight glittered and an overbearing noble will enveloped the area. His gaze swept across the group and said, "Whoever wants to borrow my head, come and get it." Ning Huang's people had cold expressions after hearing Yi Futian's words. Then their noble will flared and many figures walked out at once. At the same time, the people around Yi Futian walked out to kill the others. A huge battle burst out at once. Spiritual chi went wild and the wind raged. Powerful martial arts spells were everywhere. A golden bird rose up behind one man. It shot towards Yi Futian like lightning or a beam of blinding gold light. It was incredibly fast. "Master Yi, be careful," someone called out. A horrible starry storm emerged around Yi Futian. Starry light flowed through the pole arm of divine destruction, wrapping around him. Boom! With a huge sound, the man, body like a divine bird, charged. He actually broke through the outer defenses of the starry storm and went for Yi Futian's body. However, the moment he sank into the starry storm, he felt like he couldn't breathe anymore. Heavy might pressed down on him as if the stars were repressing him. He slowed down considerably. However, his aura was still sharp and kept charging forward. The divine bird clawed at Yi Futian. It covered the sun and was about to snap Yi Futian's head off. Boom! The polearm multiplied in size, turning into a 100-meter-long staff. Yi Futian struck out. The ritual implement carried the star's weight and landed, almost forcing the other down. He could barely move. Shocked, he looked up at the polearm. Instead of a staff, It felt as heavy as all the stars in the sky. With a loud boom, there was no more suspense. The noble cultivator plummeted to the ground. All his bones and tendons were shattered, his internal organs ruptured. He convulsed and spat out blood. He stared up at Yi Futian in the sky and soon stopped breathing. This violent hit shocked many people. They all gaped at Yi Futian, thinking how powerful he was. He'd killed a grade 8 noble with one strike. It seemed that everyone had underestimated Yi Futian's combat ability and the ritual implement. They were all frightened. Even they had felt the horrible power from that one hit. Felt like the galaxy falling down. How could anyone withstand it? Mu Jiqiu glanced at Yi Futian. Before the relic opened, she'd guessed that Yi Futian would be at the level of a grade 8 noble with the polearm. Now, his cultivation had entered the 8th tier of the Arcana plane. Even more importantly, he'd comprehended the power of noble will. The noble will also match the celestial power and polearm, allowing Yi Futian to release even more of the polearm strength. Thus, even a grade 7 noble wouldn't be Yi Futian's match nowadays if he had the polearm. At that time, 2 more figures rushed out, attacking Yi Futian's ritual implement from both sides. A horribly aggressive beast charged over, along with sharp sword spiritual chi. They were about to destroy Yi Futian. Yi Futian's staff whirled. The frightening starry storm in the surrounding sky seemed to go wild. This place seemed to turn into a world of stars. Starry light flowed as meteorites turned into stars. Yi Futian struck with his staff again. Those two immediately felt stars shooting towards them. As various explosions sounded, their attacks kept crumbling. The horrible stars arrived and killed them directly. Ning Huang's group's expressions changed. Was Yi Futian really this strong? Many people were helping Yi Futian, and now they had a disadvantage in numbers. It was practically impossible to kill Yi Futian now. Retreat, someone said. People instantly started retreating, no longer wanting to fight. One figure was the fastest, but a fat person stood quietly before him. He smiled and said, "Since you're here, there's no need to leave." As soon as he spoke, emperor vines burst forth, covering the sky. Each leaf transformed into the sharpest golden blades, blocking all exits. The man's face paled. He crazily attacked the incoming leaves, but they were as resilient as divine weapons. Practically indestructible, they stabbed into him, pinning him in the air. The people behind him were stunned. Xianxia stepped forward. A huge ancient tree appeared behind him, filling the vast space entirely. The emperor-like tree shook and the green and gold light sparkled. The others followed, blocking all exits. Yi Futian stepped forward. "Don't keep anyone," he said coldly. A massacre was unleashed there. Many people watched from afar, their hearts trembling. These people from Xianxia City had followed Ning Huang to Flaming Prison City. But now they were stuck in this situation and getting killed. It seemed that other than Xiao Junyi and Gu Feiyang, there would be another huge fight between Xianxia City and the Flaming Prison City. "We're only following Ning Huang's orders. Please forgive us." Someone started pleading after more and more people died. However, Yi Futian's group had no mercy. They continued killing. Following orders? Their attitudes hadn't been like this earlier. They thought they were with Ning Huang so they could be arrogant. They killed and stole, performing every kind of evil, but now they wanted to be the victims. It was laughable. The frenzied battle continued. After a while, it finally ended. The ground was dyed red with blood, and many corpses lay strewn all over. Ning Huang's people were all dead. No one was happy seeing these corpses. They deserved to be dead. But they were still Ning Huang's men. Once Xianxia City received the news, they would most likely come for revenge. If Ning Huang and Mo Jun arrived, it wouldn't be this kind of ending. "Brother Yi, you are talented and now have this kind of power. You won't be weaker than Ning Huang in the future. You should avoid the spotlight now," someone standing on the ground advised Yi Futian. "Yes, stay alive to fight another day," someone added. They advised Yi Futian because they felt grateful. They didn't want him to die in Ning Huang's hands. "This news will spread to Xianxia City soon. Brother Yi, speed is important." "Ning Huang's men took my friends," Yi Futian said. Everyone's faces darkened. Ning Huang's actions were extremely lowly, but if Yi Futian went now, it was basically suicide. Plus, many of the people who cultivated with us in the relic these past days may have died in the hands of Ning Huang's people. Yi Futian continued. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Someone felt something was wrong with Yi Futian's words. Would he really go to Xianxia City? What difference was there from killing himself? The thousands of cultivators in Xianxia City were enough to completely destroy Yi Futian even if Ning Huang wasn't there. Since you cultivate with me, can you all help me with something? Yi Futian asked everyone. Of course, someone said, nodding. I'm sure many people will watch when I go to Xianxia City this time. I will enter the city myself. There's no need for you all to risk it with me. But can you all help me and seal the city? Yi Futian asked. Seal the city? Everyone's eyes hardened as their hearts trembled. Xianxia City? Yes, Xianxia City. Yi Futian nodded. Brother Yi, someone tried, looking at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian waved his hand. I've already decided on a battle in Xianxia City. What if you don't return? Everyone looked at him. He definitely wouldn't return from the city this time. Then I don't return. If I die, Ning Huang won't take his anger out on you all. At that time, you all can leave, Yi Futian said. If I live, then he will escape. Can you all kill those who run from the city? Crazy, everyone thought. Yi Futian actually said that the people of Xianxia City would run away. All right, someone said, nodding. If that moment comes, we will definitely do it. Many people stood out. More and more wanted to join because they were affected by Yi Futian's charisma. If he dared to fight inside Xianxia City, how could they be scared to seal the city? They would only be guarding outside. If Yi Futian really died within, they wouldn't be in any danger. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He stepped forward and the vast crowd immediately rose, marching towards Xianxia City. In the flaming prison city, everyone was shaken when they heard that Yi Futian was heading towards Xianxia City. They followed as well, so the crowd grew bigger and bigger. It formed a huge force. Other top prides also went forward to other cities. The news quickly shook the entire Holy Road. Yi Futian had stepped out of the relic and was heading towards Xianxia City. After hearing this, Chu Shang and Bing Yi of the mortal world both felt that Ning Huang was too cruel. He'd actually forced Yi Futian to take this step. It seemed that even if he was so talented, Yi Futian would still die this time. They took a warship and hurried towards Xianxia City. After the other forces received the news, the monstrously talented figures all set off with strong cultivators, heading for the city. Xianxia City quickly became the focus of everyone's eyes. At this time, the huge crowd had already arrived outside the city. Yi Futian stood by the gates. There were many people in the city. Seeing Yi Futian, they sneered. Had he come to die? Yi Futian nodded at the crowd and his people spread out. The disciples of the Starry School were there. There was only one entrance and exit of cities along the Holy Road. The other three directions were all places of nothingness. Thus, it was easy to seal the city with enough people. Many people spread out as if coming to watch. Gu Yunxi looked at Yi Futian, a bit worried. However, she knew that if Yi Futian had decided, it was impossible to change his mind. Be careful, Gu Yunxi whispered. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Then he said, Seventh senior brother, Yushang, Condor, follow me into the city. As soon as he spoke, he stepped out towards Xianxia City. Yishaosher, Yushang, and the black wind condor followed behind. The wind blew and dust flew. Their backs seemed tragically heroic. Li Sun was inside the city, along with many strong cultivators. They sneered at this scene. He'd really come to die. Li Sun was a bit surprised. He didn't think Yi Futian would be so decisive and come to die not so long after capturing Qin Yin's group. After entering the city, Yi Futian gazed at Li Sun. His expression wasn't very intense and he didn't roar either. He was frighteningly calm. I'm here, he said coolly. Where are they? Brother Yi is indeed loyal. Qin Yin and the others are waiting inside the city. Welcome, Li Sun said, smiling. It was as if they were still good friends. No one could tell what he had done. Yifutian didn't say anything. He just continued walking into the city. Countless people watched Yifutian from the city gates until his backside grew unclear. Felt so sad to them. Now they could only pray for Yifutian. As Yifutian walked forward, many strong cultivators stepped out powerfully. Yifutian stopped and gazed at Li Sun. I want to see them. Brother Yi, young city Lord Ning wants to see your head. If he sees your head, Qin Yin and the others will be fine. Li Sun was still smiling. Since Yifutian was inside Jinxiao City, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. As for Qin Yin's group, Li Sun had never thought about releasing them so soon. In the near distance, the disciples of the Blazing Sun School arrived as well. They hovered in the air and stared coldly at Yifutian's group. The son of the Starry School was extremely brilliant and had inherited the divine path. He was known to be unparalleled in the eastern region of the barren state. Was he going to die here on the Holy Road? All here, Yifutian muttered. It seemed that many of the people who wanted him dead were gathered in Jinxiao City. The pole arm of divine destruction appeared in his hand. Dazzling light spun around him and flowed into the ritual implement. Instantly, the pole arm shone blindingly. A starry world formed in the surrounding sky. This ritual implement's aura is so strong. Many people stared at Yifutian's polearm. The aura coming from it was threatening. Boom! Wild aura burst from Yifutian's body. Everyone saw the shadow of a divine ape come out and rest atop Yifutian. Extremely domineering power emanated from it. Yifutian seemed to be filled with chaotic strength. Dazzling golden wings also unfurled behind him. Those were from the golden rock. Its light was blinding. Double life spirits? Everyone's eyes flashed. Then Yifutian floated in the sky, catching everyone's eyes. Li Sun furrowed his brows. He stared at that dazzling figure. Was this Yifutian's full power? So he was actually this strong. At Nine Saint Mountain, Li Sun had thought Yifutian was a typical Arcana Plane cultivator. That was laughable. Yifutian could probably fight with a noble at that time already. Thud! Yifutian's feet lit up with electric light. Wind and lightning flashed as two wings cut across the sky. The thundering illusion step and the golden rock wings overlapped. Yifutian was extremely fast, arriving before Li Sun like a gold bolt of lightning. Everyone around Li Sun instantly felt extreme might. It was as if a world of stars was weighing down on them. Their spiritual mind and body all became immovable and reacted slowly. At the same moment, Yifutian's staff grew to be hundreds of meters long. People from afar looked up at this in shock. Instead of Yifutian's polearm, it looked more like a huge ape. It swept down with horribly aggressive power. No. Some with weaker cultivation were totally shocked. Even some of the grade 7 nobles had changed their expressions. They all activated their ritual implements to defend themselves with their biggest power. Boom! With the huge sound, the sky shook and countless strong cultivators were killed by the strike. The others all spat out blood from the hit. Li Sun fell to the ground. He spat out blood and his face turned white as paper. How could Yifutian be so strong? That strike was definitely at the peak of the grade 7 noble level. It wasn't a typical grade 7 noble either. Li Sun was the young city lord of the White Sovereign City and had fought with many nobles before. Naturally, he'd fought with the stronger grade 7 nobles too. However, Yifutian's strike had surpassed all of the ones that he'd fought against before. At that moment, iciness descended. Frost covered Yifutian's body, trying to freeze his blood. It was a controlling ice spell to stop his movements. It could only stop him temporarily, but Li Sun used this chance to step on the ground and retreat quickly. Then he shot into the air, getting away from Yifutian. He could feel Yifutian's dangerousness. Ice exploded and various spells attacked Yifutian. However, his staff swept past again. Everything shattered. He walked down and his 90,000-pound heavy polearm was supported by divine light. It was terrifying, as if the sky and earth would crack. As another huge boom sounded, a few more people were killed. Someone tried to escape, but Yifutian's staff swept by. It landed on the man's head, killing him instantly. The surrounding strong cultivators were all stunned. They'd thought taking Yifutian's head would be easy, but his attacks were like lightning. He killed so many noble figures instantly. He was terrifying. Thud. He activated the thundering illusion step again. Yifutian charged towards Li Sun like lightning. Since this man wanted to die, Yifutian would make it easy for him. You want to die? A thunderous voice rolled out from the distance at that moment. Many people looked towards the heart of Xianxia City. A huge figure steered his war chariot over in the sky with yaks pulling it. Lightning filled the air. He looked so powerful. Mo Jun is here. Everyone's hearts trembled, but they were relieved. They'd underestimated Yifutian. He'd suddenly attacked with such frightening combat ability and killed several nobles instantly. They all felt reassured after seeing Mo Jun now. Li Sun sucked in a deep breath. Felt like he'd just had his life saved. What kind of ritual implement was Yifutian holding? Why was it so scary? The horribly aggressive yak pulled the war chariot. Horrible thunder and lightning pressed down as the chariot charged towards Yifutian. Yifutian gripped his polearm tightly. A star appeared around him like a god of stars. The yak-pulled chariot crushed down and the star cracked. The figure coming from the sky seemed to be undefeatable. In that instant, Mo Jun arrived, crushing down. The yaks and chariot galloped past like an army of thousands of horses and soldiers. They could flatten everything. The star shattered and Yifutian twirled his polearm. He struck towards the sky, almost splitting the heavens. Boom! The extremely violent collision seemed to crack the sky. Yifutian plummeted down, his arm shaking. The power contained in the hit must be terrifying. He'd comprehended noble will, but his cultivation plane was still in Tier 8 of the Arcana plane. He could fight a noble with his power or kill a grade 7 noble with his polearm and divine light. But Mo Jun wasn't a typical grade 7 noble. He was the most powerful and talented. He was unparalleled. Mo Jun continued walking down. A horrible image appeared in Yifutian's mind. It felt like countless yak-pulled chariots brought thunder down on him. The sky and world cracked apart, shattering his will. This was how powerful Mo Jun's noble will was. Yifutian's body flew. He struck down in the sky. The divine ape roared and thousands of staff shadows appeared. They fell upon the war chariot and everything crumbled. Hand it to me. At that moment, another figure came, shining brightly. It was Xianxia who had released his Emperor Vine's life spirit. It swept forth towards Mo Jun. Yifutian didn't say anything. He turned and started walking forward. Li Sun's expression changed. He turned and walked without hesitating at all. Yifutian stepped forward. The strong cultivators in the city gathered in his direction. At that moment, a powerful noble released a spell. Without hesitating, Yifutian stepped in the sky. He shot forward like lightning and brought his staff down to kill the other. The people on either side were amazed at this scene. The person young city Lord Ning wanted to kill was this powerful? Yifutian continued. People still attacked him, but they all died. Of course, the majority didn't rush to attack. They just watched Yifutian walk step by step. Yushang stood atop the black wind condor, following Yifutian. No one paid attention to them. They thought that, with the two's cultivation plane, they could be killed at any time. Yifutian was extremely fast. People going towards Li Sun and the blazing sun school kept retreating. The wind whistled and an elegant golden pavilion appeared before him. Above the throne in the sky, there was a figure wearing an elegant robe and drinking wine. It was Ning Huang. He was surrounded by a countless number of strong cultivators. Nobles gathered from all directions. Xianxia City's eyes were focused here. Ning Huang continued drinking with his head down. He didn't look at Yifutian. He didn't actually know that Yifutian had come out of the relic. Nor did he care. He'd handed it all to Mo Jun and Li Sun to take care of. He didn't know until someone reported that Yifutian had entered the city. Ning Huang was a bit surprised. Could Yifutian really arrive before him? Mo Jun and his men couldn't take Yifutian's head. They really were a group of failures. Yifutian deserved to die, but Ning Huang didn't want to kill him with these methods. Li Sun and the Blazing Sun School had suggested it though, so he had no objections. Now, it was taking this much effort to kill someone like him. Yi Futian was even going to appear before him. This was unacceptable. Raising his cup of wine, Ning Huang drank it at once. Setting it down, he whispered, "Kill him." Ning Huang didn't even raise his head to look at Yi Futian. Since the youth was here, he could only die. He really didn't know to treasure his life. Yi Futian was not looking at Ning Huang. He was looking at the ones captured nearby. Qin Yin, Xia Wuji, Shen Yuanbation, and the others. "Don't do this, Mr. Yi," Qin Yin uttered as she sighed. When they were captured and be held hostage against Yi Futian, she had thought they were all certainly going to die. They were, after all, little more than squadmates in the same party with Yi Futian, probably casual friends at most. They had never thought Yi Futian would have actually bothered to show up. "We are in the same party. It's a given that no one gets left behind," Yi Futian said with a smile. The hearts of Qin Yin and the rest of the captives were filled with warmth even though they were rendered speechless. However, they dared not imagine being able to walk out of it all alive, given their current dire predicament. "How loyal of you indeed. Well, we shall send you all on your way then." Members of the Jin clan were among the ones holding Qin Yin and the rest captive, and it was obvious that they had submitted to Ning Huang. Everyone who wanted Yi Futian dead had gathered at Jinshao City. The mighty ones surrounding Yi Futian walked towards him. Thousands were seen in the vast space, and there were many more on their way. Most of those present were noble plain figures, and it was an utterly terrifying scene. Spiritual chi exploded in the skies. Sun God Sword, Ice Seal, Golden Palm, and a variety of other deadly skills and techniques lashed out against him, as they seemed to have blocked out the sky altogether. All of them seemed to want to reduce him nothing in just one go. Yi Futian's pole arm of divine destruction stood tall before him as starry storm whipped out above him. It was as if he was clad in stars all around him. He stepped forward as countless spells came for his head. The polearm lashed out in response, meeting the spells head-on, but it made it very difficult for him to move forward. He boosted himself with a variety of tricks, yet his own plane proved inadequate and his basics lacking, rendering him incapable of swatting everything out of his way simply by blasting out his spirit. That was something only the likes of Ning Huang, who was a mighty one who had reached a certain level, was capable of doing. Seeing Li Sun, whose body was thrown back by the retaliation, Li Qingyi glared at him, who was then in shambles, with cold eyes, and asked, "Li Sun, do you realize that you look like a dog now?" Slap. Li Sun slapped Li Qingyi's face hard. There was no gentlenesses on his face anymore. Even the fake smiles were nowhere to be found. All there was left on his face was utter gloom and darkness. He was almost killed earlier by Yi Futian and had to endure Li Qingyi's shaming right after. A five-fingered mark was clear on her face, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She, however, continued glaring at him with cold eyes as she spat. "I have long thought that while you were an utter fake, you at least had some reputation back in White Sovereign City. From the looks of things now, I have clearly overestimated you. Your life is forever a lowly servant's. Li Qingyi, I have many underlings who had a thing for you. I'll give you up as a reward as soon as I get home." Li Sun spoke in a gloomy tone while Li Qingyi never took her cold eyes off him. She turned her gaze to Yi Futian shortly after and saw most of his defenses were wrecked one after another by countless spells. His life was hanging by a thread, and she worried for him. Yi Futian's pole arm of divine destruction worked hard to tear down the attacks around him, as if it was barely hanging there. One spell after another pounded on him, threatening to tear the space they were into shreds. Li Sun's eyes went cold. Is he finally going to die? The Blazing Sun School wanted Yi Futian dead so feverishly that they played an active role in the assault. The Sun Sword attack was their work. The Jin clan moved as well, with the shadow of the rock howling all the way as it attacked. Ning Huang sat quietly on his throne at the top of the stairs. Yi Futian was not someone he had to deal with personally. He had moved against the young man that day for the holy badge. Since Yi Futian no longer had a holy badge with him, there was simply no need for Ning Huang to do anything himself. Another burst of blinding light emerged from Yi Futian. As the attacks piled on him, a burst of violent energy seemed to have awakened within him, making his blood boil and strands of blinding light leak out from his body. Everyone present had troubled looks on their faces by then. Just what is with that light? But no matter what, all the attacks will end up killing him eventually, and Yi Futian's end is near. Yi Futian took up the pole arm of divine destruction and took flight. Thousands of mirages of the weapon whipped out in astonishing brilliance, shaking both heaven and earth. Spells of all kinds were dispersed and shattered into oblivion, with one swing of the long weapon in his hand. What is happening? The pupils of everyone witnessing the scene dilated somewhat as they gazed upon Yi Futian. He simply stood there, covered by dazzling lights, as if he was clad with an aura of divinity. The air and bearing about him felt totally different and utterly peerless, like an emperor of sorts had descended upon mere mortals and demanded awe and worship from all. He stood right there with the bearing of a king. The faces of Jin Yunlang and Chun Wang from the Chun clan went pale. The scene reminded them of what took place in the martial arts battlefield back then. Yi Futian had demonstrated combat capacity far beyond what those of his plane was capable of. So he had not used any secret arts, and something like this only happened right now. Just what had he done to make his powers enhanced? Seemingly without limit, Ning Huang, who was having a drink, seemed to have felt something and shifted his gaze to Yi Futian. He frowned at the peculiar aura emanating from Yi Futian, which looked like a domineering brilliance declaring to rule over all like an emperor from the heavens. It was a sight to behold. Seems like this one had more secrets about him than what he had let on. Ning Huang could not help but feel amused. Seems like I really underestimated Yi Futian indeed. Seeing how things are now, it's no wonder that he was capable of taking one of the ruins out of my fingertips. Qin Yin and the captives stared at the scene with dumbfounded looks on their faces, feeling their core shaken. They clearly have had misunderstood Yi Futian, seeing him to be someone seeking refuge from them. From the current looks of things, their presumptions were utterly laughable. Seeing what he was capable of right there, they were sure that he simply had not been serious back then. But with so many mighty ones around, can he really make it out alive? Especially with Ning Huang around? They were still worried nonetheless. If such a godlike genius were to perish right there, the heavens would have simply been too heartless. The mighty ones up and about were dazed for a moment before continuing their attacks, and another round of spells began to pile on Yi Futian. He held the pole arm of divine destruction on his hand as the ferocity of his aura continued to climb, then being on par with levels of the noble plane. Starry brilliance and imperial brilliance melded, forming a constitution of stars, manifesting a divine body that seemed to be truly indestructible. Spells continued to be cast on him, yet the attacks all failed to move him for even an inch. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the space as the powers in Yi Futian's body continued to climb. Spells disintegrated wildly around him, as his imperial brilliance shone ever more brightly. The mighty ones out for his head all went pale in response. Golden feathers of the rock spirit gleamed. Yi Futian stayed where he was and lifted his weapon to counter. A shadow of 1,000-meter-long shaft swept by, wiping out just about everything that stood in its way. Retreat. Many had a look of terror on their faces. How could he be so terrifying? The mighty ones at the Blazing Sun School all went practically colorless. At the very moment, Yi Futian caught sight of them and went in their direction. Disperse. The mighty ones from the Blazing Sun School dispersed while looking terrified, as they whipped out their sun swords. Yi Futian swept a glance at them coldly, with will of emperors laced within his noble will. It was a terrifying thing to feel. All of the mighty ones from the Blazing Sun School felt as if they were shouldering a star on their bodies, making their movements dull, and their speeds reduced to sluggish lumbering. All of them looked at Yi Futian with terrified eyes as he made their way to them. A sun glowed behind Yi Futian, bright and utterly dazzling, blazing with undying fires. Another life spirit? Many were shaken to their cores. Just how many life spirits does this guy have? The ones from Blazing Sun School felt themselves trembling all over and little else, seeing endless fires dropping down from the top of the conjured sun, congealing into the divine sun furnace and shone directly onto their bodies, burning down everything. Chan Wang's body burned immediately. He shouted terrifyingly as he took notice of his body burning. No, no, spare me. Chan Wang's body remained burning with endless fires. He knelt, begging for mercy while feeling the excruciating pain about as the fires danced on him. Yi Futian's sun spirit flew out and turned into the true sun divine furnace, casting down on all the ones from the blazing sun school. The sun scripture. While they were terrified, they were nonetheless astonished. Just when did Yi Futian learn the pinnacle art of our school? This is impossible. While he is indeed the son of Starry School, not even Chen Yuan knew of the sun scripture, let alone comprehending noble will with that. Unless, the martial arts battlefield, the lineage of the saint. Little did they know that Yi Futian's sun scripture was taught to him personally by their own headmaster. Yi Futian did not entertain their utter fear and begs for mercy. One body burned to ashes after another in despair under the divine fire of the sun. The sages of the Blazing Sun School was cruel enough to want him dead, and it was Headmaster Chen Yuan's declaration of his death that enabled him to escape, for fear of him being made a target in the future by the Blazing Sun School. He had come all the way to the holy roads and did not bother messing with them in the first place. They still wanted him dead. Nonetheless, there was simply one thing left to do with them: kill them all. The attacks around him never ceased. But as he had protection from the constitution of the stars, the attacks were rendered completely ineffective to him, as if he was a truly invincible being. Yi Futian had been horrifyingly powerful even before. With his other secret art unleashed now, he became an even more fearsome being. What he had demonstrated at the moment probably enabled to him to truly fight toe-to-toe with Ning Huang. Li Qingyi, Qin Yin and the others continued to stare blankly at him. That utterly imposing figure struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Yi Futian turned around and looked at the captives. The ones holding the captives were thoroughly frightened. The mighty ones from the Jin clan shook. It seemed that what happened to the ones from the Blazing Sun School was about to befall them soon. Divine beams of flame shot out from his eyes, imposing his noble will on all those holding the captives. They felt their own will burned in an instant. Those of lesser training shrieked in terror, as feeling one's own will being burned was not a pleasant thing. Even those of grade 7 noble plane struggled to resist Yi Futian's fearsome noble will. At the very same instant, a domineering demonic bird of prey struck from behind at blinding speeds. The demon bird lashed out with its claws, tearing one body after another apart. The demon bird killed several people before swooping about, flapping its giant swings, separating the captives and the ones serving Ning Huang. The captives knew immediately what to do next. They leaped into the air and landed onto the demon bird's back. The bird turned around and left immediately. It shot up and rose to a height of more than 1,000 meters with one flap of its wings. Many cast their gaze at the bird and immediately felt the domineering bearing about it. The prideful birds I turned to look at all of them, and none dared to make any move against it. It was exacerbated by the fact that Yi Futian was still around down there. Ning Huang spared a glance at the demon bird and thought it to be a truly unique being as well. That darned beast had actually worked with Yi Futian and saved them all. He, however, did not care anything about it, for Qin Yin and the rest served no purpose to him. It was the idea of those working for him, and he simply delegated the task to said people. It did not matter one bit to him whether Qin Yin and the rest ended up dead or alive. What piqued Ning Huang's interests at the moment was the dazzling and seemingly peerless Yi Futian. He knew that if he remained where he was, there was no one working for him who would have been able to get out of this deadlock with Yi Futian. Top-class figures were incredibly rare. Proud sons and daughters of all sorts walked the Dawn Road, and only a handful were of such caliber. Those who reigned supreme on the Dawn Road were all fearsome figures capable of taking down an army of 10,000 on their own. And it seems that Yi Futian is now one of those figures. Before Yi Futian was able to unleash his full power, he was limited by his plane, and as such, he was not anywhere near being top class. However, at the very moment, there was no doubt that he was one of those beings. The light of his spirit emanating alone was enough to sweep in its way clean, and killing people became as easy as lifting a finger. No one dared to move against Yifutian at the moment, for anyone but Ning Huang would have ended up dead fighting him. Ning Huang began taking his steps. Every step he took shook the air around him, causing the hearts of many to beat harder than they would have been. All the mighty ones around cast their gaze at Ning Huang. So is he finally making a move now? Ning Huang had not bothered to do anything but give the order to kill prior. Or rather, he simply did not see Yifutian as someone worth his time. However, Yifutian's prowess had clearly caught Ning Huang's attention and could have no longer be ignored. As such, Ning Huang made his move. Boom! Ning Huang continued walking as both men stared at each other. While they were quite far away from each other, the step nonetheless weighed on Yifutian's chest, making his heart beating harder than it would have. Yifutian pointed at the polearm of divine destruction and was surrounded by starry brilliance as he locked his eyes at Ning Huang, who was walking in his direction. Yifutian wanted to experience for himself the power of the one who was lauded to be the supreme mighty one on the dawn road. Boom! The stars around Yifutian's body shook and cracked. A peculiar feeling welled up in his head. The step that Ning Huang had taken seemed to be a giant beast stepping on his chest, so heavy that it would have been enough to literally crush one's heart. Such was the testament to the pressure Ning Huang exuded. The broken constitution of stars returned to normal. Seeing Ning Huang continue to walk, Yifutian unleashed a terrifying ray of the sun's fires, as if the divine sun furnace was shining directly on Ning Huang's body. Even if this secret art is something that let your powers enhance to such levels, you are still far from being my match, Ning Huang commented coldly. Dazzling lights burst and an infinitely divine-looking demonic beast appeared behind him. The beast had a dragon's head and a lion's body. Golden scales gleamed on its gigantic body, and every scale seemed to be the most sturdy armor plate that could have been made. The roar of the giant beast made it seem like a divine beast had descended upon them, demanding mortals to bow to it in reverence. A Qilin. Yifutian's eyes were fixed on the spirit that just appeared. The giant, golden-scaled body was bathed in fearsome, gleaming fires. Its imposing figure spoke volumes of divine will. The large irises of its eyes swept around, seemingly to be an act to have all before it to yield. Yifutian finally understood why Ning Huang's steps were able to suffocate those around him, as if a terrifying beast of war had just walked over them. When Yifutian looked at Ning Huang's eyes, he was able to feel the might of a Qilin, the mighty beast of war, right inside them. The pressure the eyes exuded weighed heavily on his will. Ning Huang kept walking in his direction. Even if Ning Huang himself had no intentions of doing any harm to those around him, those nearby still felt thoroughly intimidated and shaken nonetheless. Yifutian fixed his gaze on Ning Huang without any intention of running away. There were the divine ape and the rock in his eyes, squaring off at the Qilin in an equally fearsome manner, standing their ground and budging not even an inch. When Ning Huang took his next step, Yifutian swept with his polearm. I don't care how fearsome you look or feel, I'm going to swat you like a fly. The terrifying build-up of pressure disintegrated immediately. The strike went straight for Ning Huang as if countless stars were falling onto him. Ning Huang shouted coldly and the Qilin, the beast of war, took off. The instant did not feel like it was one Qilin taking off, but a dozen, meeting the stars head-on and crushing them. The all-destroying sweep continued its course nonetheless. Ning Huang felt the rush of terrifying pressure coming up. He lifted his palm, conjuring shimmering lights about him. An armor dazzling peerlessly materialized around him. A full set of domineering, indomitable Qilin armor. His arms seemed to have been infused with bottomless might in an instant, and has lifted his arms to block at the shaft rushing for him. Clang! A boom was heard, and Ning Huang, despite his peerless might, was thrown off his feet thousands of meters, landing hard on the palace before him. The stairs collapsed from his fall and the ancient temple was no more. The hearts of countless people witnessing the battle shook to their cores as they watched Ning Huang being swept away. Not even someone as powerful as Ning Huang was capable of withstanding that stick. A rumbling boom was soon heard as Ning Huang leaped back into action, flying into the sky and looking down on Yifutian. The brilliance about Ning Huang's body grew, and the beast of war grew in size as well, breathing fire as it went. Ning Huang took a look at Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction. The item itself was something incredibly precious on its own. That one hit from before felt what it like stars were falling onto him. As he stood in the air, yet another spirit dharma appeared behind Ning Huang. A dazzling golden heavenly halberd. There was a shadow standing there as well, taking the golden weapon in its hand and looking imposing like a god. Ning Huang extended his arm and threw out a beam of blinding light from his palm. The godly weapon gradually took form as the metal elemental spiritual chi around him were siphoned, imbuing the weapon with light shining for 1,000 meters. The Qilan Dharma rushed forward and Ning Huang leaped on it. An imposing figure remained behind him, shining brightly as if it was his image. Ning Huang, who had the heavenly halberd in hand, looked as dashing and regal as he squared off yet again with Yi Futian. The Qilan breathed golden fire as it rushed to overwhelm Yi Futian. Yi Futian's sun spirit blasted with fire in response, clashing with the incoming golden flames in the air. Boom! The beast of war galloped away at the moment, as one shadow of Qilan after another trampled the void, ramming at Yi Futian. With his life spirit being the Qilan and the heavenly halberd, it was no surprise that his martial abilities were formidable. Yi Futian held onto the pole arm of divine destruction and commanded thousands of meteoric light at the void. The starry skies, meteors and the Qilan shadows clashed maniacally, making it seem like the end of the world is near. Everyone around rushed to keep their distance, getting away from them for at least 10,000 meters. They stared at the two figures from afar and thought their battle was practically one capable of changing the landscape itself. Blinding golden lights glittered as if tens of thousands of the heavenly halberd were brought down from above, cutting in between the light of the meteors. Metal elementals were thought to be indestructible, and many pieces of the meteors were crushed or shattered right away. There was, however, no change in Yi Futian's eyes. He simply looked up in the air. His body shining with godly imperial light remained just as imposing. A formless power emanated from him, encasing his body. When the heavenly halberd struck from the heavens, it landed heavily on the glittering screens of stars around him, yet was able to do nothing to pierce his defenses. Such was the power of the immense durability of the immortal celestial bodies. More terrifying rumblings were soon heard as the beast of war descended, overwhelming everything in its way, bursting into Yi Futian's starry world. Ning Huang looked regal and dashing standing on its beast with the heavenly halberd in his hand. He went busting one meteor after another, setting flames to the starry sky and went about destroying everything in his path with blinding golden light. Ning Huang had wanted to fight up close and personal with Yi Futian, and see for himself how powerful Yi Futian had gotten. The beast of war roared as it galloped, and Ning Huang pierced his halberd below. The strike was imbued with the might of both the heaven and the earth, a divine force bringing about dazzling golden brilliance. It was nigh invincible and nigh indestructible, and it was too imbued with the power derived from the will of the sages. If Yi Futian was able to borrow will of emperors and divine lights, someone like Ning Huang would have been able to do the same with sages. Boom! The stars around Yi Futian shook. The Qilan came down with full intention to kill. Its imposing, gigantic body rammed on the defense of the immortal celestial bodies. The celestial bodies cracked, and it continued cracking. As the golden heavenly halberd descended upon him at striking hard at a single point, the body shattered. The menacing light seemed to be adamant to kill Yi Futian right there and then. Yi Futian's pole arm of divine destruction, clad in imperial brilliance, danced. Countless beams of light seeped within, and he went on to lift it up high against the charging Ning Huang, then bringing the weapon down with earth-shattering force. As both weapons clashed, incredibly dazzling lights burst. The beast took Ning Huang's body around and galloped around Yi Futian, aiming to strike at his flank, attempting to catch Yi Futian in a pincer attack of sorts. Divine fire of the sun on top of Yi Futian shone with blinding light, encasing his body with the divine sun furnace, dispelling the looming death upon him. It locked the front of his body tight as he took steps in the air. Seeing Ning Huang's halberd come yet again, with thousands of lights from the weapon congealed into one point and intending to burst with heaven-splitting force. His pole arm of divine destruction split into thousands of images as they swept about. Boom! One rumbling roar was heard, as the light of the heavenly halberd was completely shattered. Ning Huang was thrown into the air again as the two weapons clashed. "Now I'll see how many hits can you take," Yifutian said as his aura grew increasingly power. He leaped forward, roaring with the might of the heavens and the earth, imposing his will on all. Outside Xianxia City, countless experts from the Dawn Road gathered and stood outside the gates, looking in the direction of the city. Many of the elites had also arrived. Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world on the air warship, Yan Jiu from the Sword Saint Villa, Xia Ho from the Xia clan, Nan Hao's group from the Nantian House, and Yuan Zhan from Mount Taixing. They all stood in different directions, not knowing exactly what was happening in Xianxia City. They had heard that Yifutian had only brought 2 people and a demonic beast with him into the city and gone all the way into the center of the city. Those guarding Xianxia City had not returned yet. Could it be that the battle was still not over? Nan Hao from the Nantian House had an interested expression. Ning Huang was from the Ning clan. Although the Ning clan was not an elite clan and was already on the decline, there was a fearsome elder who had risen up in the current Ning clan. He was an extremely authoritative figure in the Holy Ji Palace, even though normal people might not know this, but as a person from the Nantian House, he naturally knew all this. That person in the Holy Ji Palace had high expectations for Ning Huang, and entering the Holy Road was merely a formality for Ning Huang. In reality, he had entry to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate since a long time ago, and that person had taught Ning Huang a lot. He should be expecting Ning Huang's performance in the Holy Road to be the most outstanding and enter the Holy Ji Palace brilliantly. Knowing Ning Huang's personality, he probably had not bothered to understand Yifutian. If he killed Yifutian, how interesting would it become? They did not enter the city as it belonged to Ning Huang. That fellow was extremely arrogant, so they did not want to provoke him for no reason. It was better to stay and wait for the result. How are things on Gu Feiyang's side? At that moment, Nan Hao looked towards the rest and asked. Not optimistic, Xia Ho replied calmly, then asked, I've heard that Virgin Bing Yi is on good terms with Gu Feiyang. Are you not going to help him? A battle should naturally be decided by one's strength. I believe that Gu Feiyang will emerge victoriously, Bing Yi replied emotionlessly. Xia Ho smiled. He naturally understood that Bing Yi did not mean what she said. This time, it was very likely that Gu Feiyang could not live to walk out of the Holy Road. Xiao Junyi was too dangerous. Even Virgin Bing Yi of the mortal world would not want to offend a disciple of the Dark Saint. For many years, the Dark Saint had been a menace to the influential figures of the Barren State. Why would his successor be any different? Presently, in Xianxia City, Ning Huang was struck back once again. The countless figures watching in the huge area were stunned. Yifutian's rod skills were too overbearing and his aura was becoming even stronger as it accumulated. The crowd had a ludicrous thought. Could it be that Ning Huang was going to meet his demise here? Ning Huang's expression became exceedingly serious. Through the 2 times they clashed, he could feel how strong Yifutian was. He stood up straight, his battle beast Kirin returning to his back, converting back to its life spirit form and merging with his body since the life spirit alone was unable to even get near Yifutian. The armor he was wearing appeared to be burning, with rays enveloping his body. Ning Huang stood above the heavens, the halberd in his hand aimed at Yifutian. In an instant, a tremendous amount of strength entered the heavenly halberd. The flame and metal element spiritual chi in the air gathered towards it, and the light emitted by the halberd became even more terrifying than before. Is Ning Huang finally going to use his secret move? The crowd was startled. Although the majority of those following Ning Huang did not come from strong clans, there was a small group of them who were of superior origin. There were a few among them who knew that Ning Huang had learned an imposing halberd skill. It was his strongest move, the god-slaying halberd. It was a skill known for its overwhelming offensive ability, claiming that the halberd could eliminate everything in front of it, even if it was a god. Yifutian's rod skills were evidently also a super offensive ability. Ning Huang had no choice but to use his strongest move to face him in battle. Previously, Nobody treated Yifutian seriously, and they did not expect that he could force Ning Huang to such an extent. Nobody knew that he would be a one-man army after revealing his true strength. This kind of person was too scary, especially when he only showed an Arcana Plane's cultivation level usually. The current Ning Huang was dominant and unparalleled. The god-slaying halberd's strength was unmatched, each stroke containing extraordinary offensive ability and extremely hard to master. Yifutian had asked him how many strikes of the rod he could withstand. He wanted to know the answer too. Yifutian's body flew and gathered force as he struck towards Ning Huang yet again. The pole arm of divine destruction was like a raging dragon, and even Ning Huang had to acknowledge its strength. However, the heavenly halberd in his hand did not budge an inch as he took a step forward, the air shaking under their force, as though attempting to trample Yifutian's confidence. The heavenly halberd pierced forward. At that moment it was like Ning Huang, the battle beast Qilin and the heavenly halberd had combined into one with the heavens. A remarkably brilliant giant halberd that could match the pole arm of divine destruction's shadow in strength appeared in the heavens. An invisible wave crashed down and the space between the two of them was crushed. The people watching from a distance felt a feeling of asphyxiation. The halberd strike was unbelievably tyrannical, killing all enemies in its path. The god-suppressing strike, as the halberd struck, it suppressed the pole arm of divine destruction. The huge crowd watched as the pole arm of divine destruction and the heavenly halberd clashed. They were shocked by it, they were too strong, it was hard to imagine that it was a battle between a lower noble plane and arcana plane cultivator. When the pole arm of divine destruction clashed with the heavenly halberd, they felt as though their hearts would be crushed under the pressure and an invisible might cause them to feel suffocated. An extremely frenzied aura erupted from both people and they retreated thereafter. Yifutian's will of the emperor remained overbearing. The pole arm of divine destruction wielded in his hands, golden clouds following along. Yifutian acted as though the halberd strike had not affected him, continuing to accumulate might for his next blow. Ning Huang stared at the front, the heavenly halberd pointing towards the sky. He took another step forward, the halberd aiming towards Yifutian. In an instant, a myriad of golden flames flew forward alongside the heavenly halberd. Yifutian's starry defense was penetrated at the places that the golden flames passed and shattered to pieces. As the heavenly halberd landed, tens of thousands of golden flames descended as well. This was the god's burial skill from the god-slaying halberd. Yifutian's pole arm of divine destruction roared and struck out, creating a brilliant light veil, striking the air and with an ear-shattering sound. The golden flames flew backward and at the same time, the heavenly halberd landed on the light veil and Ning Huang retreated again. The god's burial skill was even less of a threat to Yifutian than the god-suppressing strike. At that moment, Ning Huang's body disappeared and afterimages appeared in the heavens. In the air, countless Ning Huang shadows and heavenly halberd silhouettes appeared, eventually combining into one and dashing forward. This was an extremely powerful technique from the god-slaying halberd, the god execution strike. At that moment, Yifutian felt a strong threat incoming. He closed his eyes, the will of the emperor shining brightly around his body, as though entering a state of enlightenment. His senses were heightened and he could catch a glimpse of Ning Huang's figure. Tens of thousands of shadows had combined into one strongest Ning Huang. His memory brought him back to the mountain behind Qingzhou Academy, where the snow ape had shown him the 9 heavenly attacks, each strike resonating with a corresponding cultivation level, the 5th strike likely to resonate with the noble plane. The divine ape growled and merged with him. An immeasurable might gathered in an instant. It was a noble will that formed in an instant and resonated with the heavens. Yifutian's body moved, stepping forward and the polearm of divine destruction sweeping forward. When the strike landed, the crowd felt as though there was a colossal divine ape howling and trying to crush everything beneath its feet. The halberd's shadow arrived and the polearm of divine destruction cleaved forward at the same time. A piercing light burst forth and the crowd saw Ning Huang's body turn into a flash of golden lightning, crashing heavily into a distant palace. The entire palace collapsed and Ning Huang shot right through it, his feet dragging along the ground. The heavenly halberd pierced the ground vigorously and created a rift in the ground. Only after that did Ning Huang stop moving backward. His head was lowered, blood streamed from his mouth and nobody could see his expression. When they looked at Yifutian, his body was still standing steadily in the air with the glow of the will of the emperor and an aura of arrogance. Defeated. Ning Huang was actually defeated in his strongest form. The crowd was appalled. Although the polearm of divine destruction was very strong, Ning Huang's heavenly halberd was also a powerful ritual implement that had resonance with him. When they saw Ning Huang's final blow, many of them had thought that Yifutian would be in trouble, but eventually, the loser was Ning Huang. Nobody dared to imagine that when Ning Huang wanted to deal with an Arcana Plane cultivator, he would end up being defeated by that cultivator. This was a huge shock to them. Yifutian basked in the emperor's glow and stepped forward. Ning Huang's head was still lowered. Nobody could understand how he felt right now. He had come to the holy road to be first, to plunder the most holy badges. He wanted to restore the glory of the Ning clan. This was also the expectation that the Holy Ji Palace's elder had for him. However, he had been defeated in battle today to an insignificant character. Countless people stared at Yifutian's figure and those in the air around him did not dare to act rashly. Li Qingyi's eyes were red. He had won. Yifutian had actually defeated Ning Huang. This was inconceivable. She could not believe that it was real. Who could have imagined that the handsome teen who had appeared on Mount Jiuxin could actually go so far? Beside her, Li Sun did not dare to imagine it as well. He was dumbstruck, but after the shock came the horror. If Ning Huang were to die, he could not possibly live. Out of all the people here, he would be first on Yifutian's list. He was extremely regretful, but it was not the time for regrets. He wanted to live. His palm suddenly stretched forward and gripped Li Qingyi by the throat. Li Sun took out a dagger and pointed it towards Li Qingyi's throat and shouted to Yifutian, "Stop!" Li Qingyi was stunned, a furious expression appearing on her face. Yifutian's footsteps stopped and he looked mercilessly at Li Sun. Li Sun had been correct. The first person Yifutian had wanted to kill was indeed him. "She is your sister." Yifutian's voice was frigid. "I have never treated her like my sister. She's just the daughter of a lowly maid. If you want her to live, throw your ritual implement over," Li Sun said. The ritual implement was too strong. With the pole arm of divine destruction, Yifutian's rod skills were unrivaled. He did not expect Yifutian to give up his life for Li Qingyi, so he only requested Yifutian to give up his ritual implement so that he had a chance to live. "Don't do it." Li Qingyi looked at Yifutian and shook her head with red eyes, then said, "Kill this bastard." While saying that, she walked forward, allowing the dagger to cut towards her throat. Li Sun's expression changed and immediately retracted his arm, but the dagger had already left a faint cut on Li Qingyi's fair skin. "Bitch!" Li Sun grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, rendering her unable to speak. The current Li Sun was crazed and looked towards Yifutian, demanding, "Are you going to hand over your ritual implement?" Yifutian's expression was frigid as he looked towards Li Sun and said, "You will die." Li Sun looked at Yifutian's expression and became even more determined. He could only use Li Qingyi as a threat now. If he did not do that, he would die immediately. He exerted some force on his palm and Li Qingyi's expression became pained as if she was about to suffocate. Li Sun stared intently at Yifutian. He had stepped into Jinxiao City to save people. Now Li Sun could only hope that Li Qingyi was important enough to Yifutian. Otherwise, he would have to drag Li Qingyi to the grave with him. "You be my hostage and I'll throw my ritual implement out," Yifutian said coldly. "Throw it here now," Li Sun replied. "What if you don't let her go after I give my ritual implement to you?" Yifutian coldly said. "You be my hostage and I'll hand over the ritual implement. Afterward, I'll swap you for Li Qingyi. If you don't agree, you die now." After saying that, Yifutian stepped forward. Li Sun's expression was sullen. He naturally did not want to be a hostage, but now he had no choice but to gamble. "Okay." Li Sun nodded and handed Li Qingyi over to his subordinate with utmost prudence. He himself walked towards Yifutian, his expression pale. In the past, Yifutian had just been an Arcana Plane cultivator to him. But the Yi Futian now basked in the emperor's glow, an unparalleled figure. Eventually, Li Sun walked to Yi Futian's side and Yi Futian stretched out his left arm, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. "If I die, kill her immediately," Li Sun shouted frantically. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him with no regard for Li Qingyi, he would have done so just now and not wasted his time to do this. Yi Futian's right hand flung the polearm of divine destruction forward and a figure picked it up in a flash. However, the moment the person held it, his body started to vigorously fall towards the ground. With a bang, the polearm of divine destruction nearly crushed his body and the noble might on his body erupted. Only then did he barely held on to the polearm of divine destruction. It was that heavy? Many people were stunned. "Take it away," Li Sun said. He wanted the polearm of divine destruction to weaken Yi Futian's strength and grasp a chance for survival. The person dragged the polearm of divine destruction and started to walk further away, but Ning Huang stopped him, grabbed the polearm of divine destruction and started to scrutinize the ritual implement. "Swap hostages now," Li Sun shouted. He was afraid that Ning Huang would give the order to kill Li Qingyi. He knew that Ning Huang did not care about his life. "Swap hostages now." Yi Futian stared at the other person and released his grip on Li Sun. The other person similarly let go of Li Qingyi, and both of them started walking to the other side. Li Qingyi did not dare to act rashly as he knew that he was not out of danger yet. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him with his noble will, he could not escape death. Li Sun sped up all of a sudden and escaped far away. Yi Futian stepped forward at the same time, the thundering illusion step descending beside Li Qingyi in an instant. Li Qingyi looked towards Yi Futian, her head lowered and tears in her eyes. Why was he willing to swap for her? "Why aren't you all moving? You all wanted to kill him just now. Do you think that he will let you all go?" Li Sun yelled. The enormous crowd was dumbfounded. They had all attempted to kill Yi Futian previously, but were stunned by Yi Futian's strength now. He's using a secret move to increase his strength. He can't last much longer. Wear him down. Ning Huang raised his head, looked towards the crowd and walked forward. Although he had been injured, his words still carried weight. "Do it!" Someone from the crowd shouted. In an instant, the experts started to cast their spells towards Yi Futian. If Yi Futian killed Ning Huang, their fate would be unpredictable and they might die as well. Even so, they only used long-range attacks and nobody dared to get close to Yi Futian anymore. Around Yi Futian's body, starlight glowed, protecting him and Li Qingyi. Countless attacks hammered on the shield and it wavered. As the attacks got even stronger, some people from illustrious backgrounds even used their ritual implements to attack, causing cracks to appear in the starlight veil. Within the protective veil, Yi Futian raised his head and looked towards the vast group of experts. These people knew nothing about him but all wanted him dead. "Are you still hesitating?" At that moment, a voice sounded out. Many people raised their heads and saw a burly figure standing in the air. It was Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng did not look at the crowd, but looked towards Yi Futian instead and said, "Before we arrived, we had already expected this kind of ending. When they helped Ning Huang to kill the people of the flaming prison city, they had no mercy. They never had any mercy towards killing you." Only Yu Sheng understood Yi Futian the best. Before entering the city, Yi Futian was furious and asked people to guard the exits and kill anyone who attempted to escape. However, when he saw the number of people who wanted to kill him, Yi Futian still hesitated. The vast area was filled with experts and countless attacks barraged him when Yi Futian was not resisting. Even his sturdy defense was unable to withstand it. When Yu Sheng said that, a demonic aura erupted from within him. His eyes turned crimson like blood was going to drip out. Bam! His demon-like wings spread open and he was covered in demon might from head to toe, as though possessed by a demon. Behind him, an enormous demon shadow appeared behind him. "Yu Sheng," Yi Futian mumbled. On the Sky Mountain, Yu Sheng had demonized and rampaged once to save him. Was he going to do the same now? Yu Sheng likely knew that his emperor's will did not have much time left. Perhaps the Arhat was right back then when he said that I'm destined to have blood on my hands. Those who attempt to kill you, even if there are millions of them, I will kill them all. Yu Sheng's voice was ice cold, like a demon lord. Many people's hearts trembled. Even if there were millions of them, he would kill them all. They saw Yusheng move, his demon-like wings flapping and spikes appearing on his terrifying dark golden armor, turning into frightening spears. He drew the spears with both hands and rushed towards two people at breakneck speed. The two people felt like a demon was trying to invade their head and making them kneel, the pressure making them unable to move. With a squish, the spears impaled their heads, and as Yusheng flew past them, the two corpses fell towards the ground. Thump, thump. Many people's hearts thumped as they saw Yusheng gliding across the air with his demon wings. Wherever he passed, people dropped like flies. How could this be? Li Sun, who thought that he had escaped a crisis, stared intensely at the scene. It was groundbreaking enough for one arcana plane to reach the level of an elite genius, but now there were two. Surround and kill him, someone yelled furiously. Many people reacted and started to surround Yusheng. However, Yusheng's speed became even faster. Under the possession of the demon, he allowed the attacks to land on his body like he did not feel anything. He descended in front of an expert and a battle axe appeared in his hand. He cleaved the person as though he was a log and continued forward. Bam, bam, bam. In the air, there were people falling continuously, all killed by Yusheng. It was as though he was making good of his word to kill millions of them. Seeing countless spells flying towards Yusheng, Yifutian felt pained. Although Yusheng's defense was strong, it was impossible for him to not feel pain. But even so, that was Yusheng. He understood that Yusheng did not have a ritual implement like the polearm of divine destruction and could not kill that many people. He was inciting him to step in. He naturally understood as well that Yusheng was not stupid. He saw things more clearly than anyone else. Suddenly, Yifutian smiled, but his smile was desolate. He had thought of two people all of a sudden, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing. Back then, the two brothers had traveled the world. He wondered what experiences they went through to create such a magnificent piece like the ukiyo. The piece attempted to trample the heavens and become the ruler of the world. Yifutian sat with his knees crossed, surrounded by a brilliant glow. His Guqin spirit appeared in front of him, causing the crowd's attention to focus on him again. He still had another life spirit. Yifutian held the Guqin and pleasing melodies started to play from the Guqin. Yifutian's aura changed yet again. Although the emperor's will was circulating around his body, he appeared to be cut off from the rest of the world, as though superior to all of them. Strong imagery brought everyone else into it, from calmness to passion, and onwards to attempting to trample the heavens and reach the peak. Rays of the Emperor Will's glow started to rise up, the golden light enveloping the entire area as the Guqin melody reached every corner of the battlefield. In an instant, many people felt as though the area was changing. The spiritual qi became more apparent and landed from the air, merging into the Guqin melody. Ning Huang's expression froze. He had seen a radical scene. The spiritual qi in the heavens appeared to be controlled by the Guqin melody, accompanying the light of the emperor's will, resonating with Yifutian's will. The Guqin melody was influencing the spiritual qi in the area. At that moment, around Yusheng, a group of people was casting spells to attack him. But before they were able to finish the spell, it had already dissipated into nothingness. Their spiritual energy was unable to control the spiritual qi in the air, causing them to be unable to cast their spells. They were flabbergasted and looked downwards at Yifutian. The emperor's light was shining radiantly and golden fatal entanglement vines were forming at their feet, coiling around their bodies. Thereafter, golden blades pierced their bodies, nailing them in the air. There were people being coiled in succession and they were terrified. How could this happen? What Guqin spell was that? When the ukiyo sounds, no spell can exist. Ning Huang stared blankly at the situation. In the skies, all spells were forbidden. The only person who could cast spells was Yifutian. In the vast area, everyone's life was under his control. Even Qin Yin's group, who was a distance away, were petrified. They shivered uncontrollably, looking at Yifutian playing the Guqin. It was as though it was just a dream. Everything was too surreal. In the skies, the experts were being hunted rapidly, But Yi Futian was not affected at all. His aura was remarkable and the Guqin melody was like a god's piece, not meant to appear in the human's world. The feeling was indescribable. No! In the air, when Li Sun's body was coiled, he let out a blood-curdling scream, but the golden blades pierced his body one by one like a harsh punishment, slowly draining him of life. Li Sun felt pain beyond belief and looked towards the figure below. Apart from hatred, he also felt utmost remorse. Who on earth did he betray? Ning Huang was still resisting, but a demon-like figure descended from the skies, battle axe in hand, cleaving downwards. Blood trickled from between Ning Huang's brows. He stared at the figure in front of him and said, "My death is not undeserved." He had finally understood before he died what kind of figure the person he had tried to kill off casually was. Yusheng's palm gripped his head and ripped it off. Then he turned around and walked into the air. The demons might rampaging. Yusheng said mercilessly, "If word of what happened today spreads, I will kill you." Qin Yin's group heard Yusheng's words and were startled. They naturally understood that those words were meant for them. The usually silent, burly teen was now a demon. Yusheng flew towards the outside of the city and he saw Yi Shaoshi still battling with Mo Jun. He cleaved Mo Jun with one wave of his axe. Outside Jinshao City, there were countless people. At that moment, a distance away, demonic aura was brimming. A demonic might flew rapidly towards them and everyone's gazes turned towards that direction. Next, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Yusheng's body landed on the city's gate and he placed Ning Huang's head there. Like a demon, his gaze swept across the crowd and he ruthlessly said, "Those who previously followed Yi Futian and entered the giant relic, stand guard here. Do not allow anyone to step into Jinshao City. From now on, Jinshao City has a new owner. Those who violate the rule, kill them all." As he finished, Yusheng turned around and walked into Jinshao City. At the same time, a glacial voice sounded out, "The killer! Yusheng!" Outside Jinshao City, it was dead silent. Even the elite geniuses were aghast when they saw Ning Huang's head on the city gate. They had gathered to watch the fun, to watch Yi Futian die. What had awaited them was a peerless demonic figure. Yi Futian did not die. The person who had died was Ning Huang. The overbearing elite genius, commander of all the experts in Jinshao City, was actually killed by someone else. This came as a great shock to them. Even Nan Hao had not expected an ending like this. Perhaps, the teen that had come from the Eastern Baron State was much more of a prodigy than he had thought. How could this be? On the air warship, Virgin Bing Yi from the mortal world was mortified. What had just happened had subverted her understanding. Not just her, but everyone in the area was speechless. Thereafter, those who had followed Yi Futian in deciphering the flaming prison city's giant relic broke into a craze. They felt emotionally charged, like their blood was on fire. Previously, Ning Huang had sent his men to kill their friends and caused a storm in the flaming prison city. He had held Yi Futian's friends captive to try and force Yi Futian's hand. When Yi Futian stepped into Jinshao City, they had felt tragic, but never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that they would bring out Ning Huang's head after Yi Futian went in. Ning Huang himself probably never expected it either. Otherwise, he would not be overbearing. Mu Zhiqiu and the Starry School's disciples were the most startled. Nobody knew what had happened in the city, and they were unable to imagine what the situation in the city was. Jinshao City did not only have Ning Huang, but it also had thousands of his followers. Where were they? At that moment, they started to stand up one by one, their auras bursting out. The experts who had followed Yi Futian all stood up proudly, guarding the city. Now, they would naturally take orders from Yusheng as they could partake in the glory as well. They were very clear that with the Jinshao City's changing of ownership, Yi Futian was likely to open a second giant relic, which would be another opportunity for them. Although those guarding could not possibly fend off all the experts outside, who would dare to recklessly charge in? Ning Huang's head was on the city gate. Even if they could manage to break through and enter Jinshao City, were they not scared to die? Yi Wuchen, Lulan Shui, Mu Zhiqiu, and the rest of Yi Futian's friends moved into the city in a flash. They wanted to see what had happened. Previously, Yi Futian had not allowed them to enter the city. They naturally understood that it was because their cultivation level was too low and would only be a burden in Jinxiao City. "I'll go and take a look," Gu Yunqi said quietly, entering the city as well. She had only seen Yushang and did not know how Yi Futian was doing, so she was a little worried. Moreover, with her relationship with Yi Futian, Yushang would not kill her. When Yi Wuqian and the rest arrived at the battlefield, they saw the floor littered with corpses and were startled. Qin Yin and the rest were clearing up the battlefield and preparing to bury the people. They knew that everything that they had just experienced had to be buried deep within their hearts. They could only treat it as a dream, but the dream was far too realistic and shocking. "Lulan, do it," Yi Wuqian said. He stepped forward and walked away, then drove his sword into the ground. The ground tore open, revealing a horrifying crack. Mu Jiqiu also went forward to help, her strong celestial will erupting and causing the earth to shake as though an earthquake was happening. The Holy Road opens once every 3 years and experts from all areas of the barren state will gather. Moreover, the death rate in the Holy Road is extremely high, so even if there are people who die in the Holy Road, generally people will not know how they died or who they were killed by. These people that are buried here should have no other companions. But after we have buried them, we cannot let anyone else step into Jinxiao City, Mu Jiqiu said to Yi Futian, who was sitting cross-legged a distance away. Her expression was solemn. Yi Futian did not say anything, but Qin Yin's group was extremely uneasy. They knew what Mu Jiqiu meant. Apart from them, nobody else knew that they had come from Mount Zhoushan. If they had all died in Jinxiao City, nobody would know how they had died. Unless it was someone like Ning Huang who had died. Then it would be inevitable since everyone knew him. However, the number of people that had died in Jinxiao City this time was huge. There might be people outside who knew that they had entered Jinxiao City, so there was still certain risk. The Holy Road is a trial by the Holy Ji Palace. Entering the Holy Road means to put one's life at stake. However, Ning Huang's death might probably cause us some trouble. One of his elders is an influential figure in the Holy Ji Palace. Mu Jiqiu looked knowingly at Yushang. She did not know how Ning Huang had died, but Yushang's roar was to tell everyone that Ning Huang had been killed by him. Seeing the situation in front of her, she knew that the truth was not that simple. Yi Futian was extremely weak now, like he had just been through a huge battle. It was Ning Huang who wanted to kill us. Moreover, this is the Holy Ji Palace's Holy Road. Even the influential figure can't do anything to us. Right? Li Qingyi stood beside Yi Futian and asked Mu Jiqiu. Ning Huang naturally deserves to die. However, everyone has their own stand. The influential figure in the Holy Ji Palace had high hopes for Ning Huang and is his elder, so his stand would naturally be on Ning Huang's side. Now, Ning Huang is dead, Mu Jiqiu replied. Li Qingyi bit her lip nervously. She naturally knew that what Mu Jiqiu was saying was not wrong. How should we deal with the other people in Jinxiao City? Yi Xiaoshi stood beside Yi Futian and asked. During the battle, although many experts had gathered, Jinxiao City was huge. There were still people who did not join in and were in other parts of the city. Just now, I asked Little Condor to watch the surroundings. Since those people did not gather to assist Ning Huang, leave them be. They had previously followed Ning Huang. Now they follow us, Yi Futian replied. He had already given the order to seal off the city. Now he needed to control these people. All right. Yi Xiaoshi nodded and said, You and Yusheng have a good rest. We'll handle the matters here. Okay. Yi Futian was indeed lethargic. He looked at Yusheng. Now that Yusheng had formed his own noble will, even though he had demonized, he had more control over the demonic power and would not completely lose control. Closing his eyes, Yi Futian relaxed. He would not have to think about what would happen later. The days passed, but the news of Ning Huang's death was still shocking. Moreover, another person's death in the Dawn Road caused a commotion. Sage Duantian's disciple Gu Feiyang had been killed by Xiao Junyi and his city occupied by Xiao Junyi. At the same time, Xiao Junyi had opened the giant relic and was cultivating in it, causing a huge ruckus. Xiao Junyi was even more ruthless than the demon. Yi Futian and Yusheng were forced by Ning Huang. If they did not go to Jinxiao City, Ning Huang would not let them off easily. However, Xiao Junyi hunted mercilessly and killed countless people to create his dead spirit army, and even killed Gu Feiyong. Xiao Junyi and Yushang were reputed to be the two demons of the Dawn Road that nobody wanted to provoke. With such figures appearing in these two factions, the other elite geniuses were naturally unable to take it lying down. They sped up their actions both on the surface and secretly. There were many people who were killed mysteriously or had their holy badges plundered. Although it did not seem like those were done by the elite geniuses, nobody knew who they had sent out secretly to do it. The carnage in the Dawn Road was even more horrifying than past years, and numerous people died as a result. One day, Xianxia City, which had been silent for many days, suddenly released news that Yi Futian had given the order to gather 1,000 holy badges. Those who were willing to offer their holy badge would be allowed into the Xianxia City giant relic to cultivate. However, this time the holy badges would not be returned. Many people could understand that. Yi Futian's reputation was not like before, since they had been able to kill Ning Huang. Now he was not asking for a favor from the crowd, but offering them a chance. In a short time, many people gathered. Too many people wanted to enter Xianxia City and hand over their holy badge. After all, there was already a precedent, and they were all willing to trust Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian's rallying power could be said to be the strongest in the Dawn Road. Although Xiao Junyi was equally as strong, who would dare to cooperate with Xiao Junyi? Soon, Yi Futian had gathered 1,000 holy badges. It was much easier than the previous time. Presently, in Xianxia City, a magnificent relic appeared. Countless golden rays shone like they were trying to light up the entire Xianxia City. A colossal golden figure appeared in the air, like a peerless battle god. In the middle of the battle god shadow, a person floated there, and countless rays landed on his body, causing the burly figure to become even more extraordinary. That person was Yushang. Yi Futian did not inherit the legacy of this giant relic, but gave it to Yushang to inherit. The demon might that Yushang cultivated had not just demonic power. It also had an overbearing metal element ability. Therefore, the relic would be better suited to him. Even though Yushang still wanted to let him have it, he rejected Yushang determinately. Moreover, Yushang had gotten Ning Huang's heavenly halberd and the god-slaying halberd skill. When Yi Futian was battling with Ning Huang, he had already felt that the god-slaying halberd skill was extremely strong. If it could be used with Yushang's explosive strength, just the god-suppressing strike would be a huge difference as compared to Ning Huang. Now, Yushang had inherited the giant relic. His strength would definitely go up another level. At that moment, Yi Futian stepped forward and walked into the relic, then looked at the crowd and said, "You all may enter the relic to cultivate." Understood. The crowd nodded and moved in a flash into the giant relic. Outside Xianxia City, there was a person in the air looking in the distance. From extremely far away, golden rays started to rise up, and the person said, "The relic is opened." They knew that after Yi Futian had gathered the holy badges, adding on what Ning Huang already had, he would be able to open a second giant relic. Thereafter, word started to spread throughout the entire Holy Road, and countless people were astonished. Yi Futian had been able to open 2 giant relics by himself. Even the Xianxia City's giant relic had been occupied by him. After they had received the news, the elite geniuses from the other factions started to speed up the gathering of the holy badges. They were determined to open a giant relic in the Holy Road as well. About 10 days later, Yi Futian and Yushang both broke through their cultivation level and stepped into the 9th level of the Arcana Plane, the final level of the Arcana Plane. They had planned to break through to this level in the Flaming Prison City's giant relic, but because of Ning Huang's coercion, they had to step out of the relic. Now, they had broken through in the 2nd relic. They were only 1 step away from the noble plane. The ruins of Xianxia City was taken over by Yushang, yet due to Yi Futian's inherent extraordinary perceptivity and abilities provided by freedom meditation, he was able to sense a lot from the ruins nonetheless. A terrible metal elemental storm whipped up around Yi Futian that day. Pieces of gold-colored blades circled around him with immense aura speaking of unparalleled sharpness. The tornado of sharp blades gathered around his body, and a pair of incredibly dazzling pair of wings of the great rock congealed behind him. Every feather looked as if they were forged out of indestructible golden blades capable of cutting through anything. Mu Jiqiu watched him from the sides. Seems like he became able to comprehend metal elemental noble will. When the day comes where he steps foot into the noble plane, he would have become the noble with the sturdiest foundations there is, far surpassing any who is at noble plane at the moment. Yifutian opened his eyes and saw a thread of golden light shimmer. Metal elemental powers have always been one of his fortes. He was pleased to see the breakthrough achieved at the moment, and he took a look at the ones by his side. Xiaoxia's aura seemed to have become even more aggressive than it had been, a testament saying that he had made it to grade 7 noble plane and had grown considerably more powerful. At the gates outside of Xianxia City, there were people taking turns to guard the place from the very time the ruins were opened. There were few, yet due to the fearsome image projected by the scene of Yushang having the head of Ninghuang on his hand, nobody dared intrude Xianxia City as of yet. However, a figure arrived at the gates of Xianxia City. The figure was a huge one, with a body that seemed to be made of gold. The figure took a look at the golden lights emanating from within the city and walked towards it. Yuanzhan. Xianxia City had given strict orders of allowing no one to pass. The ones told the ape as they shimmered about themselves. They watched the huge figure that was about to trespass with serious expressions. It was Yuanzhan, and the ape was not something they were capable of stopping. Yuanzhan paid them no heed. Every step he took shook the earth like an earthquake. Someone cast spells to attack him, which landed on him with rumbling booms. However, Yuanzhan did not even bother defending himself. He simply spared a look at the one who had just attacked him. The attacker saw the intense wildness within the ape's eyes, which sent him shivering, and he took a step back without realizing it. Yuanzhan of Mount Taixing, a top-class genius-level figure, whose seniors were the king of Mount Taixing, the one demonic beast who was ranked within the Barren Sky ranking. He was an extraordinarily powerful being and a peculiar one, as well as one who was acutely protective of his own shortcomings. Yuanzhan was one of those beings that anyone could least afford to mess with. Yuanzhan did not bother doing anything else to the one who attacked him after giving the man the looks. The ape continued moving forward, and no one dared get in his way. They knew none of their efforts would have amounted to anything anyway. Rumbling noises continued to be heard as Yuanzhan zipped past at frightening speeds. The guards at the gate looked at each other with bitter grins. So what now? If Yuanzhan insisted on getting his way, there is simply nothing we can do here. He is obviously after the ruins there. But since Yushang was the one inheriting the ruins lineage, it would do Yuanzhan no good getting in there anyway. One of them answered, and everyone nodded in agreement. All there was left to do was to see how Yifutian would have dealt with all that. Yuanzhan, who took large steps in his way in, arrived shortly near the ruins. Everyone stared at him with big eyes, given how he did not bother to do anything to conceal his presence. Yifutian gazed at the demonic beast's silhouette with cold eyes and said, "Did you not hear that Xianxia City was off limits? Ning Huang promised me that when the ruins were opened, I was to be allowed to train here. And that was why I handed Xianxia City to him in the first place." Yuanzhan answered as he kept his gaze at Yifutian. "That was your business with Ning Huang. Xianxia City belongs to us now," Yifutian answered coldly. "I want to see for myself how powerful are the ones who killed Ning Huang." Yuanzhan's eyes turned to look at Yushang, eyes filled with wild ferocity. "Older brother." Yifutian turned to look at Xiaoxia. "Capable people are always busy," Xiaoxia murmured and shimmered his plump body forward to face Yuanzhan. Yuanzhan's eyes might have as well rolled seeing Xiaoxia coming forward. The ape felt disdainful. A fat one like him probably doesn't even possess much power in the first place. How is he supposed to fight anyone? Yuanzhan raised his palm and terrifying rumble was heard all over the place. An incredibly huge golden palm lashed out at Xiaoxia's direction, overshadowing their air before it with terrifying might. Xiaoxia remained unfazed. He extended his arm, which kept extending like vines whipping at the palm. His body blinked and a shining trajectory was seen reaching for the air behind the palm, arriving shortly after before Yuanzhan. Xiaoxia extended both arms at the same time, which seemed to conjure countless arms in an instant. They reached out and went tangling the huge body of the ape. Yuanzhan's arms shook for a bit and shattered the vines entwining them. He then reached out and took hold of the golden vines, pulling them towards him in a jerk, which in turn brought Xiaoxia up. The incredible force of the pull caused Xiaoxia's body to drop sharply, heading in the ape's direction. Pairs of shadows of arms flickered about in the air as if thousands of arms were born at the same time. Fearsome metal elemental spiritual chi whipped about as they moved, coalescing into a giant golden palm pressing downwards. Yuanzhan saw multiple golden palms filling the sky in an instant, attempting to suppress him where he stood. Xiaoxia, whose previous attacks have been comparatively soft ones, struck with incredibly aggressive might with the palms instead, showing that he was indeed capable of blending softness and hardness in his art. Yuanzhan roared and the air before him trembled. He lifted both arms and swung hard at the great golden palm, like some arrogant ape god. Boom! A crazed metal elemental might swept about and the air rumbled with it. Yuanzhan's body was somewhat shaken, a testament of the ferocity of Xiaoxia's attack, which looked way more aggressive than it had suggested. The countless palms shattered, and Yuanzhan saw terrifying spears of golden colors followed. They looked to be manifestations of those vines from before, yet were incredibly hard and aggressive instead. The golden spears seemed to be out to pierce anything standing in their way. Yuanzhan's eyes went on to take a serious look. He stepped hard on the ground and his body shook with overpowering might. A screen of golden light burst forth from his body, like a horrifying torrent out to defend against everything coming at it. The golden spears zipped at the ape, piercing the seemingly unbreakable defense and continued on their intended target. A golden staff of spiritual chi was conjured on Yuanzhan's hand. He whipped the staff at the air before it shortly after. Yifutian stepped out from the ruins. His eyes sparkled as he watched the battle rage on before him. Others were doing the same. Their minds were completely shaken as they became aware that Yifutian's group was at the moment the most powerful one in Dawn Road. Xiaoxia had just made it into Grade 7 Noble Plane, and yet he became capable of facing Yuanzhan alone. The attacks of both combatants grew increasingly ferocious and violent. Yuanzhan's art with a staff was out of this world and demonstrated unparalleled powers. Do his staff techniques have a name? Yifutian asked Mu Zhiqiu, who had just walked out of the ruins. 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques of the apes of Mount Taixing. The art bears incredible might, and this is actually the first time I've laid eyes on it personally. From the looks of it, it looks rather similar to how you go about with your staff, Mu Zhiqiu elaborated, looking at Yifutian. Heaven-traversing staff techniques, eh? Sparkles were seen in Yifutian's eyes. His techniques with the staff were named by Senior Snow Ape to be 9 heavenly attacks. And Senior Snow Ape was of the apes as well. Yifutian activated his freedom meditation abilities and watched the staff techniques demonstrated by Yuanzhan. It was more than looking similar. He was able to feel somewhat that the 9 heavenly attacks were actually an evolved version of the heaven-traversing staff techniques instead. 7th Elder Brother, we're done here, Yifutian shouted at Xiaoxia. The plump man retreated and left the battlefield soon, feeling rather let down. However, it was clear that Yuanzhan's powers were formidable. Had he not been training and making breakthroughs in the ruins, one whack from the ape staff would probably have left him lying on the floor. While Mo Jun was a formidable figure himself, he nonetheless paled in comparison to Yuanzhan, who seemed to be something made of gold. Yuanzhan turned to look at Yifutian, and Yifutian returned the gaze, asking, "No need to try any further. If you were to face me under the same circumstances, you'd definitely lose." How arrogant! Yuanzhan eyed Yifutian for a bit. Have a closer look. The 5-element rod appeared in Yifutian's hand, which then transformed into a golden rod. Golden lights flowed about him as he leaped soon after. The 5-element rod went burst as it attacked, bringing incredible might to bear. At the very moment the 5-element rod burst forth, Yuanzhan's eyes were simply fixed. He watched as Yifutian whipped about with the rod, while his eyes never left Yifutian for even a second. Many who witnessed the battle felt shaken as well. How did Yifutian come to know Yuanzhan's way with the staff? What Yifutian was demonstrating was none other than the heaven-traversing staff techniques. Yifutian stopped shortly after, and Yuanzhan asked coldly, "Where did you steal those techniques from?" Yuanzhan took a step forward as soon as he was done talking. A golden staff materialized in his hand bearing an aggressive aura. Xianxia was just about to interfere when he saw the 5-element rod in Yifutian's hand was replaced with the polearm of divine destruction. Heavy pressures were felt around him as stars shimmered about. Saint lights flowed about him as a bearing like none other was manifested about him. Boom! Yuanzhan took a ferocious stance as he leaped in Yifutian's direction. The heaven-traversing staff techniques went for Yifutian's head with frightening aura. Starlight shimmered about Yifutian, and an even more fearsome aura burst forth. He too took a step forward and went with a heavy blow. Shimmering mirages coalesced into that one strike of his, which looked as if it could have split the heavens and the earth. Boom! The air shook and terrifying storms were conjured. Yifutian's body was thrown off and his arms felt numb. What terrifying might indeed! Yuanzhan was thrown off as well as his body glided in the air. He was unable to come out on top at all with that one hit. Yifutian was able to fight Mo Jun before he was able to make it to the next plane. As he made it to grade 9 of Arcana plane, his powers became comparable to top-class geniuses on the Holy Road with the help of the polearm of divine destruction. However, if his opponent was to carry a ritual implement equal in power to his, he might not have looked as powerful. Yuanzhan's golden eyes glared at Yifutian as he asked, "What technique was that?" He had practiced the heaven-traversing staff techniques since he was young, and no one was more familiar with that art with a staff than the apes. While Yifutian had only launched one strike, Yuanzhan was able to tell that it was something that had evolved from the heaven-traversing staff techniques. "Come with me." Yifutian stepped forward, as he had something to ask Yuanzhan as well. There were others who wanted to go with them but were stopped by Xianxia. "There is hardly anyone who can harm little brother on the Holy Road now." They nodded in agreement, as they came to realize that Yifutian of that very moment was no longer the Yifutian who had just landed on the Dawn Road. Yifutian walked alone to a place with Yuanzhan. Yuanzhan's eyes never left Yifutian, and he felt that Yifutian had something going on with the apes. "If you want to know where my staff techniques came from, there are some questions I need to be answered first." Yifutian looked at Yuanzhan and continued, "What kind of staff techniques were the heaven-traversing staff techniques?" "Techniques passed down throughout the line of apes." Yuanzhan continued to eye Yifutian. The answer he gave was never a secret. Where did golden great apes come from, and how did they end up in barren state? Yifutian asked again. Yuanzhan continued to eye Yifutian, this time, without giving an answer. "If you want answers on that staff technique, you need to answer my questions," Yifutian continued. "You swear?" Yuanzhan asked, with his eyes fixed on Yifutian. "I swear." Yifutian nodded. "I will have to kill you if you are not telling me anything," Yuanzhan said with a cold tone. "The golden great apes were a branch of the apes. I heard from my predecessors that the apes came from the demon world. The apes were led by the Snow Ape Emperor back then, following Emperor Yiqing as he built his empire. The Snow Ape Emperor seemed to have sensed something untoward was about to happen sometime after that and had the apes who were lacking in martial training to lead the younger ones, to spread across the divine prefecture. Something happened to Emperor Yiqing later. The Snow Ape Emperor disappeared, and the strongest among the apes were wiped out in a genocide. Only those who spread across the realm survived. Of course, that was only because the leaders did not bother settling the score or whatever, or else, where apes were found in this realm, there would have been golden great apes among them. He would not have told Yifutian such things if his hands were not forced. Yifutian shook slightly. The gentle figure he remembered became something unimaginable. He would have never expected the gentle Snow Ape was an emperor of the apes. He then remembered what Senior Snow Ape looked like when he faced those divine generals. A figure of regal bearing, a true king. Senior Snow Ape was the Snow Ape Emperor. Yifutian felt rather restless now. Senior Snow Ape had never demonstrated any pressure befitting his identity of the Emperor of Apes before him until the very last battle. Come to think of it, if Senior Snow Ape had been one of those great demons who had followed Emperor Yi Qing, he would have been a nobody, would he? Who am I then? Yi Futian asked himself silently. When the Snow Ape Emperor first laid eyes on him, he could not have helped but shed tears and knelt as the ape knew who he was. Whose descendant am I exactly? Yi Futian felt rather overwhelmed. While he had often lauded himself to be a king of some kind when he was young, it was him being young and stupid. After having experienced so many things throughout the years, he had matured considerably, and there were things he became rather reluctant to think about. At the moment, he actually had little idea what kings and emperors were actually like. At the moment, Yuan Zhan's eyes were still fixed on him. He found Yi Futian's expression looked difficult and complex. He was unable to tell what was going on in Yi Futian's head as the man's expression kept changing. However, as Yuan Zhan had elaborated on the history of the apes, it was Yi Futian's turn to tell him where he learned his way of the staff. A formless pressure was clad on Yi Futian. Yuan Zhan said coldly, "Your turn to talk. Would you like to learn that?" Yi Futian looked at Yuan Zhan and asked all of a sudden. Yuan Zhan blinked his big eyes in confusion. Learn what? He felt dazed for the moment. My art of the staff. The attacks were called 9 heavenly attacks, Yi Futian said. Yuan Zhan let out a great breath, which spawned quite a gust. The staff techniques of the apes were 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, and Yi Futian's the 9 heavenly attacks. You're willing to teach me? Yuan Zhan asked. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded and went on to sit with his legs crossed on a rock. His Guqin spirit manifested, and Yi Futian looked up at Yuan Zhan. The attacks have no specific formulas, and I have only learned the first 5 of the 9. I will first send the will of the 9 heavenly attacks into your mind, and you will need to figure out the rest yourself. Very well. Yuan Zhan looked at Yi Futian puzzled. He was confused as to why Yi Futian had been so frank with him. Yi Futian strummed the chords and a tune was heard, carrying formless will with it. Musical spells were something spirit elemental-based sorcerers used to deliver will and concepts. Images rose within Yuan Zhan's mind shortly after. It was somewhere in the mountains, and the place was encased in coldness. An incredibly regal silhouette was seen on it, proud and gracious. The Snow Ape Emperor. Yuan Zhan's massive body trembled violently and gasped for breath. He then saw the Snow Ape Emperor begin to whip his staff about, which he closed his eyes to silent feel. The images were sent into his mind in waves of strong will, as if they were to be imprinted on his mind until the very last stroke of the art was finished. Yuan Zhan flinched, yet he kept his eyes close, feeling it all in silence. The Guqin spirit disappeared, and Yi Futian sat waiting in silence as well. The 9 heavenly attacks were something taught to him by the Snow Ape Emperor. Now that he met someone of Senior Snow Ape's race, and the 9 heavenly attacks were offensive techniques evolved from the 81 strikes of the heaven-traversing staff techniques, it was only natural for him to pass the techniques on to one of those apes who happened to be right before him. Yuan Zhan opened his eyes after a while and looked at Yi Futian, with a very restless look face. He had been training in the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques since young and developed immense comprehension of the 9 heavenly attacks. Those 9 new attacks were condensed and enhanced forms of the 81 strikes, stronger and bearing more power in every move. Yuan Zhan stood up and looked at Yi Futian, who remained sitting on the rock, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you. The 9 heavenly attacks originated from the Snow Ape Emperor, and Yi Futian had done him a great service for willing to pass those techniques down to him. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. It is an obligation on my part. Where did you find the Snow Ape Emperor? Yuan Zhan asked. My hometown, a very remote corner of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian continued. The day before Senior Snow Ape passed, he passed the techniques on to me, and now I passed it on to you back to the apes. I suppose this is what they'd call the circle of life. The Snow Ape Emperor perished? Yuan Zhan was still rather reluctant to believe it. It was, after all, the Emperor of Apes who had been their leader. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He still felt a tinge of sorrow whenever Senior Snow Ape came to mind. Yuan Zhan stood where he was silently and felt sad as well. If any of the elders came to know this, they would probably be as sad. When we get out of here, I'll take you to see my grandpa in Mount Taixing. He had wanted to see our emperor for a long time. Yuan Zhan spoke again after a while. Yifutian nodded slightly. Very well. While I have never opened up any ruins in this trip on the holy road of mine, I met you, and that in itself was the greatest reward for me, Yuan Zhan said to Yifutian. He saw the Snow Ape Emperor, and he inherited the 9 heavenly attacks that originated from the Emperor. Let's head back. Yifutian stood up and started walking, while Yuan Zhan followed behind him. Yuan Zhan, what was it like outside when you came to Jinxiao City? Yifutian asked Yuan Zhan. Xiao Junyi killed Gu Feiyang, took his city, and opened up the great ruins within. I heard that Yan Jiu had also gathered enough holy badges to do the same, Yuan Zhan said. Yan Jiu, where is he? Yifutian asked. Flying Sword City, Yuan Zhan answered. As I expected, Yifutian murmured to himself. The flaming prison city was a fire one. The Jinxiao City, a metal one. The great ruins of Flying Sword City must have been one to impart a swordsmanship lineage. All 9 cities on the Holy Road bore deep meanings within them. Yuan Zhan, would you mind heading to Flying Sword City with me? Yifutian asked Yuan Zhan. The ape nodded without inquiring further. It was a no-brainer for him, even if it meant waging a war with Flying Sword City. When everyone saw a demon and a man walked side by side in the ruins, they were flabbergasted. Just what is going on here? Mu Zhiqiu looked rather amused as well. So, something did happen then? Yifutian cast his gaze at the mighty ones at the ruins and said, I need swordsmen to come with me on my next trip. Anyone? As soon as he finished, one figure after another stepped forward to answer his call, with Xie Wuji from Heavenly City and Zue Qianqiu taking the lead. Mighty ones in the hundreds stepped out of the ruins. All of them swordsmen. Everyone came forward without asking any questions, a testament to the powerful charisma possessed by Yifutian. Elder brother, do you have any time to spare? Yifutian grinned at Xiaoshi. The plump fellow glared at him, knowing that he was up to no good. Wuqian, come with me. Yifutian looked at Yi Wuqian, and then called to everyone, let's go. He turned around and took to the sky as soon as he finished, with Yi Wuqian right behind him. I'll go have a look too. Mu Zhiqiu followed suit. Yuan Zhan stomped hard on the ground and rumbles were heard as the ground shook. Yuan Zhan ran following Yifutian. Xiaoshi flashed and rested on Yuan Zhan's shoulder. Hey brother Yuan, do you mind letting me sit here? Fat people get tired easy. Yuan Zhan glared at the fat person sitting on his shoulder with razor-sharp eyes and ignored him altogether. The ape ran, and the rumbling continued. That fatso. Many people looked at Xiaoshi and felt speechless. So Yuan Zhan is going to let him stay there? Since when did Yuan Zhan become so friendly with people? Brother Yuan, what did you talk about to our little brother? Xiaoshi asked out of curiosity. Yuan Zhan continued to ignore him. You guys talked about staffs? Xiaoshi continued to ask, and Yuan Zhan slapped at his shoulder. Xiaoshi leaped out of the way before landing on the same spot. All right, I'll stop asking. Dust was kicked up as the group went further and further away. Countless sent them off from the ruins. Students of Starry School stood up and someone asked, So, is Yuan Zhan now a pet of the sun or something? Maybe. They felt restless inside. They were at the Holy Road, yet Yifutian continued going around kicking up trouble. Are they going to take a city? Someone asked. With the entourage consisting of Xiaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and hundreds of swordsmen, it was not hard to guess what they were up to. Yu Shang and Yi Wuqian were his best friends, and the 3 were always seen together. Now he got his own place and Yu Shang got a piece of the ruins too. All there was left was Yi Wuqian, the swordsman, and all he gathered were swordsmen. Gu Yunqi elaborated. Everyone was stunned before someone murmured, Looks like they're heading to Flying Sword City then. They were envious of Yi Wuqian, who had Yifutian taking him to take a city personally. It was a pity that they did not share such amicable relationship with Yifutian. The headmaster had asked the students back in Starry School who would be willing to guard the sun on his divine path. No one answered the call as most did not like him back then. Most simply sat on the fence. Now, Yi Futian had no need for them to be around even if they were willing to follow him. Many looked at Long Mu, as he was probably the closest among them to Yi Futian. It was such a pity. The Flying Sword City was a palace itself. Many mighty ones gathered while Yanzhou remained in the air. His body remained upright and his bearing excellent. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone with me." With the holy badges being collected in ample numbers, they became able to open the great ruins in Flying Sword City, and he felt rather excited about it. Many made their way to the ruins, which was not far where they were. Loud noises were heard from afar and the ground shook. Yanzhou asked, "What is that?" They stopped and looked behind them. The rumbling grew closer and closer, and they were able to make out that a group of people was heading their way. Someone intruded Flying Sword City. A voice was heard somewhere. Yanzhou frowned. Does someone dare to come take my place? The group looked more and more fearsome. Intense sword aura was sensed in the sky above, as a group came through the air. A giant golden monster was seen landing from above. With another rumble, the giant figure was seen in the air again, making its way forward. Yuanzhan. Yanzhou glared at that giant figure with sharp eyes. Rumbles continued as Yuanzhan took several more steps, and the ground shook violently in response. A fat person was also seen on Yuanzhan's shoulder. Yi Futian was also seen in the air, casting his gaze at Yanzhou. Yi Futian. Yanzhou recognized him in an instant. When Yi Futian threw out that ring that day, he played more than just Ninghuang, as Yanzhou was also one of them who went for that ring. How dare you! Mighty ones from the Sword Saint Villa spread out, and every one of them looked cold. Yi Futian dares to attack this place, and now is allied with Yuanzhan as well? Yi Futian. Why have you come to my Flying Sword City instead of staying back to train in Jinxiao City? Yanzhou's expression was as sharp as a sword as he cast his razor-like gaze at Yi Futian. Just like how you went to Flaming Prison City instead of staying back to train in Flying Sword City. Yi Futian spoke plainly. Just hand over the holy badges. The mighty ones around were stunned by what they just heard. So Yi Futian is here to rob Yanzhou by invading Flying Sword City then. This is just too crazy. He dares move against a genius like Yanzhou. Are you being serious? Yanzhou asked as he clad himself with a will of sharpness. A formless sword intent seemed to have been conjured, and his body seemed to have become like a sword itself, which threatened to lash out at any moment, emanating a very dangerous aura. Yi Futian chose to intrude at the very moment he was about to open the ruins after all. What do you think? Yi Futian looked at Yanzhou before casting his gaze down at the others below. He said, "Anyone who doesn't have anything to do with this, you best leave immediately. When the fighting starts, there will be no mercy." The mighty ones around were all Yanzhou's followers, and they looked particularly severe at the moment. Yu Shang and Yi Futian killed Ning Huang in Jinxiao City, and it was said that Yi Shaoshi was too someone capable of fighting toe-to-toe with Mo Jun. Worse still, they had Yuanzhan added to their ranks. The group was as fearsome as possible at the moment. Yanzhou stayed in the sky, clad in sword aura, and addressed Yuanzhan. "Yuanzhan, are you sure you want in on this?" Yuanzhan gazed at Yanzhou severely and said, "He told you to hand over the holy badge, so just hand it over already." Yanzhou looked especially embarrassed hearing those words. Yi Futian took a step forward and added, "When Almighty One ganged up on me back in Flaming Prison City, the scene was simply magnificent. You all dared not rob each other and moved against only me instead. So today will be payback time. Yanzhou, I'll have you hand over the holy badges whether you like it or not." Light of swords shot from Yanzhou's eyes, which were painful to anyone witnessing it. He was the heir to the Sword Saint Villa, and his ancestor had been the legendary Sword Saint. Yet now there was someone threatening him to hand things over, whether he liked it or not. Voom, voom. Sword will burst forth and 9 sword-like beams manifested behind Yanzhou like 9 swords being unsheathed. All 9 swords also bore different wills in them, as if vastly different powers resided within all 9 swords. 9 beams of light shot upwards behind Yanzhou, and 9 gleaming silhouettes of a sword appeared high in the air. Yifutian lifted his head and was able to sense the power within his opponent's swords. All top-notch figures possessed extraordinary talents and abilities. Yan Zhou was an heir to the Sword Saint Villa, and his ancestor had been a sword saint as well. It was simply a given that he was no weakling himself. Everyone around stared at the scene flabbergasted. The famed 9 swords of the Celestials. Incredibly powerful techniques which were rumored to be Yan Zhou's namesake. It was as if the Sword Saint Villa had hoped Yan Zhou would be able to master the 9 swords of the Celestials' techniques and usher yet another glorious era of the Sword Saint. "Gather round," Yan Zhou uttered coldly. The vast number of mighty ones around him struggled in their minds. Should I fight, or should I leave? Anyone who stays and fight, I will take it as a move against me. You are all to show them no mercy, Yifutian added coldly. Indeed, hundreds of mighty ones behind him drew their swords as soon as he was done talking. Sword wills seemed to have encased the entire area in an instant, truly a powerful scene like no other. The movements of everyone on Yifutian's side showed unparalleled unity, and it also showed that Yifutian had been far more charismatic with his followers than Yan Zhou had been with his. Yan Zhou's expressions were razor-sharp and his sword aura gleamed. One of the beams of swords boomed in brilliance, and the sword took flight menacingly. A terrifying sword will seem to flow between heaven and earth into that very sword. A fearsome cyclone conjured by the sword whipped up. A golden giant sword was seen in the air. Its patterns gleamed brilliantly as if to overpower the space which it occupied. "Kill him," Yan Zhou pointed at Yifutian, and it seemed that thousands of sword wills flowed within an instant, gushing at Yifutian. Everyone present was able to feel the crazed torrent of sword aura conjured, and the brilliantly gleaming golden giant sword came to bear. The heavens howled in metallic noises as if signifying the sword that was to kill everything in its path. Boom! The earth shook violently as Yuanzhan leaped into the air. His golden body shone just as brilliantly as the crazed sword. He threw out his hand and conjured giant golden palm before him in an instant. Terrifying light flowed around the palm like it would suppress everything in its path. All apes learned the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, but that was not to say that the apes knew nothing else but said staff techniques. The great golden apes were known for their magnificent offensive and defensive capacities too. However, when the giant golden sword lashed out, it tore the giant palm right in the middle, which caused it to crumble bit by bit. But then again, the giant sword seemed to have lost its powers right after. It was quickly shattered as Yuanzhan slapped it with his own hand. Stainless, overwhelming sword aura whipped past in the air. Yan Zhou did not show any intention of backing down by the attack met. Yet another sword shot out from the 9. Shadows of swords seemed to have zipped through the air like bolts of lightning and went for Yifutian and everyone else instead of just Yuanzhan alone. The sword was called stainless, meaning that it moved so fast that it left no stain of any kind behind. There were many who were shaken to their core below. Yan Zhou was a descendant of the Sword Saint. Every sword within his 9 swords of the Celestials seemed to be infused with notably different will and powers, yet all were just as fearsome. Yuanzhan's massive body shook and a layer of golden sheen burst forth to cover his body. Stainless stabbed right into the layer, yet was unable to penetrate its defenses. Yifutian stood far away with the pole arm of divine destruction in his hand. His body was soon covered with fearsome starry brilliance, turning into an immortal celestial body himself, and let himself be assailed by the sword aura. Boom! Yuanzhan took a step forward, shattering all the sword aura around him. His huge body seemed to have turned into a streak of golden lightning, making its way to Yan Zhou maniacally. Yifutian shrugged his shoulders at the scene. With Yuanzhan's help in the battle, the outcome was obvious. Xianxia had also become a top-class combatant by now, and it went without saying that Yifutian, who now possessed the polearm of divine destruction, was such a being as well. Voom, voom. Several beams of light shot past, and Yifutian sensed one congealed sword aura to another zipped in the air. It seemed that the other mighty ones from the Sword Saint Villa had come for his head. The Sword Saint Villa revered Yan Zhou. However, other than Yan Zhou himself, all the others were uncommon breeds of fighters themselves possessing extraordinary talents. The sword attacks crossed with each other, forming countless X-shaped attacks cutting through the air as if they were a net made of blades. It seemed as if no matter where Yifutian went, he was destined to be torn apart by the net of swords. Yifutian extended his hand and meteors materialized before him, blocking the flashes of the swords coming for him. The celestial rocks were shattered, and the gleaming, crossing sword auras kept in their immense speed as they came for Yifutian. A sword matrix then? Yifutian took a step forward and lifted his pole arm of divine destruction. A terrifying aura congealed around him, making the heavens and the earth howl. The pole arm took the form of a 100-meter-long staff and was brought down hard at his front. The net of swords split down the middle in an instant. They gathered their sword aura again, and whooshes from the swords were heard when they saw the extremely long staff swept at them in an overpowering manner as if it was out to block out the sky. They retreated quickly, intending to evade, yet felt tremendous pressures weighed down on them, making it almost impossible to move, and it felt like they were soon to be crushed. Boom, boom, boom. Every figure that stood in the way of the giant staff was swept away violently, spewing blood as the hits landed. The others on the other side looked troubled as they swung their swords about. However, what followed were slithering sounds instead. Imperial vines blocked out the sky as they slithered to entangle the would-be assailants' bodies. They attempted to escape, yet the leaves of the vines quickly extended to seal the entire space they were in, before entangling them tight. The assailants activated immensely sharp sword wills, yet none of the vines were able to be cut. "Just stay put already," Xianxia said lazily. The vines were thrown below shortly after. One silhouette after another dropped hard on the floor, and blood was seen soon enough. The battle had only gone on for a short time, yet many swordsmen from the Sword Saint Villa had already been removed from the game. The followers of Yanzhou below dared not try anything funny anymore. With Yuanzhan being more than enough to take on Yanzhou, Yifutian and Xianxia reigned supreme as they stood in the air. Anyone who dared tried anything was seen to be like someone having a death wish instead. Furthermore, all of the hundreds of swordsmen behind Yifutian all drew their swords. As long as they moved, those hundreds would have moved as well. It would be the end of them as soon as they did so. Yanzhou, who was tangling with Yuanzhan, saw that the fight was not in his favor, and wanted to leave riding on his sword. However, Yuanzhan would not have let him off easily. One strike with the staff had the air before it trembled, and Yanzhou had no choice but to turn around and resist the attack. All 9 swords were launched, and the shadow of the staff was shattered. At the same time, Yifutian's lightning steps completely blocked off Yanzhou's escape as well, and Xianxia had also jumped to stand guard in another corner. The 3 mighty ones blocked Yanzhou's way in the air off completely. Zoom. Yanzhou took for higher altitudes at breakneck speeds, which was an apparent sign that he refused to be caged. Yuanzhan roared and took a step forward. His golden staff whipped in the air. The shadows conjured blocked the sky, as well as Yanzhou's way high above. A streak of curved trajectory was seen by Yanzhou's body, which surprisingly went for Yifutian. The sword flash was apparently the real deal, and what happened earlier was simply a feint. It was a setup. Yanzhou's life spirit shone brilliantly, combining with the 9 swords, taking the form of 9 different sword wills that were dazzling to behold. The attack went straight for Yifutian, and countless currents of sword aura in the air, as 9 different wills of the sword, flew at Yifutian as well. The combined attack seemed to one determined to make its own path, killing anyone who dared stand in its way. Yifutian's expressions became a severe one. All 9 swords were divine weapons, and they emanated stunning lights as they came for him. The air of the Sword Saint Villa had truly been enraged. Starry storms whipped around Yifutian as he told hold of the pole arm of divine destruction. His body danced about like flowing auroras, and one strike with the staff was lashed out in the air. The strike, which shook the air before it, however, was not meant to attack anything. It was charging up instead. Yifutian's movements were fast, yet they looked slow, emanating a unique rhythm. The ones around him were only about to see that he danced about while delivering a flurry of strikes with the staff. The resulting air of ferocity piled, Yet the attack had yet to be seen. Boom! Yifutian struck with 4 strikes with the staff in a very short span of time. A terrifying force gathered, and the 5th strike was seen lashing out aggressively like a true dragon howling, and everything shook in response. The light of the 9 swords arrived at the same time, conjuring proud flashes that aimed to kill everything, and clashed hard with the fearsome waves conjured by the pole arm of divine destruction. That clash effectively conjured 2 harrowing currents. Yanzhou's 9 swords of the Celestials burst with remarkable power. However, the attack was blocked by the strike with the staff. Attacks from Yuanzhan and Xiaoxia reached their intended target at the same time. Yanzhou shouted in anger, and all 9 swords returned behind his back and then went for higher altitudes. His ice-cold eyes glared at Yifutian, which congealed into terrifying will of the sword, cold to the point of freezing. A gust of crazed turbulence burst forth. Yanzhou's rushed attacks were incapable of resisting attacks from both Yuanzhan and Xiaoxia. He was stunned so badly that he ended up throwing up blood. Xiaoxia's golden vines whipped him about like long whips, sending him flying. Yifutian took a step forward, looking at Yanzhou, who was being swiped in his direction, with cold eyes. He lashed out with his staff without mercy. Boom! A loud boom followed, as the strike immediately broke the bones on Yanzhou's body, and the poor man continued to throw up blood. His body remained levitated as his body, which was supported by sword aura, did not fall. His eyes remained sharp like a sword's despite seeing Yifutian coming to him. Is it anger or humiliation you are feeling? Yifutian spared a glance at Yanzhou without any hint of sympathy. The top-notch forces had not been kind to Yifutian. They looked down on him from above, seeing him as nothing but prey. At that moment, however, he became the hunter, while Yanzhou the prey. The holy badges, Yifutian said coldly. Yanzhou held out his storage ring and threw it at Yifutian. Yifutian intruded the ring with his spiritual energy and saw more than 10,000 holy badges lying within. He turned to look at Yanzhou, who simply eyed him coldly without saying anything. He knew what was going on inside Yanzhou's head. It was only natural for him to feel dissatisfied and frustrated. It was as Yifutian had put it earlier. You will hand it over whether you like it or not. There was no other choice, and Yanzhou knew what kind of predicament he was in at the moment. Nobody below was able to say anything. Yanzhou's holy badges had been taken. Let's go, Yifutian said and ignored Yanzhou. He did not bear Yanzhou much of a grudge, and naturally saw no reason to kill him. If he had killed Yanzhou, the Sword Saint Villa would have put him on their hit list. However, if Yifutian had simply taken away the holy badges, it would have been only something between him and Yanzhou, and the Sword Saint Villa would not possibly interfere with the affairs of the younger generation. The others turned and left. Many in the Flying Sword City were stunned as their eyes were locked at the silhouettes that went far away. They took a look at Yanzhou and saw those injured from Sword Saint Villa gathered around him, and they all looked very dejected. They had probably never suffered humiliation to such an extent in their entire lives. We will have our revenge when we got out of the Holy Road. Yanzhou turned around and left riding his sword. The Holy Road was not the main point of the trip. When the mighty ones from all 9 holy roads gathered before the Holy Ji Palace when they got out of the Holy Road, he would have Yifutian paid the most severe price for what he had been put through. An hour later, countless sword wills flowed crazily somewhere else from the Flying Sword City, gathering in one direction. An immensely huge sword silhouette was seen there. The silhouette was a transparent one, an illusionary figure made out of swords. Countless streams of sword aura flowed about the illusionary silhouette, bringing about a fearsome will. A single-arm figure stood quietly in the middle of the illusionary figure, and the countless sword wills flowed in his direction. The figure was none other than Yi Wuchen. All the other swordsmen who followed Yifutian were able to sense the flow of sword will within the ruins, and they were envious of Yi Wuchen. They were able to tell that it was the purest of swordsmanship lineages and an utmost treasure to any who trained with the sword. It was only a matter of time that Yi Wuchen metamorphosed into something else. Yifutian went taking the ruins from Yanzhou, an heir of the Sword Saint Villa, just for him. That alone spoke volume of their friendship. Yi Futian stood before the ruins, and he did not go up to feel it all. He was not a swordsman, and so he simply stood to see the ones who do there. He hoped that Wuxian would have been able to make a breakthrough, and it seemed that the day where the holy road was to be opened was closed. News of Yi Futian snatching the holy badge of Yanjiu from Sword Saint Villa naturally caused some commotion. Yuan Zhan of the Golden Great Ape Clan had actually partnered with Yi Futian. This made the other top forces feel danger and start discussing temporary alliances. If Yi Futian and Yuan Zhan dared to invade them together, they would unite and fight back. Yanjiu had also gone there to get a share. Flying Sword City was taken now, so he could only put his hopes on the other cities. However, the relic in Flying Sword City was the only swordsman relic on the Holy Road. He was furious at this. However, Yi Futian didn't continue stealing. Yuan Zhan, Xiaoxia and the others needed to cultivate. Yuan Zhan was a golden great ape, so he naturally had gold elemental power. Xiaoxia was the same. They'd both returned to the relic in Jinxiao City to cultivate. Yi Futian prepared to cultivate quietly before opening the Holy Road. He hoped to make improvements in cultivation quickly. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, they'd been on the Holy Road for 3 months. That day, Yi Wuxian was inside a relic in the Flying Sword City. Thousands upon thousands of swords spun around him. Endless sword will whistled. Yi Wuxian's eyes were shut tightly as domineering power emanated from him. Crackle, crackle, even more terrifying sword will float over, wrapping around Yi Wuxian and gathering before him. His entire body was silvery white like a sword. He'd transformed into a true sword body. At this moment, sword light flashed above him. Thousands of sword will buried into him, turning his body into a sword. He bore horrible power right now. He trembled. The sword chi around him transformed into a frightening storm that swept towards him crazily. Countless eyes in the relic turned towards Yi Wuxian. Hearts trembling violently, they wondered what he was doing. He's entering the next level, someone said. Thousands of sword will entered him and his body turned translucent like a sword. He was using the relic sword will to smelt his body into a sword and break into the next plane. Doing this was dangerous because the sword will here was so frightening. Not only did he have to comprehend it, he also had to swallow the sword will. This was crazy. He could die from the sword will's backlash. He'll break into the next plane sooner or later. Why do this? Someone lamented. Some people were truly crazy for cultivation. Yi Wuxian was evidently one of those people. Sword chi completely submerged Yi Wuxian, almost tearing him to pieces. Cracks appeared in the sword body that he hadn't completely formed yet. He could break apart at any time and turn to dust. Right now, Yi Wuxian was completely concentrated. His mind was clear and he allowed the sword will to enter him without moving. Finally, terrifying sword light burst from him. All sword will fell silent in an instant. Then they started flowing orderly. Yi Wuxian opened his eyes. The sword will entered his body and gradually dissipated. However, his entire temperament seemed to change. He was like a sword standing there. Noble. Everyone's eyes flashed. Yi Wuxian had entered the noble plane. Yi Wuxian had been in the 9th tier of the Arcana plane. After being bathed with the relic's purest sword will, he naturally improved greatly. He wasn't like Yi Futian either. He only cultivated swordsmanship, so he fit the relic perfectly. This suited him better than the relics that Yi Futian and Yu Shang found. Thus, he broke through the boundary of plane and entered the noble plane. Is everyone done cultivating? Yi Wuxian asked. The Holy Road will open soon. Let's stop here. Shall we regroup with Master Yi in Jinxiao City? Someone asked. Okay. Yi Wuxian nodded. He stepped forward and the light on him dimmed gradually. The relic's light darkened as well before finally disappearing. Let's go, Yi Wuxian said. The group flashed and headed towards Jinxiao City. The journey down the Holy Road had ended. Many of them had entered the next level. Even those who didn't had comprehended a lot and were close to the next level. Adding the sage will to this, they'd all received a lot. They also had holy badges and could go visit the Holy Ji Palace. Even if they couldn't join it, it was still a rare chance. In the Jinxiao City's relic, Yi Futian, Yushang and the others had stopped cultivating too. Seeing Yi Wuqian return, Yi Futian smiled. "Wuqian, you broke into the next plane?" he asked. He noticed that Yi Wuqian's temperament was different. "Yes." Yi Wuqian nodded. "Not bad. Little Eagle has entered the noble plane too. Seventh senior brother is now a grade 7 noble, Jiqiu is grade 8, and Yushang and I are at the pinnacle of the Arcana plane. I think that I can become a noble at any time," Yi Futian said, smiling. This journey was quite satisfying. Everyone had great achievements. Not only was he close to entering the noble plane, he'd also comprehended many types of noble will. Once he became a noble, he would be much stronger than the regular nobles. "Master Yi, thank you for your care on the holy road." Many people thanked Yi Futian. He didn't know who they were, but some of them had followed him from the start. No one had known how powerful Yi Futian was at that time. They only knew that he was a relic killer. Later, he began to make a name for himself on the holy road. He'd even stolen from Yanjiu. Ning Huang had died in his and Yushang's hands too. Yi Futian was undeniably the most brilliant man on the Dawn Road. Of course, Xiao Junyi was also a frightening figure. However, he was too cold-blooded and killed everyone. Naturally, he wasn't popular. "We helped each other. I didn't take care of anyone," Yi Futian said, chuckling. "The holy road will be open soon. I hope everyone will have good luck. Yes, we'll reach the Holy Ji Palace soon. I'm a bit excited. I wonder what this holy land will be like," someone mumbled. "It's rumored that the Holy Ji Palace is a palace in the sky. It's grand and majestic, with many floating islands around it. It's the most miraculous place in the barren state. I heard that before too. Now, I can finally see it with my own eyes." Cultivators from all over were excited to see the cultivation paradise of the barren state. If they could become a disciple and cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace, then they'd heard that the Holy Ji Palace's disciples were mostly in the Sage Plane. However, they didn't accept many disciples. Many people completed the 9 holy roads, but only 1 in 1,000 were picked to cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian listened to their murmurs while thinking about something else. He was curious about the Holy Ji Palace, but he didn't care that much. He cared more that he could see Jeyu and second senior sister soon after exiting the Holy Road. It had only been around 2 years, but it felt like a century. Right then, everyone felt the ground shake. Then a sound rolled over. "Take your holy badge to the end of the Holy Road. The Holy Road is open." Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Futian looked in the distance and said, "Everyone, let's go. Let's go." Many people were excited. They flew in the air, going down the Dawn Road. Stepping out of the city and passing by the wilderness, they discovered that there was fighting everywhere. It was very bloody. Yi Futian glanced down. Beside him, Mu Jiqiu said, "Once the Holy Road is open, only those with holy badges can walk to the other end. If not, you can only backtrack. Thus, the fighting now is always the bloodiest." Yi Futian understood. It was not only the wilderness. Fights erupted everywhere on the Dawn Road. Only his vast group was peaceful. It was the first time something like this happened on the Holy Road. Before, there'd never been someone like Yi Futian who would open relics with a group. Even after opening the relics, Yi Futian's group could still snatch their holy badges. If he wanted to enter the Holy Ji Palace, the holy badges were his capital. Before, Ning Huang had just wanted to get as many holy badges as possible. Walking forward, the group finally arrived at the end of the Dawn Road. There was a curtain of light. A group of strong cultivators guarded there. Seeing Yi Futian's group, they were all shocked. How could there be so many people? This was a rare sight. Many people from the other top forces were there too. On their air warship, Bing Yi and Chu Shang stared deeply at Yi Futian and Yushang. Yushang had left a deep impression on them outside Jinshao City. He was hard to forget. Nan Hao, Nan Feng and the others of the Nantian house looked at Yi Futian with strange expressions. Yan Zhou's eyes were the coldest. He'd received the least on the Holy Road. Though he'd stolen many more holy badges, he had no luck with the relics. The most infuriating thing was that he'd been robbed just as he'd collected 10,000 holy badges and was about to open the relic. At that time, a solemn and handsome figure walked over, attracting many eyes. Xiao Junyi was here. He stood quietly to the side. He looked harmless. It was hard to imagine how he truly was. Other than these top figures, many prides from the Dawn Road also gathered over. Of course, Yi Futian's group was the largest. The others couldn't rival them even when together. After all, the 3 months had been survival of the fittest. The weaker ones were eliminated in rounds. Only Yi Futian's group was the most harmonious. "Where's Ning Huang?" "I didn't see him," an elder from the Holy Ji Palace asked. The Holy Road was closed with no authority. Even those in the Holy Ji Palace didn't know what happened inside. Ning Huang was the descendant of Elder Ning. He thought highly of Ning Huang. They'd met before and knew Ning Huang was talented. Thus he asked. To them, Ning Huang should be the most brilliant of all on the Dawn Road. As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes turned strange. Many subconsciously looked to Yi Futian and Yu Shang. This confused the strong cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace. Had something happened to Ning Huang? He knew his talent. This shouldn't happen on the Dawn Road. "Senior, Ning Huang was killed," someone said. The expression of the strong cultivator hardened. He was even more confused. Ning Huang was killed on the Dawn Road? "Who?" he asked. Instantly, countless eyes focused in one direction. Me! Me! 2 voices rang out at once. Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Yi Futian glanced at Yu Shang. Yu Shang had dealt the fatal blow, but Yi Futian had been the one battling Ning Huang earlier. He knew that Yu Shang wanted to take responsibility for this outside Jinxiao city. "Many people saw that I killed him," Yu Shang said indifferently. The strong cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace were shocked. The Holy Road had a high death rate. This was their rule too. Once in the Holy Road, anything could happen. It was the same for Ning Huang. Naturally, they couldn't blame someone just because Ning Huang had died. This would make the Holy Ji Palace seem unfair. However, it would be hard to tell Elder Ning that Ning Huang was killed. They knew that Elder Ning thought highly of Ning Huang and wanted him to take his place. It was unimagined how he'd react to this news. "Everyone's here. Let's go." The man looked away without saying anything. The Holy Road's exit was similar to the connection between the ancient Barren World and the Eastern Barren Territory. When Yi Futian walked out of the Dawn Road, they were on a mountain. Many people looked over. They seemed to know that they were coming and waited there. They seemed to be filled with curiosity. These people all had different cultivations. A group of strong cultivators guarded on the side and said, "The Holy Road will be open for 3 days. During these 3 days, you cannot leave this island city. Remember, no fighting is allowed. If you have disagreements, find the island leader to resolve it. Those who break the rules will be killed. 3 days later, you will know what to do." Yes, everyone nodded. These 3 days were probably for buffering. If those on the Holy Road had a chance to get a holy badge, they would come out in 3 days. However, Yi Futian guessed that 3 days weren't needed. If one couldn't get the holy badge on the first day, they probably would never get it. Those that got it would come straight out. Furthermore, this seemed to be an island city. Fighting wasn't allowed, and those who broke the rules would be killed. The rules were extremely strict. Now, they were in the world of the Holy Ji Palace. Naturally, they had to follow the Holy Ji Palace's rules. "You can go now," the strong cultivator said. Yi Futian turned towards the mass walking behind him. He put his hands together. "We are now in the Holy Ji Palace's world, and it's safe. We should bid farewell now. Master Yi, take care." Many people bowed to Yi Futian gratefully. They were safe now. Fighting wasn't allowed in the island city. Yes. Yi Futian nodded, and then his body flickered away. People were watching from afar, but they didn't know the people walking out. The people of the island city were subsidiaries of the Holy Ji Palace. They were under the Holy Ji Palace's authority. "Mu Jiqiu, where are we?" Yi Futian's body shone. He discovered this was a true city. There were restaurants and inns. It was flourishing. Other than Mu Jiqiu's group, There were also people from the Starry School and Mount Jushin beside him. Don't you know about the 1,000 Holy Islands? Beside him, an air warship appeared. Bing Yi, Chu Shang, and those from the mortal world were on the airship. The speaker was Bing Yi. Her beautiful features had a cold aura. She gazed at Yi Futian with curiosity in her pretty eyes. She really wanted to know how Ning Huang had died. Had Yu Shang really killed him in his demonic state? And why did Yuan Zhan join them? Yuan Zhan was still there in Yi Futian's group. They seemed to be traveling together. He wouldn't do this if it was just simple cooperation on the Dawn Road, right? I'm ignorant. How can I be compared to the goddess of the mortal world? Yi Futian smiled faintly at Bing Yi. Bing Yi furrowed her brows. Yi Futian seemed not to take her seriously. His eyes wandered across her body as if judging her. This gaze made her upset. It was practically blasphemy. The top figures of the barren state wouldn't have such impolite gazes, and regular people wouldn't even dare to look at her. Yi Futian was an anomaly. Bing Yi huffed coldly. She looked away and her clothing fluttered. If you don't know, then you can look in the sky, she said coolly. You'll see what kind of place it is. With that, the air warship moved past them, hurrying high into the sky. Yi Futian glanced at Mu Jiqiu and Yuan Zhan. They nodded. It's my first time here too, Yuan Zhan said. Let's take a look. Okay, Yi Futian answered. The group roared upward, getting higher and higher. As their bodies rose up, the city and buildings below them grew smaller in their vision, becoming a bunch of speckles. As they continued rising, Yi Futian's heart quivered. When he was high enough, the scene before him shocked him slightly. The city below was actually built atop a mountain. It was thickly dotted. The mountain was tall and rose into the clouds, making the city seem to be floating in the sky. What truly impressed Yi Futian was that, when standing in the sky, he didn't only see the floating city below. He saw the boundless sea and countless mountains of varying heights standing in the sea. Every mountain had a city atop it. Looking over, they were like thousands of islands. The scene was impressive and magnificent. This was a huge sea area. All the mountains rose up from the sea. However, the seawater was strange too. Instead of angry waves, it was calm. In fact, the blue sea reflected the blue sky, white clouds, and the various mountains. The 1,000 Holy Islands. Yi Futian's heart trembled. The air warship wasn't too far away. Bing Yi glanced at Yi Futian and said coolly, "This is the Holy River. The 1,000 Holy Islands on the river all belong to the Holy Ji Palace. All the island leaders come from the Holy Ji Palace. At first, they were the family of the Holy Ji Palace disciples. As the generations passed, more and more family members lived here, forming the 1,000 Holy Islands of the present day. All disciples who complete their cultivation and wish to remain here will receive an island and become the leader. That island would belong to him." Yi Futian nodded slightly. After countless years, the Holy Ji Palace was no longer just a simple palace. Everything on this holy river belonged to the Holy Ji Palace. There were innumerable strong cultivators. He scanned the 1,000 Holy Islands. His gaze landed on the floating mountain range in the center. It was extremely magnificent, and a majestic palace stood atop the peak. "That's where we're going 3 days later, the Holy Ji Palace. Are you ready?" Bing Yi asked. Then she steered her air warship away. During these 3 days, they had to prepare for what was next. Now, all the prides of the 9 holy roads had come out and were in different islands. Yi Futian stood in the sky for a long while before descending. "Let's go," he said. Everyone nodded and entered the island city. After the holy road opened and the many prides arrived, the island became lively. All the restaurants and inns were busy. People would often ask about what had happened on the holy road. They would even communicate with other island cities to learn about other roads. 2 days later, someone was discussing the holy road in the island's biggest restaurant. Apparently, Ning Huang, the descendant of Elder Ning, was killed by Yu Shang, a demonic figure. He's still not a noble, but he can enter the demonic state and become a horrible murderous god. He beheaded Ning Huang. He's like the god of death. On the Dawn Road, it was rumored that Xiao Junyi's the inheritor of the Dark Saint. He's a horribly frightening existence and may be the strongest of the Dawn Road. What about Yan Jiu from the Sword Saint Villa? Yan Jiu was hurt by Yi Futian and Yuan Zhan working together. Even his holy badges were stolen. He probably will never forget this humiliation. Who are Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and his group? They came out of nowhere and are so powerful. The enrollment will be very interesting this time. The Dawn Road alone has so many talents. Indeed, this is only the Dawn Road. The strongest 3 holy roads of the 9 are usually the Barren Road in the center, the Nether Road of the north, and the Heaven Road of the west. I'm sure shocking figures have appeared from these roads too. The Barren Road gathers the prides from the central region. It's always the holy road with the most monstrously talented figures. Their average skill level is the highest too. There's nothing more to be said, someone said, chuckling. 8 of the holy roads crossed through the Zhongzhou City region to the central region. The 9th road was right inside Zhongzhou City. It was where the strong cultivators in Zhongzhou City gathered. Zhongzhou City was the biggest main city of Barren State. One could imagine how bustling it was. The Zhuge family wasn't within Zhongzhou City. Instead, they were outside in what was called the Zhongzhou lands. The Mortal World, Nantian House, Sword Saint Villa, and many other forces were in this area. Going east, it was the eastern region of the Barren State where the Xianxia House and Divine Sky City were. I heard that a young lord came from White Cloud City. He's extremely talented and young. He's only around 20 years old, but he's already in the noble plane and has frightening combat ability. He's comparable to how the young city lord of White Cloud City had been. Didn't someone crazy from the Zhuge family come too? If you add that woman, then there are 2, but the woman's plane is slightly lower. Some people came from the Demon God clan too. Tomorrow we'll be able to see all the monsters of the 9 holy roads. Just wait and see. Everyone discussed animatedly. At that time, someone stood up and left the restaurant. Many people followed him. Yi Futian arrived at the edge of the island city. There was an abyss before him. He gazed at the city in the distance. He wondered which island Jieyu was in. They would meet tomorrow. At that time, Hua Jieyu was cultivating in an inn on another island. Footsteps sounded. Hua Jieyu opened her pretty eyes. She was too beautiful to be from this world. Senior sister. Hua Jieyu smiled. Cultivating again? Zhuge Mingyue grinned. This island was part of the Holy Ji Palace and outsiders shouldn't be able to step foot inside. Zhuge Mingyu wasn't really an outsider though. Her father and brother had all cultivated here before, so she was an exception. Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded. Senior sister, will he come? Who knows? Zhuge Mingyue smiled. Oh, that annoying guy brought a handsome youth here. Apparently he's some powerful figure from White Cloud City here for a visit. Would you like to see him? Hua Jieyu naturally knew that the annoying guy was the young city lord of White Cloud City. Senior sister, you know me? Hua Jieyu smiled gently. Yes, so I rejected him for you. Zhuge Mingyue chuckled at Hua Jieyu. Don't know where that kid got his luck so that you only think about him. Jieyu, what's so good about him? Him. Hua Jieyu thought of that bad boy and smiled brilliantly. Nothing's good. But you still like him? Zhuge Mingyue giggled. I just do. Hua Jieyu's smile was very bright. Looking at that beautiful girl, Zhuge Mingyue shook her head. This girl was in too deep. There was no hope for her. The 3 days ended in the blink of an eye. The floating mountain range in the center of the 1,000 Holy Islands was the most majestic. It towered over the sea and rose up into the sky. Pavilions and towers were everywhere outside the mountain. It was like an otherworldly palace or a whole city. There were countless relics and cultivation paradises. This was the Holy Ji Palace, passed down the ages. It was a true holy land. The holy river had thousands of mountains. These all belonged to the Holy Ji Palace. However, people usually called this one mountain by the Holy Ji Palace because only the core disciples could cultivate on that island. Regular disciples couldn't enter without permission. They could only cultivate with an elder on one of the other islands. Other than that, they would occasionally have the chance to listen to a palace elder's lectures on the Holy Island or cultivate in a relic. Thus, those who could cultivate on the Holy Island were all monstrously talented. They were all the best of the barren state. In the east of this majestic heavenly palace of the Holy Ji Palace, there was a shorter island neighboring it. There was a vast empty space on the borders. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, one could see stairs when raising one's head. The stairs led up to the Holy Ji Palace like the steps to heaven. This was truly at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. At the moment, there was a mass of people gathered here, stretching as far as one could see. They were the disciples cultivating on the 1,000 holy islands and their family. Other than that, many important figures from the barren state had come too from the various top forces. They knew this was the end of the holy road. Those who'd exited the 9 holy roads had gathered here. Today was the day. Many elders who had high hopes for their juniors were here to watch. Of course, there were also some top forces who were close to the Holy Ji Palace and had come to give gifts. This vibrant scene happened once every 3 years. All talents of the barren state were gathered here. To the younger generation of the barren state, this was true magnificence. To the important figures, some of these juniors may become significant in the future or even enter the barren sky ranking. At the moment, someone was playing the guqin beautifully. It was mesmerizing. Even many important figures were affected by the artistic conception in the song. They looked over to one place. They saw a youth in a purple-blue robe sitting quietly on a smooth stone on the steps leading to the Holy Ji Palace. He plucked at the strings and created heavenly music. From serenity to a powerful melody, it seemed to depict an epic poem. This youth was untainted and had defined features. He was as handsome as a god. He didn't seem to be from the mortal world. Countless people from the vast space below the Holy Ji Palace looked up at the youth. Many of the younger generation were filled with respect and worship, even if they were prides too. They wished to become someone like him in the future. Many beautiful girls had expressions of admiration too. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the youth on the mountain was the most beloved man of the girls of the barren state. Even the strong cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace sitting beside the mountain path looked appreciatively at the youth. The people of the barren state were clear that this youth would be one of the most brilliant figures in the future. In fact, he already was. In the distance, strong cultivators from the other island cities arrived. People instantly looked up at them. They were the ones from the 9 holy roads who'd gathered here now. The people below looked at the incoming strong cultivators with anticipation. Were they finally here? Look there. The prides from the arid road are here. Everyone looked over and saw people walking over. One of them was a very young and handsome youth. His eyes were like lightning, shining like stars. That would be Bai Zhe. Many eyes fell on this youth. Bai Zhe was an extreme talent from the White Cloud City. He joined the Holy Road after entering the Noble Plain. Apparently, he'd opened countless relics on the arid road. No one could stop him. Now, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Grade 8 Noble Plain. He was probably one of the strongest this time. The Nether Road is here too. Someone looked in another direction and saw figures appearing gradually. Look there. Someone pointed in a direction. A group was walking over. Everyone was attractive, especially 2 of them. Zhuge Xing, Hua Jieyu. Many people murmured. They recognized these 2. Zhuge Xing was the pride of the Zhuge family's younger generation. Hua Jieyu was Zhuge Mingyue's sister. As beautiful as the rumors say. Many more gazes fell upon Hua Jieyu. Her appearance seemed to add color to this vast space. She was so beautiful to look at. Seeing her was an enjoyment. "We're here," Zhuge Mingyue said. Smiling as she appeared beside Hua Jieyu, there was another innocent beauty beside them. Apparently, she was Beitang Xinger, Zhuge Mingyue's junior sister. She was always beside Zhuge Mingyue. Yes, Hua Jieyu nodded. Delectable. Many people praised after seeing Zhuge Mingyue standing with Hua Jieyu. Qi Meng of the Demon God clan. At that time, someone's eyes fell somewhere behind Hua Jieyu on a youth. He had a beastly figure and a blood-red line between his brows. It looked extremely demonic and was the mark of the Demon Gold clan. The barren road is here too. The people looked towards yet another direction. The mass of strong cultivators had arrived. They came from 9 different directions. There were many talented figures amongst the sea of people. When the people of large forces saw their juniors, they smiled faintly. At that time, Chun Yuan appeared somewhere with an elder beside him. It was the leader of the Xianxia house with a youth beside him, Mu Zhifan. Chun Yuan, you're the only one here from the top 3 schools. Why are you so active? Are you waiting for Yi Futian? He's talented, but you think he can survive the holy road with his cultivation? The head of the Xianxia house said mockingly. These two were old rivals. He was still angry about how Chun Yuan had taken Yi Futian into the Xianxia house to take the polearm. You don't have to worry, Chun Yuan said coolly. Zhiqiu is also in the Dawn Road. You better pray that the guy didn't run into Zhiqiu. Otherwise, the polearm would probably be back with the Xianxia house. The man said, laughing. He seemed very confident. When Mu Zhiqiu entered the Holy Road, she was already in the Noble Plain. He was free, so he decided to visit the Holy Ji Palace. After all, Mu Zhifan was also cultivating here. Chun Yuan gazed at the head of the Xianxia house and gave an ambiguous smile. What are you smiling about? The head of the Xianxia house asked after seeing Chun Yuan's odd expression. You shouldn't pray that they meet. Your granddaughter is quite pretty. I heard that the son of my school isn't only talented in cultivation. Chun Yuan smirked. The head of the Xianxia house's expression changed and he scoffed. Don't speak nonsense. Your little heir isn't qualified. Zhiqiu will become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, like Zhifan. There are many people cultivating on the 1,000 holy islands. He's just a disciple on an island. What are you so proud about? Chun Yuan mocked. How many from your school has entered the Holy Ji Palace? The other shot back. Neither let each other go. They argued, tit for tat, attracting much attention. Those that could come all had extraordinary statuses. Not even sages could come if they wanted, but these 2 old guys were arguing. At that time, people gradually walked over from the distance. Chun Yuan and the head of the Xianxia house stopped arguing. They looked at the incoming group. The Dawn Road's people had finally arrived. They attracted a lot of eyes too. Just then, a huge figure started walking over. It was a huge golden ape. Seeing its appearance, Chun Yuan and the Xianxia house head stared hard at it too. They knew that this was the Golden Great Ape Clan from Mount Taixing in the center region. They ruled Mount Taixing and were a frightening force. The mountain leader was at the front of the barren sky rank too. There was a stone wall in the distance, above the steps to the Holy Ji Palace. An extraordinary elder stood there. His features were very sharp. He looked into the direction of the Dawn Road. A group of strong cultivators arrived before him. They also looked there with pained expressions. Elder Ning Huang was killed. They must have used lowly tricks. Otherwise, with Ning Huang's abilities, how could it be possible? We must take revenge, someone murmured. The elder scanned him coldly and said with authority, This is the Holy Ji Palace, so you better be obedient. Otherwise, no one can protect you. Then I'll wait for when we leave. But Elder Ning, the one who killed Ning Huang, can't become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. These were from the Ning family. They'd been waiting for a long time, filled with anticipation, but only received the news that Ning Huang had died. Elder Ning huffed. He scanned the people coldly. The only one he had hoped for to take his place had been killed. This upset him greatly. From what I know, the one who killed Ning Huang is from the Eastern Barren Territory and is close to Zhuge Mingyue of the Zhuge family. Think more clearly, Elder Ning said. He glanced at the Zhuge family and then at the beautiful figure still playing his guqin. Right then, in Zhuge Mingyue's direction, Hua Jieyu looked over at the Dawn Road cultivators. Zhuge Mingyue smiled at her. She knew what Hua Jieyu was waiting for. Would that guy really be with the Dawn Road? Then a group of figures came over in the sky from the Dawn Road's direction. The instant she saw a handsome figure amongst them, Zhuge Mingyue smiled brightly. Indeed, Hua Jieyu looked with her pretty eyes and saw the one she'd been missing every day. A beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Many people gaped at her as if her smile was the only thing in the world. Heh! Zhuge Mingyu chuckled softly, and then an odd expression filled her eyes. He's still like before. He was surrounded by pretty girls. He really knows how to enjoy himself. As expected of our junior. Zhuge Mingyue giggled. Finally, Hua Jiu noticed the people around Yi Futian. She obviously knew Lulan Shui. But there was also Qin Yin and Li Qingyi behind him. They were pretty, but not beautiful. But there was also Gu Yunxi with beauty worth a city's treasures. Mu Zhiqiu was even more beautiful. She looked a fairy, standing there quietly. Hua Jiu blinked and her smile turned resentful. This guy hadn't changed at all. That's too much. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and continued. Surrounded by beauties, what a contented life. Yes. Hua Jiu nodded with a grievance. After much anticipation, she had finally met him again. But under such a situation, should I call out to him? Zhuge Mingyue asked. I don't know him. Hua Jiu pretended to be angry and looked away, but she continued to peek in his direction. She saw him talking happily to the beauty beside him with a bright smile. Jiu, I'll introduce someone more outstanding to you next time. Let's not care about that heartless man anymore. Zhuge Mingyue nodded seriously. Ah! Hua Jiu blinked and looked at Zhuge Mingyue, but she heard Beitang Xing'er say, Second sister, little brother is so handsome and outstanding. There will definitely be many girls who like him. Maybe it's not little brother's fault. Xing'er, whose side are you on? Zhuge Mingyue grinned, looking at Beitang Xing'er. Beixing Tanger smiled and scratched her ear, while Hua Jiu said in a touching tone to Zhuge Mingyue, Sister, maybe what Xing'er said isn't wrong. Zhuge Mingyue blinked and grinned at Hua Jiu. She had not even punished him yet. She was really hopeless. Hua Jiu blushed shyly like Zhuge Mingyue had seen her thoughts. It made her look even more attractive, but that fellow was really too much. One or two would be fine, but he had 4 beauties by his side. Presently, Yi Futian did not notice anything. His gaze landed on the Holy Ji Palace's spectacular sky stairwell, on the teen playing the guqin. The guqin melody sounded sweet and it was extremely familiar. He had practiced the same piece too many times. Yu Shang and Yi Wuqian's gaze also looked towards that direction. Yi Futian looked towards Mu Zhiqiu and Yuan Zhan who were beside him and asked, Who is he? Mu Zhiqiu looked towards the teen in all his glory, sitting quietly there, yet looking as though he had merged with the heavens. His cultivation level was likely very high, and to be in the Holy Ji Palace at such a young age, even though she had only seen him for the first time, she could guess his identity. There were very few of such people in the barren state. His impressive demeanor could be seen from one look and he stood out from the rest. If I'm not wrong, he is the young city lord of the White Cloud City. By Luli, Mu Zhiqiu replied quietly. Yi Futian stared at him and smiled. He is indeed an exceptional person. I heard that young city lord Bai has entered the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking. Yes. Mu Zhiqiu nodded. Although Bai Luli's cultivation level was not high, his prodigious talent had already obtained the recognition of the Barren States people. His future was sure to be bright. No wonder he can express such imagery through the piece. Yi Futian smiled. The piece that Bai Luli was playing was one of the top 10 pieces of the Divine Prefecture, the Ukiyo. Although it was only the first half of the piece, the imagery was already divine. Yi Futian admitted that even if he was the one playing, he could not do better. With regards to how the young city lord Bai obtained the Ukiyo score, he was not surprised. Back then, he had left the score in the Eastern Baron College. As long as an expert from an elite faction went there, they would be able to get it. With Bai Luli's background, even if the White Cloud City did not go to get it, it would not be difficult to get his hands on the score. What did the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking mean? It meant that the people of the Barren State viewed Bai Luli as one of the 10 most outstanding people in the Barren State. Which direction is the nether road in? Yi Futian suddenly asked. Previously, the Ukiyo had caught his attention, but Yi Futian naturally would not forget about being able to meet Jiu and his second sister. The crowd's gaze moved towards one of the 9 directions and Mu Zhiqiu said, It appears to be there. Yi Futian looked towards that direction and scanned through the crowd in a distant location. He soon saw a beautiful figure looking at him with a weird grin. Her smile gave Yi Futian the chills. He was extremely familiar with that smile. Back in the cottage, whenever he saw that smile, fourth or fifth brother would be in trouble. Second sister, Yi Futian mumbled, then saw the girl standing next to Zhuge Mingyue. He saw Hua Jieyu avoiding his gaze, and he did a double take. Something was wrong. How could Jieyu not miss him? If second sister had seen him, it wasn't possible that Jieyu didn't. He saw Beitang Xinger winking at him, and Yi Futian had a realization. As though he had suddenly thought of something, he froze and looked to his left. Gu Yunxi was standing quietly there. He looked to his right. Mu Zhiqiu was beside him, speaking to him intimately. Oh no! Yi Futian was dumbfounded. This was bad. Could he be blamed for this? Being too outstanding was a mistake as well. Zhiqiu, Yunxi, you have to help me explain later on, Yi Futian said. Mu Zhiqiu gave him a confused look while Gu Yunxi's eyes sparkled. Could it be? Zhiqiu. At that moment, a voice sounded. Just as Yi Futian was about to walk over to Jieyu, he saw Chen Yuan and the Zhaixing House chief walking over to him. The Zhaixing House chief was glaring at Mu Zhiqiu sternly. He was still arguing with Chen Yuan about this matter just now. And what did he see now? Mu Zhiqiu was actually quietly standing beside Yi Futian. What was happening? Grandfather, Mu Zhiqiu called out to him. Zhiqiu, have you taken back the polearm of divine destruction? Mu Zhifan's expression was grim. That day, when Yi Futian had taken the polearm of divine destruction, he had also arrived, but Yuan Chen's threat allowed Yi Futian to take it away. Mu Zhiqiu immediately understood why her grandfather and brother looked unhappy and lowered her head in guilty. She had wanted to take it, but she had been defeated by Yi Futian again. However, her action made the Zhaixing House chief and Mu Zhifan's expressions become even grimmer. Was this her silent confession? Could it be? What is going on? The Zhaixing House chief was extremely irritated. Futian, nice job. On the other hand, Chen Yuan was full of smiles and looked at Yi Futian appreciatively. Previously, the Gu clan leader had shared some thoughts with him. That was when he knew that the son he had picked was talented in other fields on top of his cultivation. Looking at the lineup Yi Futian had, he had to admit that he was impressed. The frigid beauty of the Zhaixing House had been won over by him. Impressive. Yi Futian blinked in suspicion. Could there have been a misunderstanding? Why did the Zhaixing House chief look like he wanted to tear him from limb to limb? Even when he first took the polearm of divine destruction, he didn't act like this. It was inevitable that the Zhaixing House chief would overthink. Not long ago, Yi Futian and Mu Zhiqiu were enemies. Now, both of them were walking side by side jovially. With Chen Yuan's words in mind, how could he not overthink? Grandfather, it's my fault. I lost to him again in the Holy Road, Mu Zhiqiu said quietly. Even if you've lost to him, you can't. The Zhaixing House chief was devastated. His granddaughter was beautiful and had outstanding potential. How could this be? Zhiqiu, how could you be with a thief? Mu Zhifan asked emotionlessly. He always felt that Yi Futian had stolen his polearm of divine destruction. Yi Futian and the people around him raised their heads and looked at Mu Zhifan coldly. Yi Futian frowned. This Mu Zhifan was being audacious. Senior, I think that there has been some misunderstanding, Yi Futian said to the Zhaixing House chief. It had better been a misunderstanding. If you dare to touch my sister, I'll chop off the hand that did it. Mu Zhifan interrupted ruthlessly. Idiot! Yi Futian looked at Mu Zhifan, annoyed. He then stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Mu Zhiqiu's shoulder and looked at Mu Zhifan provokingly. Mu Zhiqiu's body shivered and she stared blankly at Yi Futian. In the distance, Hua Jieyu and Zhuge Mingyue looked at them, doing double takes. This was too much. You! Mu Zhifan stepped forward, a cruel aura bursting forth. Yet he saw Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Yi Wuchen, and many others step forward and look at him ruthlessly. Yuan Zhan. At that moment, another figure came forward. The figure at the forefront had a huge physique. It was a golden ape. He stepped right into the crowd, his gaze on Yuan Zhan, curious why Yuan Zhan would be with a group of humans. Mount Takesink's golden ape. Qian Yuan and the Xiaxing house chief looked at each other and thought, then saw Yuan Zhan standing in front of Yi Futian. When did this fellow get acquainted with the golden apes? Father, Yuan Zhan called out to him, then introduced Yi Futian. This is a good friend that I met in the Holy Road, Yi Futian. Father and grandfather will definitely like him. The golden ape looked curiously at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had already retracted his hand that was on Mu Zhiqiu's shoulder and bowed slightly to him and said, Yi Futian is honored to meet Senior Ape. Yuan Zhan's father nodded. His appearance had caused many people's attention to move towards them. After all, it was the Golden Ape clan from Mount Taixing and could be considered an elite faction. Zhiqiu, explain yourself. The Xiaxing house chief looked towards Mu Zhiqiu and said. Mu Zhiqiu glared at Yi Futian. This fellow was causing trouble on purpose. Just kidding. I hope Senior doesn't mind. I have a girlfriend. Yi Futian smiled brightly, then pointed towards behind the Xiaxing house chief and said, She's over there. The Xiaxing house chief turned around and the rest of the people all looked towards where Yi Futian's finger was pointing. It was the direction of the Nether Road. Who is it? The Xiaxing house chief asked. There were so many people in the Nether Road. How could he know who she was? Was Yi Futian making fun of them? The most beautiful one. Yi Futian beamed. The crowd instinctively looked towards Hua Jieyu, who was standing beside Zhuge Mingyue. Although there were many beauties in the Nether Road, the most beautiful one could be seen at an instant. If Zhuge Mingyue and Hua Jieyu stood there, nobody else could compete with them. Those who had heard Yi Futian's words all had suspicious expressions. It was not possible for it to be Zhuge Mingyue, so he was referring to Hua Jieyu? Where did this idiot come from? You mean Hua Jieyu? Mu Zhifan was cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, so he had naturally heard of Hua Jieyu. Yes. Yi Futian nodded, smiling. Idiot. Mu Zhifan saw Yi Futian smiled and his expression was disdainful. He looked at Yi Futian and said, Hua Jieyu, cultivating in the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Mingyue's sworn younger sister. A divine spiritual sorcerer? Your girlfriend? Yi Futian looked at Mu Zhifan's expression and was irritated. He had been looked down upon. Don't create trouble for yourself, Mu Zhiqiu advised him softly. This kind of joke was not to be casually made. If he was heard by the people from the Zhuge clan, they would not let Yi Futian off. That's right, Brother Yi, it's best not to joke about this. Behind him, Xie Wuji and the rest tried to persuade him as well. Yi Futian rubbed the peak of his nose, then walked forward. He was actually walking in the direction of the Nether Road. The crowd looked at him with weird expressions. Gu Yunqi's gaze had been on Hua Jieyu all this while. She had previously heard Yi Futian say that he had a girlfriend. She was always imagining what kind of remarkable girl Yi Futian's girlfriend would be. Now that she saw Hua Jieyu, she was like the beauty in her imagination. A goddess. As she thought of it, Gu Yunqi smiled brightly. Only this type of girl could be a good fit for him. At that moment, numerous gazes landed on Yi Futian as he walked gradually towards the Nether Road. Zhuge Mingyue and Beitang Xinger saw him walking over. Hua Jieyu also looked at him, then turned away. This fellow actually dared to touch other girls in front of her, shameless. Finally, Yi Futian walked over to the Nether Road area. He walked in front of the three of them and smiled jovially. The two of them looked at him with a weird grimace, then looked towards Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian saw that Hua Jieyu was not looking at him and was a little guilty. He said in a small voice, Jieyu, I missed you so much. As his voice landed, the entire space fell silent. It started from the Nether Road, then the other places as well. Countless gazes fell on them. Yi Futian's voice was not loud, but because of Zhuge Mingyue and Hua Jieyu, many people's attention was on them and they had heard what he said. What did he say to Hua Jieyu? Do you have a death wish? Mu Zhifan's expression was frosty. He had been paying attention to what was happening all the while. I don't know you. Hua Jieyu glared at Yi Futian with a pained expression. Evidently, she was still angry. However, the crowd did not pay close attention to Hua Jieyu's expression and only heard his words. In an instant, many people looked coldly at Yi Futian. What an impudent fellow. Where did this idiot come from? Someone even said mockingly. Hua Jieyu frowned. Even though she was feigning anger, she could not bear to hear others humiliate Yi Futian. Sigh. I've come such a long way to find you. How heartbreaking. Yi Futian sighed. Hua Jieyu turned around and glared at him resentfully. Who was the one being wronged now? As she thought of this, she took small steps towards Yi Futian. The numerous gazes froze as they saw Hua Jieyu walk to Yi Futian's side. Afterward, under their stunned supervision, Hua Jieyu stretched out her arm and helped Yi Futian to straighten his messy clothes with the gentleness of a lover. She had a look of helplessness in her eyes, and her gaze turned towards the dawn road and said pitifully, "Who are they? Am I not good enough? Tell me, I'll change." Seeing the alluring beauty before him, Yi Futian felt as though he was about to melt. However, why did he have an ominous premonition? At that moment, under the Holy Ji Palace, countless people's attention gathered towards where Yi Futian was. This was especially true for the disciples of elite clans and factions. Now, Hua Jieyu, who was extremely famous among the younger generation, had a boyfriend? This is too much. Zhuge Mingyue smiled faintly and said. Beixing Tanger did a double take and asked softly, "Second sister, will younger brother be in trouble now?" "I don't know." Zhuge Mingyue smiled. Beside her, Zhuge Xing's gaze landed on Yi Futian, a strange expression appearing on his face. As a younger generation of the Zhuge clan, he naturally knew that Yi Futian had a boyfriend who was one of the disciples of the Eastern Baron State's cottage. However, this was the first time he had seen Yi Futian, and he was indeed handsome. But if Hua Jieyu only focused on appearances, she would be too shallow. Among the Dawn Road's crowd, Chief Chun had a weird look on his face. It seemed like he had underestimated Yi Futian's potential. Impressive. Mu Jifan's expression was extremely somber. What a slap to his face. He should have been happy that Yi Futian had a girlfriend. However, when he saw that the girl was Hua Jieyu, he was unable to do so. Not because he was interested in Hua Jieyu, but because when Yi Futian first took the polearm of divine destruction away, he had been arrogant in front of Yi Futian. He was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace and would take back the polearm sooner or later. However, now that Yi Futian had crossed the divine road to get here, was on good terms with Yuan Zhan of the Golden Ape clan and had Hua Jieyu as his girlfriend, this made him extremely dissatisfied. Mu Jiqiu, Gu Yunqi, Qin Yin and the other girls looked towards them. It was as though they had never really seen Yi Futian's true colors. Mu Chuan, do you want to consider my offer? Since your favorite granddaughter is already by Yi Futian's side, why don't you join me in supporting the successor of the Saint Path? Chun Yuan asked the Xianxia house chief. Mu Chuan glared at him and replied, "In your dreams. How stubborn, you can't even see as clearly as your descendants." Yi Futian was only in the Arcana plane when he entered the Dawn Road. Look at the people who have gathered around him, your granddaughter, the younger generation of Mount Taixing. Can't you see who is at the core of the group? Chun Yuan said nonchalantly. After a few years, you might not even have the chance to get close. You think I care? The Xianxia house chief scoffed. With who he was, so what if Yi Futian would become strong? You may not cherish it, but when the time comes, the Saint Path will crush your Xianxia house. Chan Yuan said disdainfully. You can try. Chuan Mu stared at Chan Yuan and said, You think I dare not? Both of them glared at each other. At that moment, Yi Futian was being stared at by countless people, sending shivers down his spine. Seeing the charming beauty in front of him look at him wistfully, Yi Futian felt a conspiracy being plotted. Jieyu, these are all my friends. I'll ask them to explain to you later. Don't misunderstand. Yi Futian was apprehensive. If you like them, just tell me. I don't have any objections, Hua Jieyu said gently, acting extremely feminine. Yi Futian blinked and saw Hua Jieyu grinning at him. He had the chills, so he smiled and said, Definitely not. Feeling as though his answer wasn't sincere enough, Yi Futian added, I swear. Hua Jieyu smiled ravishingly and was pleased. Looks like I've passed the test. Yi Futian saw Hua Jieyu's pleased smile and heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the fox, she was hard to deal with. It took both brains and brawn to placate her. Jeyu, why are there so many people looking at us speak? Yifutian glanced at the surroundings and asked. I don't know. Hua Jeyu shook her head. Is it because I'm too handsome? Yifutian asked in a hushed voice. Yes, it must be. Hua Jeyu smiled and nodded. The two of them held hands like nobody was watching and walked towards Zhuge Mingyue. It was not that they were high profile, it was just that they could not control themselves after meeting for so long. Even though they had already spoken softly, they were unable to help that so many people had noticed them. Second sister, Sister Xinger, I've missed the two of you. Yifutian looked at Zhuge Mingyue and said. Really? Zhuge Mingyue replied, smiling at Yifutian. Why did she feel that his words were hypocritical? He probably only missed Jeyu. It's absolutely true. Ever since sister left the cottage, I've often missed the days when you were at the cottage and felt as though something was missing. Soon, I left the Eastern Barren State to look for you. Now that I've seen that second sister has gotten more beautiful, I'm at ease now, Yifutian said earnestly. Your words are so sweet that I almost believe them, Zhuge Mingyue replied, looking at Yifutian. This fellow was still such a sweet talker, even after 2 years. Nothing had changed. Beitang Xinger stood at the side, smiling gently. She was naturally happy to see Yifutian. Back then in the cottage, the senior brothers and sisters all doted on him the most. Shameless. Many of the Zhuge clan members and Nether Road geniuses looked at Yifutian with contempt. Was that how this bastard managed to win Hua Jeyu over? Such a glib mouth. How could a cultivator be this shameless? If it was only Hua Jeyu, it would be fine, but even Zhuge Mingyue fell for that. Sigh. Women. Little sure. Did you take good care of your little brother? Zhuge Mingyue saw Xiaoshi walking over and asked, smiling. Xiaoshi saw the difference between Yifutian and his treatment and was infuriated. But when he met his second sister's gaze, he lowered his head and continued, naturally took good care of him. Little brother, is that the truth? Zhuge Mingyue looked at Yifutian and asked. Seventh brother's performance was indeed passable. Yifutian smiled and replied, causing Zhuge Mingyue to nod her head in satisfaction. The fatty sighed in his heart. Who is the big brother here? Sister, what about fourth and fifth brother? Yifutian asked. Previously, Shui Yi and Luofan had come to the barren state alongside Xiaoshi, claiming that they wanted to find second sister. Now that Xiaoshi was here, where had the two of them gone? The two of them were lazing around, so I found something for them to do, Zhuge Mingyue replied. Xiaoshi shrunk back. Thinking of his two seniors, he felt that his treatment was still all right. Seeing Xiaoshi's response, Yifutian knew that his two seniors were probably in a sorry state. Looking for second sister for no good reason, they were just looking for trouble. Did they think that they were him? What about third brother? Have you seen him, second sister? Yifutian also thought about Gu Donglu. The smile on Zhuge Mingyue's face faded, and she replied, don't mention him, trying to show off after he had just broken through his cultivation level. He was defeated by Luli. I don't know where he's gone off to cultivate after that. Yifutian looked at his second sister's expression. It looked like she was worried for his third brother. His gaze turned towards another direction and Yifutian looked at the outstanding figure by the Holy Ji Palace's sky stairwell. The White Cloud City's young city lord by Luli. Being able to enter the Barren Sky Rankings top 10 at such a young age. How could he be defeated easily? Knowing third brother's personality, he was probably off somewhere cultivating hard. At that moment, in the direction of the sky stairwell, there were important figures descending from the Holy Ji Palace. Their gazes swept across the vast area and wherever they looked, there were people. It was a sight to behold. Moreover, this was the group that had already passed the Holy Road selection, or there would be a terrifying amount of people. This was the Holy Ji Palace's triennial disciple selection, a spectacle of the barren state. Apart from a few stubborn fellows from the Alchemy City and the barren state Northern Continent's Holy Temple region, the vast majority of the barren state's factions would participate. This was the influence that the Holy Ji Palace had built up over the years. Even the Demon God clan experts were willing to come forth. At that moment, numerous gazes looked towards the direction of the sky stairwell. They heard an expert from the Holy Ji Palace say, "The Holy Ji Palace will be selecting its disciples now. Those who are not involved, step out from the central region." Once his voice landed, many figures retreated, even the influential figures from all areas retreated out of the central region. "Those from the 9 holy roads, assume your positions." The expert on the sky stairwell continued. Yifutian held Hua Jieyu's hand and said, "I'll go over first." "Okay." Hua Jieyu nodded gently. Yifutian and Xiaoshi left, walking in the direction of the Dawn Road. In the Holy Ji Palace's triennial admission, they would open up 9 holy roads, namely the Barren Road, Dawn Road, Travel Road, Nether Road, State Road, Arid Road, Separation Road, Frost Road, and Decay Road. Out of the 9 roads, only the Barren Road corresponded with Zhongzhou City. The other 8 roads corresponded with the 8 major bearings of the Barren State. At that moment, in the extensive area, there were 9 words inscribed in the 9 major bearings. Yifutian and the people from the Dawn Road stood in the region where the Dawn word was. They looked like a huge army. Even after the elimination from the Holy Road, there were still countless figures standing. The disorganized area became much more orderly and distinct. Among the 9 holy roads, it was the most evident that the Dawn Road had the most people. This caused many people to think, looks like the competition in the Dawn Road this time wasn't that fierce. The fiercer the competition over the holy badges in the Holy Road, the fewer people could stay until the end. However, the crowd was unaware that what had happened in the Dawn Road was unlike the other holy roads. When Yifutian returned, Mu Zhiqiu, Gu Yunxi and the rest continued to stand by his side. Li Qingyi looked at the geniuses from the 9 holy roads, then looked towards the sky stairwell and the Holy Ji Palace's prodigies. She knew that her journey was coming to an end. She did not have expectations to enter the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Simply being able to see such a scene was enough to make her satisfied. All the most outstanding figures of the generation from the Barren State had gathered here. At that moment, Zhuge Mingyue walked towards a place at the side of the sky stairwell. Over there, countless figures had appeared, and one of them had a prominent aura. Yifutian had seen him before in the cottage. It was Zhuge Kenyang, who had been to the cottage to receive his second sister. He was also an extremely famous figure in the Barren State and the successor to the Zhuge clan. "Has he come?" Zhuge Kenyang asked Zhuge Mingyue. "Yes." Zhuge Mingyue nodded lightly. "In these 2 years you have protected Hua Jieyu so well, just to wait for him. Now that he has chosen to step through the Holy Road and appear on this stage, I hope that he lives up to your expectations," Zhuge Kenyang said softly. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, the experts from the 9 holy roads stood cautiously. They all knew that the Holy Road was merely the first stage of the selection. Walking out from the Holy Road did not mean that they were a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. It was far too early. They had walked out of the Holy Road, only to arrive here and obtain the qualification to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Simply that. What would follow would be crueler. The geniuses from the 9 holy roads had gathered. What a spectacle it would be to behold. On both sides of the sky stairwell, experts could be seen standing. Due to the sky stairwell being too long, even though there were many experts on the steps, they still appeared to be scattered, many of them appearing alone in a direction. There were those like Bai Luli playing the Guqin piece, like Zhuge Kenyang and Zhuge Mingyue observing silently, and those who were drinking tea and watching. Now, many influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace had arrived because it involved the selection of their disciples. The Holy Ji Palace's entrance examinations were different from many other factions. The Holy Ji Palace's elders would personally select those they valued. Unlike a mass admission, only those who were valued by the sage plane figures had the qualification to step foot on the Thousand Holy Island. For those who wanted to become a disciple on the core island, they would have to be selected by an extraordinary sage plane figure. It was exactly because of this that the entire Barren State's geniuses gathered for the Holy Ji Palace's triennial entrance examinations. However, the Holy Ji Palace would not take in many disciples, as the Holy Ji Palace's influential figures had extremely high expectations. They had seen far too many geniuses, so it was not easy even to enter the Thousand Holy Island, not to mention becoming a core island disciple. Of course, before the many influential figures took their pick, there were still too many people from the 9 holy roads. There needed to be another round to eliminate the majority of the survivors. Because of that, an elder on the sky stairwell announced, "Those who have walked out of the 9 holy roads, step forward. The Holy Ji Palace's elders will personally take their pick. But before that, a huge portion of you will be eliminated." The crowd nodded in understanding. It was no surprise to them, as many people had already known about the Holy Ji Palace's entrance examination rules. Tens of thousands of cultivators had entered the 9 holy roads. How were the influential figures of the Holy Ji Palace going to decide? Evidently, there needed to be a mass elimination. From the 9 bearings, everyone stepped forward into the vast area in the middle of the 9 words. At that moment, a blinding light emitted from the 9 words, signifying the 9 holy roads, and turned into light veils. Following that, the entire area lit up with a holographic glow, causing the area to look like a giant battlefield, spanning tens of thousands of meters. A normal human's vision could not even see the edge of the battlefield. However, all those who had gathered here were cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels, so sight was not an issue to them. Tens of thousands of meters was a mere stone's throw for them. At that moment, the 9 words appeared to transform into 9 doors, with an expert guarding each door. All of you have stepped out from the holy road and have a holy badge in your hands. Some of you have relied on your strength while others may have used schemes. Regardless of how you did it, the Holy Ji Palace will not interfere. However, in this battlefield, there will only be 3,000 people standing at the end. You may all use your methods and there are no restrictions. Those who concede can raise their holy badges and no one is to attack you. Step out from the 9 bearings, that is the exit. After you have stepped out, return your holy badge to the people from the Holy Ji Palace. The expert on the sky stairwell continued. The crowd was astounded. This time's elimination would be a battle royale. The tens of thousands of geniuses from the 9 holy roads would be reduced to only 3,000 within this battlefield. The remaining 3,000 would be the true prodigies from all corners of the barren state. Averaging out the 9 holy roads, each holy road would have about 300 people. Keeping in mind that every holy road represented countless geniuses from a certain region of the barren state, from numerous major clans, schools, and sections, 300 people was simply a mere fraction of a clan's young experts. I have to remind you all that you had better start making preparations now. Otherwise, when I announce the start of the elimination, you might not even know how you died. The expert on the sky stairwell shouted. Immediately, many people's expression became alert and shied away from others, trying to prevent others from sneaking up on them. Although the battlefield was huge, when that many experts gathered inside, it still appeared cramped. That was why, once the battle erupted, it would be mass chaos. The people around you could attack at any time, so you would not even be able to select an opponent. Only those extremely strong cultivators could dominate the area around them and aim for their targets. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, at the edge of the giant island, it was eerily quiet within and outside the battlefield. Everyone was focused, watching the battlefield. The most outstanding cultivators from the 9 holy roads naturally received the most attention. Yifu also had many gazes on him. There were many people who were worried about him. Zhuge Mingyue had high hopes for him. Back then, Gu Donglu had personally gone to the Kangyi kingdom to invite their little brother, so he had not experienced any entrance challenge. Now, there was such a huge scene to enter the Holy Ji Palace. She did not know if her little brother could make it through with his cultivation level. Although she was exceptionally confident in Yifu's potential, she was still a little worried. After all, Yifu's cultivation level was rather low, and she knew what level Yifu was at 2 years ago when she had left the cottage. On the battlefield, Yifu was among the youngest. If he waited another 3 years, perhaps her little brother would be unparalleled. But at that time his cultivation level might have already surpassed the lower noble plane and be unable to take part in the Holy Ji Palace's entrance examination. Chun Yuan also looked in Yifu's direction. In the colossal battlefield, Yifu appeared minute. How would the prodigy of the divine sky city that could dominate his generation fare on the stage of the barren state? What kind of brilliance would he show? He raised his head towards the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. He knew that many influential figures had come today, including some of the people on the Barren Sky ranking. Who among them would select Yi Futian? In another direction, the golden ape from Mount Taixing also looked in Yi Futian's direction. Yuan Zhan had just told him some things that made him extremely surprised. At that moment, in the battlefield, Yi Futian told the people around him, "Follow me closely. I'm not intending to participate in the battle. This place is not for me." Li Qingyi smiled and replied. She was already satisfied enough to have reached here. "I'm afraid that I will only be a burden to you in this battle. I'd better step out." Gu Yunxi smiled gently. Long Mu and the rest side Middle Arcana Plane cultivators could still have some opportunities in the Holy Road, but here there was no opportunity to be had. All right, giving up in this kind of scenario is nothing to be ashamed of. Yi Futian nodded. After that, he saw Gu Yunxi, Li Qingyi, and many others walking with their holy badge to the exit. When the battle began, they would immediately step out and watch the battle. Not just them, but many others made a similar decision at present as well. Previously, many disciples from major factions had followed their peers into the Holy Road and were protected all the way. Now, that method would not work. If they did not have the ability, staying was pointless. "Begin," the elder on the sky stairwell announced. As his voice landed, terrifying auras started to burst out in the battlefield, and the spiritual chi in the air rampaged. Many people walked out of the exit. These were the people who voluntarily conceded. There were a few people who flew into the air. The people who dared to do so were all elite geniuses. In the sea of people, flying in the air would make them easy targets for those on the ground, and nobody would be so arrogant without enough confidence. Yi Futian's gaze swept across the spacious battlefield. His vision was drowned out by the crowd, and he could not see where Hua Jieyu was. Around him, nobody attacked Yi Futian's group. After all, they were in the gathering area for the Dawn Road's experts, and who in the Dawn Road did not know Yi Futian? Even the elite geniuses like Yan Zhou did not dare to move recklessly. The polearm of divine destruction in his hand, Yi Futian flew into the air, his gaze sweeping around the surroundings. In the air, there were others like him, brimming with confidence. A distance away, from the direction of the separation road, there was an icy gaze that fixed itself on Yi Futian with killing intent. There was a group of experts who were covered in flames, and there was a fearsome dark will in one of the experts' flames. That was the Holy Fire Clan's gathering area, and Du Ao was within. Back then, Du Ao had led a group of Holy Fire Clan's experts into the Eastern Barren Territory, forcing Yi Futian to climb the Sky Mountain with them. Du Ao had nearly died in the hands of Yi Futian's demon bird. He bore the grudge all this time. Now, at the foot of the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace, he had met Yi Futian once again. "Yuan Zhan, Zhiqiu, how much do you know about the Separation Road's Holy Fire Clan?" Yi Futian asked. "Not much." Yuan Zhan and Mu Zhiqiu both shook their heads. "What will happen if I kill one of the Holy Fire Clan's disciples?" Yi Futian asked again. "In the mass chaos, it is common for people to die. If you kill a normal disciple from the Holy Fire Clan, they might just accept that their disciple's strength was inferior to yours. However, it is possible that the person you kill has connections with elders in the Holy Fire Clan, and that might get you marked." Mu Zhiqiu continued. "Of course, if you are highly valued by an influential figure of the Holy Ji Clan and enter the palace to cultivate, there will be no repercussions." "I understand." Yi Futian nodded, as he saw Du Ao walking in the air towards him. He moved in a flash towards the ground and looked at Du Ao, as though intentionally avoiding him. Du Ao's killing intent was rampaging. Someone tried to attack him, but the imposing dark flames surrounding his body shot towards the person and enveloped him, causing the person to ignite with no chance to even surrender. Trying to escape? Du Ao looked ruthlessly at Yi Futian, who was in the crowd. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue were closely related, but even if he could not kill him, he would disable him permanently. At the same time, a cruel killing intent appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. Back then, in the Eastern Barren Territory, it was Du Ao who had given the order to eliminate the Donghua clan. Even though the Donghua clan lord and his wife had agreed to disband the clan, they were hunted by Du Ao, and he even chased them all the way to the college and killed them in front of the people in the college. And the cause of it all was because Du Ao had wanted Hua Qingqing's body. On the Sky Mountain, he had almost humiliated her but was saved by Yi Futian's demon bird. It was also that incident that had caused a pure girl like Hua Qingqing to go into Buddhism. Although Yi Futian and the Donghua clan were enemies back then, what Du Ao did in the Eastern Barren Territory was still deserving of death. It was chaos in the vast battlefield at this very moment. Tens of thousands of powerful cultivators battled within. One could only focus on the enemies right before them. There was no choosing one's opponent. The number of people that failed was increasingly rapidly as well. A constant stream of people left the battlefield, having admitted defeat. Many important figures observed the ongoing events from the top of the sky stairwell and the other side of the battlefield. Naturally, the insanely powerful geniuses whose talents were top-notch got the most attention. Bai Zhe from White Cloud City, who was the younger brother of Bai Luli, was an obvious target for observation. He was mind-bogglingly talented, and as he stood proudly in the sky, no one dared to approach him. It was clear to all that some people were simply not to be trifled with. Qi Meng from the Demon God clan marched into the crowd. His arms were powerful as a dragon's, and when he grabbed at the crowd, several cultivators were sent flying. The attacks of those from the Demon God clan have always been savagely violent. Qi Meng was a large burly man. Leading other powerful figures from his clan into the crowd, Qi Meng sent the people around him flying with yet another powerful swing. He was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. No one was able to hold their ground against him. The insanely powerful figures of Zhongzhou City were also under great scrutiny. At this moment, streaks of golden light gleamed from the middle of the crowd. The light was especially dazzling and attracted countless gazes. Several extravagantly dressed young men stood there, bathed in a sovereign glow. Streaks of light swept across the place, turning into dragons and phoenixes. No one could defend against them. The young man in the center of that group had an impossible elegance to his features. His aura was unmatched by most people. This young man was Huang Jioge, an insanely powerful figure of Zhongzhou City's sovereign family. The sovereign family was one of the most powerful families in Zhongzhou City and even the Barren State. They were so powerful that even the prestige of the Holy Ji Palace meant little to them. They claimed to be descendants of Renhuang, and were arrogant beyond measure, calling themselves the sovereign family. But everyone else thought that the sovereign family thought too highly of themselves. There were countless powerful figures in the world. The vast divine prefecture may have figures like the emperor and Renhuang, but the Barren State did not have the capacity to contain such figures. However, the people of the Barren State still recognized the strength of the sovereign family. Those from the sovereign family who had come to the divine road were not aiming to enter the Holy Ji Palace to train. Instead, their motivation was to see the talent the Barren State had to offer and to barrel through all competition effortlessly in order to prove how powerful the sovereign family was. It was also a good opportunity for them to train and improve their own abilities. Other than the sovereign family, those from the Tingxue house in Zhongzhou were equally frightening as well. Murderous energy emanated from an area in the battlefield. Those from the Tingxue house were carrying out vicious attacks there. A large empty space quickly emerged around them. The people around them had fallen to the ground, defeated and bloodied. No one else dared to approach those from the Tingxue house. The Shiman clan and the Lightning Court were also one of the most influential powers in Zhongzhou City. Their younger generations of members were all brilliant, and they wanted to take this opportunity to shine amongst their peers by defeating them all. But they had not started clashing with each other yet. This large messy free-for-all was but the first stage of elimination. The real battles lay towards the end. As such, they were not too hasty about things, knowing that the fight now was only a prelude to greater things at the end. Other than the powerful figures from the three different paths of the Divine Road who were under the most scrutiny, there were other insanely talented people from the other paths as well. The abundance of talented people on the battlefield made it a dizzying sight to see. There were so many powerful figures, and they had not even displayed their full abilities yet. In the battlefield, The 9 swords glinted behind Yanjiu, and after scaring the competition, no one else dared to touch him again. The same went for many powerful figures from the mortal world and Nantian house. Their gazes turned towards Yifutian, who was being hunted down, and a peculiar expression settled on their faces. When Yifutian wielded the divine destruction polearm, his battle ability was definitely top-notch. And with Yuan Zhan and Yi Xiaoshi by his side, he had no need to run from being hunted down. Chu Shang from the mortal world and Nan Feng from the Nantian house knew about the bad blood between Du Ao and Yifutian. The sacred fire sect had gone to the eastern region of the Barren State as well back then, and Du Ao seemed to still be unaware of Yifutian's abilities now. Watching Du Ao chase after Yifutian into the chaos alone, they knew that Du Ao was in trouble. Yifutian was obviously sure of what he was doing. Hua Jieyu stood in the sky. She was watching Yifutian as well. However, the battlefield was chaotic, and her sight was obscured at times. Yifutian seemed to be intentionally heading towards the center of the crowd as well. He seems to be being chased, Zhuge Xing commented, looking over at Hua Jieyu who was next to him. Do you need me to do anything? There's no need, Hua Jieyu replied calmly, not looking at Zhuge Xing. She saw that Yi Xiaoshi was not rushing to defend Yifutian. Since the cottage disciple was not worried, she understood that Yi Xiaoshi believed in Yifutian's ability to solve this himself. Yifutian was probably intending to take revenge on behalf of Du Ao's victim back then. Looking at Hua Jieyu's profile, Zhuge Xing did not comment any further. He turned back to where Yifutian was. Yifutian had run to the middle of the chaotic battlefield on the dried-up path. He saw the gleam of starlight before meteorites began to appear in the sky. It seemed like that part of the sky had been sealed off. Yifutian stopped and turned to look at Du Ao. Bathed in dark fire, Du Ao was a frightening sight to see. Staring at Yifutian, he spoke, "Don't worry. I won't kill you. At most, I'll just permanently destroy your powers. I heard that your girlfriend is a divine spiritual sorcerer now and that she's unmatched in her looks. There are many people out there who want a taste of her. Maybe she'll become someone else's woman once your powers are destroyed." Du Ao leered at Yifutian. He believed that if it hadn't been for Yifutian's meddling back then, he would have managed to secure Hua Qingqing, a startling beauty within the eastern region of the Barren State. Hua Qingqing was beautiful enough to bring down cities, and she was pure without a single blemish. Her aura was deeply attractive to him. It was a pity that Yifutian had gotten in his way twice, once on Sky Mountain and the other time at the college. "Do you know why I brought you here?" Yifutian asked. A flicker of hesitation flashed across Du Ao's face before he asked, smiling, "Why? It'll be easier to kill you without anyone following us," came the reply, before a burst of lightning exploded from under Yifutian's feet. Yifutian's body swayed to the wind and lightning around him, and shadows of his figure appeared in the sky. It was the thundering illusion step. In an instant, Du Ao felt an incredibly strong surge of noble will descend upon him. Within his mind, it was as if a starry sky had appeared and was pressing down upon him, covering his body and his spiritual will. He felt suffocated. A rumble was heard, and Du Ao's expression changed slightly. He didn't understand how Yifutian's energy could be so powerful when he clearly hadn't reached the noble plane yet. In his mind, powerful flame intent was released. A dark figure appeared, covered in dark fire that consumed all and pushed back at the immense pressure. At the same time, a shadow of the dark flames appeared behind him. Upon the release of a spell, dark flame dragons writhed in the air towards Yifutian. The divine destruction polearm whistled through the air with a shocking might. Yifutian was using the 9 heavenly attacks. It was clear that Yifutian was aiming for Du Ao's life by using the most powerful technique he had on hand. The flame dragons were reduced to nothing with one strike of the divine destruction polearm. Du Ao's face darkened, before a sage's flame scepter appeared in his hand. Holding the scepter out, endless dark flames began to gather before him and form a giant dark handprint. The handprint was filled with frightening dark flames and could incinerate in an instant if it were to hit someone. The divine destruction polearm was just about to land a strike again when Yifutian spun in the air and dealt a second attack through the space. The rapid attacks rained down on the handprint, and it exploded. Du Ao's expression completely changed. Since when had Yifutian become so strong? Back then, Yifutian had been of a plane way lower than his. Du Ao gripped on to his scepter, and the shadow of the dark flames behind him seemed to solidify into a tangible mass. The dark flames spread rapidly and covered the surrounding space, almost like an invader preparing to massacre a city. At this moment, Yifutian launched a third strike as he spun in the air. The distance between the two was great, and Du Ao laughed at the fact that Yifutian was attacking from so far away. But then, he saw that the divine destruction polearm was rapidly increasing in size as it descended upon him like a polearm from heaven. No! Du Ao's face contorted in shock as the polearm struck down upon him. His flames may have been strong, but they would not be able to incinerate the polearm. His specialization in flame attacks was being countered squarely by the violence of Yifutian's attack. Du Ao sent out one defensive spell decree after another. When the divine destruction polearm descended upon him, the spell decrees glowed with a brilliant light and blocked part of the attack. However, Du Ao was still sent crashing to the floor by the impact. The ground trembled with the force of which Du Ao had crashed into it, and Du Ao's arm hung by his side, broken. He spat mouthful after mouthful of blood. With his left arm, Du Ao reached for the storage ring on his right hand. At the same time, he was retreating quickly, ready to admit defeat and pull out of the situation. However, Yifutian was planning to end everything right here and right now. "Get lost!" Du Ao shouted, and frightening flames surrounded the crowd that was in his way. Someone was incinerated in an instant by the flames. However, enormous ancient vines curled towards Du Ao from behind, and at the instant Du Ao took out his spell decrees, the vines passed through the flames and stabbed through his arm, making him drop the spell decrees in his hand. In the next moment, his body was surrounded by the ancient vines, and they crept up the sky with him. Yifutian, who had been preparing to kill Du Ao, was taken aback. It had not been him who had attacked Du Ao, but a powerful figure from the dried-up path. Yifutian looked behind Du Ao to see a copper-skinned young man in tattered clothing standing there, staring coldly at Du Ao. "I admit defeat," Du Ao howled. "I'm a disciple of the sacred fire sect." The young man paid him no attention. A sharp vine pierced straight into Du Ao's heart, killing him in midair. Yifutian's expression changed. Du Ao had died in the hands of a powerful figure from the dried-up path. Shifting his gaze, Yifutian saw the person who had been burned by Du Ao's flames. He seemed to be dressed similarly to the young man. A woman had appeared by the person's side, and a dazzling jade-green glow could be seen. The glow enveloped the body, as though healing it. Then powerful figures from the sacred fire sect rushed over. Their expressions upon seeing Du Ao's body were ugly. Du Ao had held great status within the sacred fire sect. He possessed outstanding abilities, but he had still died on the spot. In the sky, a flash of dark fire shot through the eyes of Xianxia, who was from the sacred fire sect. The dark flames went straight for the young man who had killed Du Ao. Xianxia was the best of his generation in the sacred fire sect, and he was scarily powerful. The power of his will shot through his eyes, infused with the burning of silence flame intent. However, the young man looked up to meet his gaze without hesitation. Xianxia's body began to burn with frightening flames, and the many-hued flames merged into dragons that charged towards the young man. But ancient vines appeared on the young man's body and curled towards Xianxia as well. There were questioning looks on many people's faces at the young man using wood elemental spells to fight flames. Furthermore, those were no ordinary flames, but flames that came from Xianxia. The flames started to burn on the ancient vines in an instant. However, the ancient vines remained intact and even became more frightening as they continued heading for Xianxia, flames and all. Xianxia took a step back, and his expression changed. Looking at the young man, he asked, "Which part of the southeastern region are you from?" "The immortal village," the young man replied calmly. The party from the Immortal Village is here as well. The important figures who were on top of the sky stairwell as well as a distance away from the battlefield had noticed the developments here as well. Du Ao of the Sacred Fire sect was probably the first top-notch powerful figure to have fallen in this chaotic battle. The Immortal Village was situated within the southeastern region of the Barren State, where it was just a wasteland. They had no contact with the outside world and had never come to the Divine Road before. But this time they too had arrived. Seems like the undying old man is having a pretty satisfactory time, someone commented calmly. The undying old man was one of the higher-ranking individuals within the Barren Sky ranking. Look at the girl, someone said. Noticing that the woman who had been healing her companion had finished her work and stood up, she raised her head to look at everyone. Dressed in simple white clothing, she was extremely clean and unblemished. While she had seemed very plain before, upon closer inspection, her features were actually stunningly beautiful and she seemed to have a mystical glow about her. It's been rumored that the undying old man has had a successor. It could very well be this girl. Someone from the Holy Ji Palace speculated. There was a new bell in the Barren State now. The ritual implement that Guy's using seems to be an extraordinary one, someone commented, looking at Yi Futian. It should be the precious divine destruction polearm from the Xianxia house, someone replied, seeming to know everything about the Barren State. That young man is probably the son from Divine Sky City we heard about in the rumors. Since he's Zhuge Mingyue's junior, he should be from the eastern region of the Barren State. Xieji's eyes gazed at the figure before him. He had heard of the Immortal Village before. With someone like the undying old man emerging from the place, it was near impossible for anyone not to have heard of the place. What the undying old man was known for was to keep things immune from decay, be it living beings or dead objects. His old vines were something that not even fire would be able to do anything about. Du Ao wanted to escape from the mess he was in and went about killing passers-by to do it. But he had not expected the one he had burned was someone from the Immortal Village, and ended up paying the price with his life for it. It was something that would have left many outside deep in thought. The Warzone gathered many geniuses from all over the Barren State, which meant that any carelessness could result in dire consequences. Du Ao of the Sacred Fire sect would have probably been oblivious as to who killed him, even at the time of his death. Xieji turned his eyes to look at Yi Futian. He conjured a flame on his palm and the space around him turned crazed in an instant. Streaks of black flames danced around Yi Futian, which then turned into a fearsome dark lotus and went on to consume Yi Futian. Yi Futian frowned. So you think you can push me around instead? Yi Futian then took hold of the pole arm of divine destruction. Meteors gathered around him. Yet the fearsome dark lotus coalesced inexhaustible fire spiritual chi, and brought with it horrifying damage potential. A globe of dark flames encased the space and the meteors burned by the flames. It seemed that the flames left terrifying marks on every piece of the meteors before lashing out at Yi Futian. The mighty ones from the Sacred Fire sect surrounded Yi Futian and all casted fire spells. He looked as if he was being locked inside a cage of fire for a moment. The ones from the Sacred Fire sect specialized in manipulating fires, and many of their fire spells had terrifying powers, and, of course, remarkable damage potential. A pure golden palm struck Xieji at that very moment, blocking out quite a bit of space above it. Xieji flinched a little and then struck at the golden palm with his own palm. His was a palm in dark flames. He was thrown behind somewhat as it clashed with the golden palm. He spared a look at the wild figure that jumped him, Yuan Zhan of the Golden Great Apes. At the same time, Yi Xiaoshi lashed out with the imperial vines. Golden lights shimmered as his attack lashed out at the mighty one from the Sacred Fire sect. Yi Wuchen, Yu Shang, and the others made it there soon enough. Thousands of streams of sword aura whooshed about Yi Wuchen. As he pointed his finger before him, the sword auras congealed into a torrent, heading straight for Yi Futian's assailants. Qin Yin, Shenyuan Beishan, Xiaowuji, Zue Qianqiu had also become grade 7 nobles at the moment. They arrived at the scene and began attacking, turning the place into a battlefield where both sides were of equal strength. The ones staying on the battlefield were reduced by the minute, and many turned to look at it. Yifutian fought his way out of the barricade and went heading for one specific person. He then lifted his staff and struck hard, forcing the mighty one from Sacred Fire sect to quickly back away. However, the golden vines around slithered past and blocked his escape, giving him no choice but to take the strike head-on. Boom! The pole arm of divine destruction was brought down hard, and the one struck by it had his body sent flying right away, all his bones and meridians broken, and throwing up blood by the gallon. Xiaoxia's imperial vines made their way to several other mighty ones and entangled them before throwing them down. The following loud thumps spoke of the shock they suffered as they hit the ground. Xieji was being held back by Yuanzhan, and the mighty ones from the Sacred Fire sect were quickly swept away, thrown out of the game. Xieji quickly retreated at the scene and looked very troubled. So everyone's out now? There was no one from the Sacred Fire sect left now but him. This? Many looked at the fights taking place there and sported funny looks. The ones from the Sacred Fire sect had been bullying Yifutian for quite a while, and no one would have expected the tables to turn like this. That overwhelming ape is probably that golden great ape from Mount Taixing then. The Sacred Fire sect suffered quite a humiliating defeat that time. Xieji kept retreating while looking gloomy. The odds were stacked entirely against the Sacred Fire sect, and they suffered terrible losses. Yifutian and the rest did not pursue Xieji. The battlefield became more relaxed. The fighting that never ceased in the battlefield threw many out of the game in a very short time. Hua Jieyu kept tabs on Yifutian's battlefield. She did not participate. There were the mighty ones from the Zhuge family by her side, and there was no need for her to fight. Nice ritual implement he had there, allowing someone only of Arcana plane like him to bring quite a lot of power to bear, and it seems to work well with his abilities. Zhuge Xing, who had been watching Yifutian's battle, added, however, the more he relies on the powers of that ritual implement, the more apparent the disadvantages of his low levels will become later on. The battle might allow the use of everything in one's disposal, but the ones after that, not so much. There is no certainty that he would be able to make it to the end and reach the Holy Ji Palace. Even if he was to be noticed by any of the mighty ones from the Thousand Holy Islands, it'd still be difficult for him to match you. Since Hua Jieyu was brought to the Zhuge family by Zhuge Mingyue, Zhuge Mingyue kept tabs on all who took care of Hua Jieyu. They even presented a great opportunity for her, and provided her with all sorts of resources to further her training. Hua Jieyu became a totally different person compared to when she first arrived at the Zhuge family. If she were to enter the Holy Ji Palace, her profession as the divine spiritual sorcerer alone would have been enough for her to be noticed by the ones from the palace. While Yifutian sported extraordinary looks and talents, he would have still paled in comparison to the height of someone like Hua Jieyu, and that was something Zhuge Xing hoped Hua Jieyu would be able to comprehend. Flowery words and cunning statements might have had their uses for some time, but such trickery would have been deemed unpresentable in the world of cultivation. What are you getting at? Hua Jieyu looked at Zhuge Xing. Her eyes looked as bright as the smile she wore with, yet her expression was one that made Zhuge Xing feel distanced, completely different from the expressions she showed to Yifutian. Zhuge Xing looked at the beautiful young lady by his side. The strands at her forehead swayed about in the air, which made her feel very friendly and approachable. While there was nothing anyone could have made out from his looks at the moment, he was struggling to keep his affection for her contained within. Someone like him would have no trouble getting his hands on beautiful women, yet some did feel different from the others. He had taken notice of her the very first time she came to the Zhuge family. She wore an aura of sorrow about her back then, and there was always a hint of sadness in her eyes, making anyone who saw wanting to embrace her. While he had not been spending much time with Hua Jieyu, as it was Zhuge Mingyue who had been spending time with her most of the time. But every time he saw her, his calm composure would always falter. As time went by, he came to understand that he was longing for her. You might have been lovers, but maybe he is no longer the one for you now. Zhuge Xing stayed silent for a moment before answering the question, and did not bother masking what he intended to say. He believed that Hua Jieyu was able to understand what he meant. The smile on Hua Jieyu's face disappeared completely. She seemed to be reluctant to even spare a patronizing one for Zhuge Xing, despite him being a member of the Zhuge family. No one had any right to judge her relationship with Yifutian, the boy whom she had been holding hands with near the lake back in Qingzhou, the one who had intruded the Nandu clan with a staff in his hand, and thumbed his nose at the emperor's will. Their relationship was not one she would allow Zhuge Xing to judge. There was nothing she could have done to stop Zhuge Xing from saying what he wanted to say, but at the very least, she could still make her own decisions. Please try not to appear before me ever again. Hints of disgust came from Hua Jiu's tone before she went to where Yifutian was. Zhuge Xing's eyes were stunned as he watched the beautiful girl before him take off. While she said please, it did not sound like a polite request at all. Zhuge Xing's expressions looked bad as he saw Hua Jiu making her way to Yifutian. Is it really that wrong to even criticize him? Furthermore, he was saying that for her sake. The youths of the Zhuge family all looked funny before one said to Zhuge Xing, "We have nurtured and kept her around for more than 2 years, and still no chance of her making into the Zhuge family. What a pity." They spared a look at Yifutian plainly. Everyone loved beautiful things, but none of them hoped for much in the first place. Despite this, they still hoped that Zhuge Xing was able to get his hands on her and make her a woman of the Zhuge family. From the looks of things, however, the Zhuge family seemed to have nurtured a spiritual divine sorcerer, yet also handed a masterpiece to Yifutian on a silver platter. Hua Jiu took to the air, attracting the attention of many. Someone leaped over and got in her way, then burst the spiritual qi around him. All she did, however, was simply cast a cold glance at him. The person instantly felt as if his mind was torn off his body. The spiritual qi that he had control of was torn right there, and then as if his body was entirely controlled by her. Hua Jiu had always been a full attribute spiritual type sorcerer, and possessed powerful spiritual abilities. Her powers grew to fearsome levels after turning into a spiritual divine sorcerer. Vines went on to encase the body of that person, holding him tight, rendering him caught. Lightning followed and with a loud crack, and the bolt fell hard onto the person's body, making him tremble all over before falling below, having seizures all over. Hua Jiu did not spare any more time on that person and kept going forward instead. Many who wanted to make a move on her held themselves back. The girl seemed to be a little too powerful. At the sky stairwell, many elders from the Holy Ji Palace nodded in approval of her actions. Someone said softly, "Spiritual divine sorcerers were known as the ultimate sorcerer for their ability to suppress all other types of sorcerers. Even those of higher planes would fall before them, activating spells with a single thought and a full attribute one. She is something indeed." Someone nodded at the side. The spiritual divine sorcerer nurtured by the Zhuge family was definitely one to enter the very core island of the Holy Ji Palace, and it was feared that many would fight for her. Hua Jiu made it to Yifutian's side under everyone's gaze. Gentleness was seen in Yifutian's eyes as he noticed her. He said, "I had no idea my girl would be someone this powerful. That is all thanks to elder sister." Hua Jiu said gently, with hints of gratitude in her voice. "Second sister is indeed a good one." Yifutian smiled. "Yeah." Hua Jiu nodded. Her eyes were fixed on Yifutian. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yifutian rubbed his face without realizing it, seeing as how Hua Jiu kept looking at him smiling. "That's because you're nice to look at." Hua Jiu smiled brightly and held out her hand. "I haven't seen that face for quite a while after all." Yifutian grinned and took her hand. "You'll have plenty of time to look at it in the days that follow." "Yeah." Hua Jiu nodded as she smiled. "Nothing to do with me." Yusheng walked away sulking. The battle royale raged on in the battlefield. As time went by, fewer and fewer people remained standing, and the vast battlefield no longer seemed cramped anymore. Yifutian and the others stood quietly at a corner. With the sacred fire sect defeated, nobody dared move against them. However, it was not just Yifutian. Many top-class figures remained standing tall in their own corners, nobody daring to move against them unless they were looking for a fight, kicking others out of the game. Eventually, the elder overseeing the battles at the sky stairwell announced, "Cease fighting." Many who were still engaged dispersed as soon as the announcement was heard. The 9-word ring at the 9 major positions dimmed and the screen disappeared. The violent battle royale ended right there and then. It was rather harrowing seeing those left standing on the battlefield for everyone there, as only 3,000 people were left out of all the mighty ones who participated in the first place. The remaining 3,000 were, without doubt, some of the very best every corner of the barren state had to offer. Many moved from the Holy Ji Palace, cleaning up the battlefield and clearing out the injured or the dead. There were mighty ones from the Sacred Fire sect carrying the body of Du Ao away with cold expressions on their faces. Of all the ones from Sacred Fire sect who fought, only Xie alone was left in the battlefield. It was hoped that he could show his mettle in the next battle and avenge Du Ao's death. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up and the remaining 3,000 stood in staggered positions on the field. The elder on the sky stairwell looked at them and continued. There will be holy tablets descending upon the next battlefield. Those who do not see themselves fit to continue, please leave the battlefield. Only 1,000 out of the 3,000 standing will remain. The 1,000 who remain will be the candidates to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Many among these 1,000 will become disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. As such, please do your best to withstand the pressure brought forth by the holy tablets. All 3,000 who remained right now were figures with serious backings. For instance, great forces like the royal family, the Zhuge family, White Cloud City, and others. None of them came and fought alone. Even Yi Futian had his entourage with him. Many of those who did not have allies before the battle royale found theirs in the battlefield. As such, while the 3,000 who remained were no doubt excellent figures themselves, the selection process was not a complete one. The pressure from the holy tablets coming up next would have selected 1,000 out of the 3,000, making them true candidates for entering the Holy Ji Palace and becoming disciples. It all began from the 9 holy roads. Through multiple selection processes throughout the journey, the best of the best among the barren state elite were to be presented before the Holy Ji Palace. In the next stage, nobody will be allowed to rely on external instruments or implements of anything. Anyone who is found using such objects to resist the pressure from the holy tablets will be fouled immediately. The elder on the sky stairwell continued. Many mighty ones flashed about and came to the rear of the participants, unleashing formless pressures as if they were to isolate the battlefield. The holy tablets now, please, the elder on the sky stairwell announced. The vast field turned eerily silent, and the ones standing far away looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. 9 dazzling beams of light appeared and the winds howled in response. One holy tablet after another flew down from the sky stairwell and made their way down like ghosts. The holy tablets were, as per their namesake, huge stone tablets, and each and every one of them was infused with different kinds of powers. Many below began to feel themselves trembling as the tablets made their way down, feeling a formless pressure bearing on them. Said pressures were so powerful that images popped in some of their minds. Boom, boom, boom. 9 tablets descended from the sky and landed before the Holy Ji Palace. Huge stone tablets of 3 zhang tall each appeared before the masses and positioned in an arc. Bam, bam. Rumbling noises were heard as soon as the holy tablets took their positions, and many were heard groaning. A considerable number of people were thrown off and they kept going back. For cultivators, the strength of one's spiritual will was the key to one's training. This will was a kind of talent on its own, and one that was very, very important. If the strength of one's spiritual will was weak, one could only go so far with their training. It was precisely this reason that the selection process with the holy tablets took place. Furthermore, participants only had their own prowess to rely on, and no one could help anyone. If one failed to pass the trial, they were out of the game immediately. At this very moment, Yi Futian took one step back to steady himself as well, his eyes staring right at the holy tablet before him. The tablet was a fiery red color. It felt as if a figure clad in terrifying flames walked out of the tablet as he fixed his eyes on it. The figure was a great one, seeming like a god of fire itself. It took fearsome steps in his direction, putting more pressure on him with every step. He instinctively wanted to retreat, yet what happened right there alone was part of the test, and he knew that retreating was not an option. Spiritual will attacks were some of the most mysterious powers there were. They did not look real, yet they felt every bit as real as tangible attacks. Yifutian knew that the holy tablet stood where it was, yet what he saw at the moment was no longer a tablet, but a manifestation of flames taking steps in his directions, trying to burn him into cinders. He felt his own will and body burning, and it was an excruciating experience. The figure seemed far, yet it seemed near at the same time. It took one step after another at him, yet the figure never seemed to reach him. Despite this, the pressure grew as every second passed, making things feel more and more unbearable. Sun flare flashed and blossomed, and a sun was seen right behind Yifutian. As the will of the flames were unleashed, he closed his eyes to bear the might of the violent burning intent, resisting the pain adamantly. He even began to comprehend the terrifyingly fiery powers within. Jieyu, Yifutian shouted softly, out of concern for her. The advent of the holy tablets brought nothing but unbearable pain to everyone present. Any lapse in concentration could have brought the thorough collapse of one's will. The test could have been conducted by mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace by having their imposingly powerful bodies unleash the amount of pressure required. However, as no one was entirely clear of selfish motives, absolute fairness could not have been guaranteed. The holy tablets, however, ensured the same amount of pressures was put on everyone. Anyone who failed to withstand such pressure would be eliminated. Hua Jieyu was withstanding excruciating pain herself. She was sitting right beside Yifutian, conjuring a formless spiritual power and encasing herself in it to resist the overwhelming pressure. Boom! Someone was struck by lightning and thrown off immediately, landing hard on the ground and throwing up blood. Sages outside the battlefield came to their aid, swooping down from above and hauling the person outside. That person was apparently one who simply lacked the strength yet chose to hold out nonetheless, and their body finally gave under the immense pressure. Some of those who followed the geniuses were eliminated one by one as well. There were also Starry School students by his side who gave under the pressure. Qin Yin's body shook lightly, and excruciating pain was easily seen from her face. She threw up blood all of a sudden as her body shuddered. She was thrown behind and was kicked out of the battlefield right there and then. The pressure lifted off her immediately. Qin Yin turned to look in Yifutian's direction. Shenyuan Beishan, Xia Wuji and Zui Chenshou remained where they were, holding on. Yet she, the daughter of the sage of Mount Joxian, failed. Her eyes looked dejected. QNE knew it was probably due to her esteemed status on Mount Joxian and being a daughter doted on by her father. Her birth and status resulted in her lacking in experience with the world, and she had never withstood such pain in her life. All that resulted in her weak will in the face of intense pressure. An esteemed family background did not guarantee excellent talents after all. There were many who were born into high places, yet those who truly shone were those who were able to make out on their own. Seems like I'm less capable than even a bird. Qin Yin looked at the black-winged condor right behind Yifutian. The demonic beast remained seated quietly, and she had not expected the bird to have such remarkable prowess. More and more people got eliminated, and the field was quickly reduced from 3,000 participants to about 2,000. The rate of reduction slowed somewhat after that, yet there were still many who gave out and were eliminated. On the battlefield, Huang Zhouge's body remained upright, and 3 beams of glittering royal aura were released. He looked impressively regal, and it seemed he was engaged in some battle of wills, bringing his might to bear on his opponent. On the other side, Bai Zai's from White Cloud City, clothes were billowing and he looked just as impressive. His eyes remained fixed on the holy tablet, and it seemed that he held out well against the pressure. Xue Ke of the Tingxue house was practically clad in intense murderous intent, flaring about and cutting up any stream of will that intruded. The 9 swords rang behind Yanjiu and they danced around him. The sword wills were as sharp as ever. All those top-class geniuses had already comprehended the noble will and sported power spiritual will. It was due to this that they were able to withstand such tremendous pressure, with some even fighting the wills that were intruding their minds. Yifutian withstood the pressure hard, yet he did not use the power of the emperor's will. The pressure would have been nothing to him if he did so. As the process itself was a trial of sorts, he wanted to experience the strength of the pressure exuded by the holy tablets personally, as it would help a lot with his training. After all, in his fights in the days to come, there would definitely be those who would have simply bring the might of the noble will to bear on him through purely spiritual will attacks. Yi-Fu-Tian gradually grew accustomed to the pressure of the fiery will. While the pressure was intense, feeling like terrifying flames burning up his mind, Yi-Fu-Tian grew capable of withstanding its onslaught. He threw his eyes open and went on to face the second holy tablet. It was a purple tablet, one that seemed to be clad in countless streaks of lightning. The streaks of lightning fell onto him the moment Yi-Fu-Tian laid eyes on that tablet. Terrifying will of lightning intruded his mind, making his body flinch. The streaks of lightning ran all over his body, with every streak feeling like he was being struck by lightning bolts. The air above him seemed to have manifested a formless lightning storm that was out to bomb everything below to dust. A figure clad in intense lightning seemed to be standing at the center of the space, casting down the power of lightning to attack him. Starry will appeared in his mind, protecting his spiritual will from being harmed. The stars that were protecting his will, however, were continuously blown off under the assault of the lightning bolts. It seemed to be a message telling him that if he were to continue, his mind would be blown to smithereens and he would die right there and then. The layer of protection by the stars collapsed again and again, yet sparks of lightning began to manifest within Yi-Fu-Tian's mind. The growth of the sparks continued and the lightning born within him grew stronger and stronger. A fearsome thunder dragon seemed to have emerged within his mind, unleashing terrifying lightning bolts itself to resist the intruding power of lightning. The power of lightning coursed through him and grew increasingly ferocious, turning into lightning storm out to crush everything himself. So this is the power of the will of lightning then. Yi-Fu-Tian kept his eyes forward and a flash of lightning sparked within his eyes, holding out against the pressure of the holy tablet. Lightning elemental noble will was born within him. The holy tablets, when used to deepen one's comprehension, seemed to be able to serve as tools for training. Yi-Fu-Tian had already comprehended fire, metal, and earth elemental noble wills. As such, he was experienced in comprehending noble will, which enabled him to learn its way through its workings. Furthermore, he himself had all manners of life spirits corresponding to each element. If he had been able to open up more great ruins in the Holy Road, he would have been able to comprehend greater types of noble wills. As he had made it out of the Holy Road, the pressure emanated by the holy tablets bearing on his will could have also worked as a kind of power of will, and they each bore different elemental traits. As such, Yi-Fu-Tian was able to use them to comprehend the power of the noble will. Of course, the starry will of earth element remained the most powerful out of all types of noble wills, followed by fire. It was because both will powers matched well with his training methods, especially the starry will. It was not something he had acquired from the ruins, but something he had learned solely from his own efforts. The flame intent was acquired from the sun scripture coupled with what he comprehended from the great ruins in the flaming prison city. As such, it became comparatively easy for him to comprehend the lightning will at the moment. After acquiring comprehension of the noble wills, Yi-Fu-Tian's attitude towards sensing the holy tablet pressures changed. It was not just a trial but also an opportunity. All 9 holy tablets seemed to have different types of spiritual will pressures based on different types of elements. When the lightning will inside him was secured, he protected his willpower with holy will, then turned his focus onto the holy tablet bearing water elemental will. His mind seemed to be assaulted with an absolute will of ice, as if to implore him to stop thinking, turning everything absolutely silent. He even began to feel his body turning stiff, the spiritual qi coursing through his body and the blood flowing within all seemed to be told to stop by the intruding will. Fire was the yang and water the yin. He recalled the shadow scripture practiced by the headmaster of the Bright Moon School and went on to activate it. The spiritual power of water became crystal clear to him, and it seemed that he was surrounded by mist and frost. A full moon hung above him, and Yi-Fu-Tian felt his body shrouded in extreme coldness. Everywhere he searched was cold to the extreme, as if the space itself was entirely frozen. There were people who looked in Yi-Fu-Tian's direction and they looked at him funny. The guy seems to be resisting the intrusion of the power of wills, yet he seems to be training at the same time. Is all that really bearable to someone who is only of Arcana plane? Some murmured to themselves. But the assault from the pressure felt from the tablets would probably have been less intense to someone of the Arcana plane. Yifutian's body felt incredibly cold after a while, and even those who sat beside him were covered in frost. His body seemed entirely be encased in a cage of frosty mist, while the cold light of the moon shone on his body. Power originating from the will of the Yin gradually emanated from within. It was apparent that the noble will of water element was born within him as well. The number of people staying behind on the battlefield continued dwindling. Those who managed to stay were all extraordinary figures. Yifutian knew he was running out of time. If he were to use the tablets for training, he needed to be quick with comprehending noble wills. He laid his eyes on yet another tablet soon after. It was one with wind elemental will infused within, and he went on to comprehend its secret. Gales whipped up around him shortly after. Those who took notice of Yifutian early on seemed to be more certain about their previous speculations about him. So this Arcana plane guy is really using the will pressure of the tablets to train. Furthermore, he is training with powers of different elements. That kid is sure an interesting one. One of the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace standing near the sky stairwell quipped as he laid eyes on Yifutian. Interesting indeed. He hasn't been able to develop any comprehension of noble will powers before, yet noble will seemed to appear within him one after another when he endured the pressure from the tablets. It seems that he has just gained comprehension of them. Someone nodded to the comment. What is his name? One of them asked. Yifutian from the Eastern Barren Territory. The kid seems to have talents, and it was him who acquired the Yukio song on Sky Mountain. Now he has made it this far to the Holy Ji Palace through the holy roads. The one who had been keeping tabs on him elaborated. Both emperors left a Guqin tomb in the remote Sky Mountains in the Eastern Barren Territory. It could be said to be the work of fate for him to get his hands on it, but many would have gotten it now. Someone turned their eyes on the other side of the sky stairwell. There was a figure sitting there quietly with a Guqin in front of him, and it was no other than Bai Luli. Bai Luli had played the Yukio song before. Luli, what do you think about that kid's talents? One of his seniors seemed to have challenged you before. That person asked with a grin. Bai Luli recalled Gu Donglio's challenge, and there was admiration seen in his deep, clear eyes. The teacher from the cottage in Eastern Barren Territory was quite a marvelous figure himself, being able to nurture a disciple like the kid here. Given more time, Gu Donglu would have made it to the Barren Sky ranking. Mingyue was also someone from the cottage, and now the junior before us has talent as well. It's a pity that his level is rather low at this point. If he had been able to come here when he had reached grade 7 noble plane, he would have been able to do a lot more great things. Everyone nodded in agreement to Bai Luli's apt comment. It was anyone's guess how Yifutian would have performed from here on out, and whether it would be good enough to keep their eyes on him. However, if Yifutian proved excellent enough as a cultivator, there was still the question of taking him in and letting him train at the core islands of the Holy Ji Palace. The reason why Gu Donglu had challenged Bai Luli was because Zhuge Mingyue and the Holy Ji Palace were hoping that Bai Luli would have been a couple with Zhuge Mingyue. If it was done, there might have been a fissure between Bai Luli and Gu Donglu, as well as the ones with Yifutian. If they were to let Yifutian train in the Holy Ji Palace, it would have been anyone's guess what Bai Luli would have thought about that. Perhaps Bai Luli himself, with his current status, would not care about things like that. However, it was imperative to consider such matters from the Holy Ji Palace's point of view. Bai Luli's place in the Holy Ji Palace was an extraordinary one. He was like the face of the palace itself. The numbers are close, someone quipped without considering such problems, as it was still rather too early for them. Compared to the rest of the participants, Yifutian was actually not that much of a standout. A voice came from the sky stairwell after all. That will be all. The 9 holy tablets took to the air and flew in the Holy Ji Palace's direction after the announcement was heard. Many sighed a breath of relief, feeling the air around them relax. Those geniuses, however, did not show much of a reaction, and they looked calm instead. Yifutian felt the power of the will of the wind around him, and then quickly put it away. Time was too short indeed, and he was not able to keep training. However, he deemed himself to be doing well at the moment. Only the wood element was left out of the 7 elements to be comprehended. Yifutian stood up and turned to look at the ones behind him, finding several of them gone. Only Hua Jieyu, Yuan Zhan, Mu Jiqiu, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Zui Qianqiu, Shenyuan Beishan, and the Black Wind Condor remained. Qin Yin and Xia Wuji were unable to make it. It was quite a pity, as it was time for the Holy Ji Palace to select disciples to be taken in. Only 1,000 were left on the humongous battlefield, and the small number of people left had the place feeling rather empty. Everyone who remained on the battlefield, however, were true elites. Countless watched the ones who remained on the battlefield from the outside. Many were mighty ones from all over the barren state, and some were from the 1,000 holy islands. The true objective of the trials would take place soon, as it was time for the Holy Ji Palace to pick their disciples. Those candidates had proven themselves by getting past the last round, meaning that they had earned the chance to be disciples of a training place that was thought to be the most powerful in all of the barren state. The elder spoke on the sky stairwell, his eyes on everyone below. Everyone, disperse and head to the edge of the battlefield. Everyone went rearward towards the edge of the platform. Yifutian and his group took a corner for themselves. The air was tense. And now it will be time for the Holy Ji Palace to select its disciples. The selection will be done through battle, using only one's own powers, no implements or instruments of any kind allowed. Who among you is willing to be the first to accept the challenge? The elder said at the stairwell. The remaining 1,000 all looked serious. The last stage was also the most important one, as it would determine if they were able to make it as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, determined by the battles that were about to take place. Only actual battles proved to be the one true standard for measuring one's talents. I will. A figure walked out among the huge group of people. Countless eyes went in that figure's direction. That figure was someone walking out from beside Zhuge Xing, a member of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Ping. At the side of the Holy Ji Palace sky stairwell, Zhuge Mingyue and Zhuge Kenyang stood, feeling startled. They then saw Zhuge Ping cast his glance at a single spot, where Yifutian and Hua Jieyu stood. I will challenge him for my first battle. Zhuge Ping pointed at Yifutian and sounded rather lazy as he said so. Yifutian's performance prior had been rather eye-catching as he took out Du Ao alone. However, that was mostly attributed to the immense powers of the superpowered ritual implement. With the actual battle coming up and Yifutian's level of training stuck at the Arcana plane, it was anyone's guess how someone not even on the noble plane would perform. Being able to come this place, there was hardly any doubt about Zhuge Ping's talents. He was among the ones anticipated to come out on top among the younger generations of the Zhuge family. It seems like it was Zhuge Xing who told me to come out, Zhuge Kenyang murmured. This is the first battle of the Zhuge family, and also Yifutian's first. Who do you think will come out on top? Zhuge Xing has had a thing for Hua Jieyu for quite a while, and Zhuge Ping was never one to know his place. This battle will serve as a good lesson to humble him. Zhuge Mingyue grinned. Not of noble plane, so what? My little brother in training is not someone that can be judged by usual standards. The interest of the ones standing outside was piqued as well. Zhuge Ping was a member of the Zhuge family, and Yifutian was Hua Jieyu's lover, as well as Zhuge Mingyue's little brother studying under the same teacher. They should have been nice to each other instead. However, the first person Zhuge Ping, a member of the Zhuge family, had challenged was none other than Yifutian, and it seemed to be a rather peculiar thing to happen. Regardless, the battle seemed to be an interesting one. Chen Yuan, a member of Zhuge family, just challenged your son. What do you make of that? Mu Chuan of the Zhaixing house asked Chen Yuan, who was beside him, seemingly taking pleasure in his upcoming misfortune. We'll see, Chen Yuan answered plainly. All right, I'll look forward to it. Mu Chuan turned to look at the battlefield. Despite what he had just said, he was actually hoping that Yifutian would win. The reason was none other than Yifutian had defeated Mu Jiqiu despite suffering a disadvantage in plane differences. Yifutian walked out slowly, and there was nothing much to make from his expression. He lifted his brow slightly and looked at his opponent rather funnily. He had not expected that the first one to come to fight was someone from the Zhuge family, and the person they picked was him. Yifutian walked up to the middle of the large battlefield and looked at Zhuge Ping standing opposite of him. Zhuge Ping was wearing a rather smug expression on his face. Being one of the elites from the Zhuge family, Zhuge Ping had absolute confidence in his abilities, especially when facing against someone of the Arcana plane. He was not doing this to be chosen by the Holy Ji Palace, as defeating someone on a lower plane would not show off his true capabilities, but he chose to fight Yifutian first nonetheless. The very reason he was doing this was because of Hua Jieyu. She was, after all, a spiritual divine sorcerer nurtured by the Zhuge family, and also one with looks so beautiful that men would kill for her. Letting someone like Yifutian get his hands on a treasure was a notion that irked him incessantly. He was not the only one among the younger generations of the Zhuge family to think so. As such, when Zhuge Xing asked for him to fight, he did so without any hesitation or reservation. He was simply doing this to show Hua Jieyu that Yifutian was not the man for her. Yifutian was, of course, very clear why Zhuge Ping wanted to fight him. He could not have thought of any reason other than Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu's smile has made many in the Zhuge family fall for her. I guess, he thought. Yifutian smiled and cupped his hands. Yifutian, grade 9 of Arcana plane, halfway into the noble plane. I look forward to learning from you. Arcana is Arcana and noble is noble. I have never heard of such a thing as half a noble or whatever, Zhuge Ping said plainly. Zhuge Ping from the Zhuge family, grade 9 noble. And I look forward to teaching you real good. Lightning flashed the moment Zhuge Ping finished, and Yifutian found himself in a world filled with lightning in his mind. Angry bolts flashed about in the battlefield, bringing thunderous might to bear down on Yifutian. Zhuge Ping's silhouette was nowhere to be found, and all everyone was able to see were mirages of lightning bolts. Lightning phantasm movements. All cast their eyes on Zhuge Ping as he zipped about like a bolt of lightning. Yifutian saw a finger infused with sparks coming right for him at his brow. The finger felt like a terrifying flash cutting through the air. The heavy pressure of Zhuge Ping's will flashed inside his mind. The finger attack seemed more ferocious in both speed and power than that of a sword. Thrusting thunder finger. Many continued to follow Zhuge Ping's movements with their eyes. The Zhuge family was one of the two forces that were most known for their specialty in manipulating the power of lightning, the other being the lightning court in Zhongzhou City. Zhuge Ping blazed past with incredible speed as if he had truly turned into lightning. Despite being rather cocky, Zhuge Ping has the actual strength to back it. The members of the Holy Ji Palace quipped to Zhuge Kenyang. Lightning flared on Yifutian's body at the moment as well. He cranked up his thundering illusion steps and backed away quickly, appearing in the distance in the blink of an eye. Zhuge Ping's thrusting thunderfinger shot out, and a terrifying flash stabbed through the air where he stood. If Yifutian remained where he was, the consequences would have been dire. Zhuge Ping frowned. He had intended to overwhelm Yifutian using the most direct of methods, yet he missed all the same, which spoke volumes of Yifutian's speed. Another flash of lightning was seen and Zhuge Ping was nowhere to be found again. He stretched his hand to grab Yifutian, and streaks of lightning flashes seemed to coil around Yifutian's body like tentacles. Light of earth element glimmered before Yifutian, conjuring a large meteor which was quickly crushed by the lightning. Yifutian himself, however, continued moving backward. What kind of fight is that? If that's all he is capable of, it looks rather ugly. Many looked at Yifutian. While there was no doubt that he was fast, he had avoided facing Zhuge Ping thus far. There was no doubt that his lower plane put him at a disadvantage, but fighting like this here made him look rather bad. Is this really that kind of person Hua Jieyu has fallen for? Zhuge Xing turned to look at Yifutian and felt rather disappointed. He had expected Yifutian to have performed better than what he had seen thus far. Lightning flashed wildly on the battlefield. Yet Yifutian avoided all confrontation, doing nothing but evading and defending against attacks. Zhuge Ping's speed seemed inferior to Yifutian's, which angered him and made him unleash his life spirit. Illusions of lightning bolts appeared, a product of the Zhuge family's most renowned art. the thundering thousand illusions. Illusions of Zhuge Ping seemed to fill the battlefield in an instant, and he himself seemed to be bathed in the flashes of lightning as he went for Yifutian. The illusions appeared around Yifutian, locking him out. They said at the same time, "We'll see where you can run to now." The place seemed to be drowned in flashes of lightning, and bolts rained down on Yifutian. The many illusions of Zhuge Ping went for the fatal blow at the very next moment. Every illusion seemed to bear actual power as the thrusting thunder finger jutted out at him. Watching how Yifutian was simply standing unmoved, many thought the battle was going to end soon. However, a mist appeared on the battlefield. Extremely cold air shrouded the area, and Zhuge Ping was only able to feel the flow of his blood slow. Everything in the world seemed to move in slow motion, seemingly grinding to a halt. Worse still, intense will of gravity seemed to have befallen him, making his movements even more sluggish. Yifutian stood quietly where he was as he lifted his hand. Violet lightning coiled around his arm, and he cast his eyes in one direction. This alerted Zhuge Ping and made him nervous, feeling a looming threat about him. How was Yifutian able to determine where my true body was? Bam! Yifutian stomped on the ground, and a flash of lightning burst from beneath his feet. Many saw a flash of lightning that moved even faster than the one before. Zhuge Ping wanted to respond, yet his mind and body seemed to have become so sluggish that he was able to do nothing as Yifutian zipped past him. The power of lightning coiled around Yifutian's arm rammed hard onto Zhuge Ping's body, making his body flash with violent streaks of lightning for a second. His mind turned numb as his body suffered seizures. The thundering thousand illusion dispersed, and only Zhuge Ping's body remained. People around saw his body fall from the air onto the ground, still seizing. Produces a light thump. Yifutian, on the other hand, stood in the air right above him, and no more lightning was on his arm. He crushed Zhuge Ping using the power of lightning, staying silent and unmoved, lashing out only to kill. The victor was Yifutian. Zhuge Ping came to a moment later, looking at Yifutian right above him. He said coldly, "So you've been playing dumb all along?" Zhuge Ping was able to feel several types of powerful noble will within that one last strike. "I told you before, halfway to the noble plane. It has been an honor." Yifutian grinned as he cupped his hand, then left the battlefield in a flash. As Zhuge Ping was the challenger in that battle, Zhuge Ping was required to stay behind on the battlefield to be scrutinized. That was low. Members of the Zhuge family looked at Yifutian in anger, playing dumb before bursting with one overpowering lightning attack, causing Zhuge Ping to lose for underestimating his opponent. Many had funny looks on their faces. Other than the very last move Yifutian had demonstrated, there was no part of the fight that could have been considered magnificent. Zhuge Ping, on the other hand, was finished off before he was able to unleash his true potential for combat. What was truly shown was, however, Zhuge Ping's arrogance costing him the victory that should have been his. Eyes looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, and many turned their attention to Zhuge Ping. "Is there anyone willing to take him under their wing?" the elder on the sky stairwell asked. He was arrogant in battle and underestimated his enemy. There was nothing extraordinary seen there. Someone spoke the truth plainly and softly, and Zhuge Ping was rendered incredibly embarrassed. It was rather disappointing indeed. "Let's move on with the next battle," someone said. "Indeed," the elder at the sky stairwell nodded. Underestimating one's enemy and then failing to defeat one of the Arcana plane. There is no need for him to have another chance to battle. As no one here is willing to take him, I hereby declare him disqualified. Disqualified. The word sounded like a bolt of lightning striking right on top of his head. Zhuge Ping had been a proud one from the Zhuge family and had made it this far. He had made it far enough to become a candidate himself, and he should have been one to enter the Holy Ji Palace. The fact was, however, that he had been disqualified in his very first battle. Right there and then and without mercy. Nobody wanted him. It was humiliation like no other. "Sir, could you give me another chance?" Zhuge Ping looked at the Holy Ji Palace. The elder on the sky stairwell shook his head and said, "Leave the battlefield. Many around looked at Zhuge Ping at the battlefield and felt conflicted about the brutality of the selection process. Every battle at this point needed to be taken seriously. Everyone needed to give it their all at this point. Zhuge Ping might have had the right to enter and train in the Holy Ji Palace. Even the mighty ones from the palace understood that. But it remained a fact that his performance was subpar, and there was no second chance for him. Zhuge Ping turned to glance at Yi Futian, eyes cold as ice. He lost all that pride as he walked out of the battlefield. Zhuge Xing cast a razor-sharp gaze at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was seen smiling and quietly standing where he was. His eyes returned the gaze, which made Zhuge Xing think that this had been Yi Futian's plan all along. Humiliating Zhuge Ping as he did and sending Zhuge Ping off in disgrace. This is too much. A light smile was seen on Zhuge Mingyue's face instead. So this little brother was still that same little brother that we knew. Cute indeed. I'm sure this is one lesson that Zhuge Ping will never forget. Well, he did win, but he seems to lack something. There was no air of a top-class mighty one about him. Zhuge Canyang quipped plainly. Well, some people are meant to be different. Don't go measuring everything with your standards. That air you speak of, you will see it soon enough. Zhuge Mingyue replied in an equally plain manner. Elsewhere, in another corner, Yi Futian was doing something else. Was that intentional? Hua Jieyu came up to him and chuckled. She knew naturally that Yi Futian's abilities were beyond what was seen earlier. He had not gone all out with his battle with Zhuge Ping. How's that possible? I'm an honest person. Yi Futian smiled. Yet he looked at Zhuge Ping with rather sarcastic eyes nonetheless. He had heard Mu Zhiqiu talk about the rules in the last selection process before. Those who lost their battle if they performed exceptionally enough, or if their opponents were simply too powerful and they were finished off right away, the Holy Ji Palace would give them another chance. There were those like Huang Zhouge and Bai Zhe after all. No one fighting them would have much of a chance showing what they were truly capable of fighting them. His battle with Zhuge Ping was different, however. He had been at a disadvantage all along. He had only able to turn the tables with the last lightning attack. It was Zhuge Ping who had underestimated his opponent, and he was of a much higher plane. It was only natural that he was disqualified right away. The ones from the Zhuge family wanted to humiliate him in ways that were apparent to Hua Jieyu. As such, in Yi Futian's perspective, it was only natural that he returned the favor. Yeah, I believe you. Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Futian, and she knew everything that was going on in his head. The rules of selection of the Holy Ji Palace were very simple. Anyone who walked out would need to display his power and talents in actual combat. Regardless of whether he won or not, he would have a chance to be selected, as long as his performance was sufficiently outstanding. Everyone would try their best to display their talents and win the fight because they might be eliminated if they lost and were not selected by any sage of the Holy Ji Palace. Those who won could continue battling even if they were not selected yet. Zhuge Ping was the first to fight. Unfortunately, he underestimated his opponent and lost. Moreover, the Holy Ji Palace did not give him a second chance. This was indeed a very miserable ending for him. After all, he was a junior genius in the Zhuge family, and it was not easy for him to even reach this stage. There were only 3 people from the Zhuge family in total. Who will participate in the second battle? The cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace continued. The atmosphere in the battlefield became tenser. With the lesson learned from Zhuge Ping's failure, nobody would dare to underestimate their opponents anymore. At the moment, everyone was just one step away from entering the Holy Ji Palace. Me, someone said in a low tone. Then, everyone saw a person walk out. Realizing his identity, many people seemed to be surprised. Why did he actually walk out so soon? It was Xie Ji from the Sacred Fire sect. Xie Ji was the most outstanding disciple from his clan in this generation, and his position was even higher than Du Ao. Of course, he was also more powerful, and he was currently at the peak of grade 7 of the noble plane. If he really fought, who would be able to deal with him except for a few top geniuses? Nevertheless, there were many people left on the battlefield. Nobody thought that Xie Ji would choose them as the opponent. Xie Ji turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Immediately, some surprise flashed across the faces of many. Then, Xieji pointed at Yi Futian and said, "You." Many people were bewildered. Xieji, who was a genius from the Sacred Fire sect and also a grade 7 noble, wanted to challenge someone in the Arcana plane. It was almost like bullying. Clearly, Xieji chose so purely to get revenge on Du Ao, and not to display his talents so that he could be chosen by the Holy Ji Palace. Huh? Can he even do this? Xianxia squinted. Lifting his head, he looked at the Holy Ji Palace and asked, "Can I fight for him instead?" "No." The cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace replied. "The rules of the elimination tournament are as such. Anyone can choose his opponent freely. Of course, the person being challenged can also admit defeat. After all, he is not the one whose performance will be assessed in this round. Yi Futian was the one being challenged, so it would not matter even if he lost. Later, he would have the chance to actively challenge other people to display his talents. Otherwise, it would be very unfair to those with lower levels, because they might be challenged by a much more powerful cultivator." Nevertheless, despite this being the case, Xieji seemed to be bullying Yi Futian with his status and level. Xieji would normally feel disdain to do so. However, Du Ao was killed, so his actions could be understood. "Don't go." Hua Jiu looked at Yi Futian. Xianxia and the rest also shook their heads at Yi Futian. "It wouldn't matter for me to just feel how strong he is," Yi Futian said, smiling. Then he walked to the center of the arena. Xieji was one of the most powerful people present on the battlefield. Yi Futian really wanted to try how strong he was. Previously, Yi Futian had used the polearm of divine destruction in the battles. At the moment, he did not have any ritual implement or emperor will. Xieji, who was a grade 7 noble, was 3 levels above him. Furthermore, even among the grade 7 nobles, Xieji was considered to have a superior combat power. The difference was indeed very large. However, since Yi Futian had arrived here, he would need to face opponents like Xieji anyway. It would be good for him to have some experience in advance. Sacred Fire Sect Xieji, grade 7 noble. Xieji stared at Yi Futian with a gloomy look. "Let's start." In the last battle, Yi Futian had already mentioned his name and level, so he did not repeat it. Once he finished speaking, a trace of dark flame appeared in the pupils of Xieji. A terrifying noble will charged directly into Yi Futian's mind. At once, Yi Futian felt a frightening dark fire lotus appear in his spiritual will. The lotus grew and expanded continuously and released much pressure, trying to engulf and incinerate his will. It was still noble will. However, Xieji's level was much higher than his, so the will was obviously much strong. In Yi Futian's spiritual will, a mysterious radiance was born, much like the radiance from the stars. The pure radiance enveloped his spiritual will, protecting it from the erosion. Buzz! The appalling dark fire lotus started burning directly in Yi Futian's mind. The attack was indeed dominating, trying to incinerate his spiritual will. It was already way more powerful than mere pressure from noble will. Xieji was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. Fire was only one of his abilities. Only a spirit elemental sorcerer could do more than just pressuring his opponent with his noble will. He could launch an actual attack directly with spiritual energy. The pure starry radiance enveloped Yi Futian's spiritual will and allowed the dark lotus to attack it freely, but its defense could not be broken. The radiance was the core of the saint will Yi Futian had inherited from the martial arts battlefield. The 3 beams of divine light came into being precisely from the core and could be controlled by it. That was why the chiefs of Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School would fall into Yi Futian's trap, and he even managed to secretly learn their techniques. Xieji launched an attack with his spiritual will directly. He was trying to kill Yi Futian. Realizing that the spiritual attack actually did not manage to destroy Yi Futian, Xieji started to control the fire elemental spiritual qi around him. Immediately, many traces of dark flames appeared around Yi Futian, turning into many dark lotuses. Every one lotus contained an enormous amount of destructive powers. Whenever a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer cast a spell, the casting speed and power of the spell would be higher. The dark lotuses circled rapidly around Yi Futian's body, and a scorching wave of dark flames engulfed the region Yi Futian was in. ice will suddenly appeared and a layer of frost emerged around Yifutian. However, under the scorching heat, the ice was evaporated directly, producing a sizzling sound. Xieji's level was way higher than him. Why is he still fighting? Outside the arena, Li Qingyi, Qin Yin, and Lulan Shui were watching. Although they did not manage to stay on the battlefield, they were still paying close attention to Yifutian's battle. At the moment, they were all somewhat anxious. Suddenly, a powerful wave of meteorite storm appeared around Yifutian. They turned into the constitution of stars, resisting the burning flames. The wildly rotating dark lotuses converged to form a huge dark lotus, enveloping Yifutian's body. The meteorite storm was engulfed directly, and many meteorites were burnt into nothingness. Burn! Xieji shouted coldly. The dark fire lotus engulfed everything in its path. At once, Yifutian shot towards the sky like a bolt of lightning. The dark lotus closed, trying to incinerate Yifutian inside it. A golden bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and Yifutian managed to charge out. At the moment, he was wearing a golden piece of armor and showered in starry radiance. Around him, the radiance of the dark flames still seemed to be flowing. A terrifying air current exploded and only then did the flames slowly dissipate. He's actually not incinerated. Many people looked at Yifutian, whose defense was really amazing. Xieji lifted his head and looked at Yifutian. He extended his palm again, but Yifutian smiled and said, "Nice attack. I admit defeat." Then he backed off and exited from the stage, returning to his original position. Xieji glanced coldly at Yifutian. Although the fight was short, he could already feel that Yifutian was not weak. Both his spiritual energy and physical defense were way beyond that of an ordinary Arcana Plane cultivator. Even a grade 8 noble would have been burnt to death under such an attack. Zhuge Xing looked at the scene emotionlessly. He did not walk up to the stage just now precisely because he knew that Yifutian could admit defeat directly. It was pointless for him to challenge Yifutian. Yanzhou, Bingyi, Chushang, and many people from Nantian House had also been paying attention to this battle. Without the ritual implement, he indeed can't make it far. Bingyi looked at Yifutian. It seemed like Yifutian's ritual implement was extremely powerful. "Xieji, are you willing to join an island of the 1,000 Holy Islands to cultivate?" Someone on the sky stairwell asked. Xieji looked in that direction and replied, "No." "Then you can go down first," the person said emotionlessly. Even though Xieji had only fought with Yifutian, there were still people from the 1,000 Holy Islands who were willing to accept Xieji. He rejected the offer, but it was also what they had expected. The core island of the Holy Ji Palace would only choose its disciples among the last 100 people left. The top geniuses would certainly not choose to join any of the 1,000 Holy Islands in advance. They would be part of the last 100 cultivators. Next, the cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace said. After that, many cultivators walked out one after another and challenged various people. Some people were chosen and entered the Holy Ji Palace, while others performed poorly and were eliminated. Of course, a minority rejected the offers from the 1,000 Holy Islands and wanted to stay in the arena. Their goal was obvious. As the battle continued, a few extremely outstanding geniuses also participated. For example, when Huang Zhouge from Sovereign Family walked out, he randomly chose a grade 7 noble. He punched out and his sovereign spiritual qi turned into a pure-blooded dragon. The overpowering attack crushed his opponent directly. When Su Ke from Tingxue House fought, a murderous aura filled the arena. He struck out his hand and a blood mark appeared on his opponent's neck. He showed mercy because he was in an arena under the Holy Ji Palace. Otherwise, his opponent would have been killed by a single attack. Zhuge Xing also took part in a battle. He only raised his hand and pointed in the air. A bolt of lightning penetrated across the sky and struck onto his opponent, who immediately collapsed. When Bai Zhe from White Cloud City attacked, many people could not even see what he had done before his opponent fell onto the ground. Qi Meng from Demon God Clan only stood there and his violent-looking body was unshakable. He managed to lift his opponent up easily as if he was actually a domineering demon god. Many other top geniuses from various places took part in the battle one after another and displayed their shocking combat powers. The people who were left behind were all elites, but the top geniuses seemed to be in another level. They were able to crush their opponents. Without any exception, these people rejected the offers from the Thousand Holy Islands. Their stage would only be the last part of the elimination tournament. Many people were looking forward to that, wondering how brilliant the battles would be when these people fought against each other. The night below the Holy Ji Palace looked just like the day. A cultivator had cast a spell to create an illusion so that it would always be daytime in the arena. Nobody felt any fatigue, including the spectators. Eventually, a few hundred cultivators had walked out, many of which had real talents. The important figures of the Holy Ji Palace looked at every battle with much interest. Ultimately, this arena belongs to those people. It seems like I wouldn't be able to see the scene that you have described. Zhuge Kenyang glanced at Yi Futian and his friends who were in silence. There were too many outstanding people. In fact, he also believed in Zhuge Mingyue's insight. If Yi Futian was a grade 7 noble, he would be able to stand at the center of the battle stage. However, as an Arcana Plane cultivator, he was really too weak. Against the more powerful people, he might not even be able to fight. It was not just Zhuge Kenyang. In fact, many people felt this way. As the battles continued, people began to pay less and less attention to Yi Futian. This arena did not belong to him. Suddenly, another cultivator walked out, attracting the eyes of many. Someone in the crowd said, "He's Yan Nan from Sword Saint Villa. He is very talented in sword skills and not much weaker than Yan Jiu. His position in Sword Saint Villa is extraordinary because he's very strong." Many people looked at Yan Nan. At the moment, everyone left behind in the arena could be considered as a genius. Yan Nan walked to the center of the arena and looked in Yi Futian's direction. Previously, when Yi Futian took over their relic by force, he was also present, so he still remembered this clearly. However, he did not challenge Yi Futian again. Yi Futian was only in the Arcana Plane and he might admit defeat if he was challenged. How boring that would be. "You, come out." Yan Nan stared at Yi Wuchen, who was also a swordsman. Moreover, Yi Wuchen had inherited the relic from Flying Sword City. "Be careful," Yi Futian reminded softly. The cultivators from Sword Saint Villa looked really strong. All the people who were still there were certainly very powerful. Yi Wuchen nodded gently, after which he stepped forward and walked to the center of the arena. Many people stared at his single arm, as well as the sword he was carrying on his back. Was he a one-armed swordsman? Nobody knew what outstanding characteristics he had that had allowed him to stay until this moment. Yan Nan, grade 8 noble from Sword Saint Villa. Yi Wuchen, grade 9 noble. Handicapped first. Yan Nan gestured at Yi Wuchen, signaling him to attack first, but the word handicapped was particularly grating. The people around Yan Nan all stared at him in surprise. With his status, he should not be humiliating another cultivator in such a way, unless there was some resentment between the two of them. The people from Dawn Road knew the exact reason. Clearly, Yan Nan, who was from Sword Saint Villa, was extremely unhappy that Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian had obtained the relic from Flying Sword City. It should be a place for him to cultivate instead. In his opinion, Yi Wuchen was an unknown one-armed person. What did Yi Wuchen have that had allowed him to inherit the relic that was supposed to belong to Sword Saint Villa? In reality, Yan Nan was indeed thinking this. A handicapped cultivator had inherited the relic that originally belonged to him and his clan mates. How humiliating! The faces of Yi Futian and Yusheng darkened at once, and a cold beam of light flashed across their eyes. A faint, freezing aura was even emitted from Yi Futian's body. On the other hand, Yusheng clenched his fists tightly, producing a crackling sound. Handicapped? They did not forget how Yi Wuchen's other arm was cut off. Yi Wuchen's pupils contracted and he glanced at Yan Nan. But he did not seem to have an intense reaction. In fact, he was even calmer than Yi Futian and Yusheng. He had already accepted the fact that he was one-armed a long time ago. Cultivators were supposed to cultivate their mentality, and his arm was already not too important to him. Yi Wuchen still vividly remembered his master's words. It was more important for him as a swordsman to have a clear focus. Sword will started to flow around Yi Wuchen, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a sword itself. A dazzling radiance erupted and thousands of swords circled around him, awaiting their orders. Together, they produced a loud clanking. Yi Wuchen pointed his finger forward. Right away, the thousands of swords charged towards Yan Nan like rain. Yan Nan stared at Yi Wuchen's action coldly. Was Yi Wuchen trying to show off his sword skills before him? Behind Yan Nan, a beam of light bloomed and a huge sword seemed to have appeared. Immediately, a vast amount of sword will swept over and converged together. The huge sword solidified gradually and a terrifying storm made from sword chi emerged around it. The huge sword vibrated, after which it struck forward as if it had been drawn out of its sheath. 9 swords of the Celestials' edgeless great sword. Instantly, the huge sword struck out. Even the incoming sword chi from Yi Wuchen seemed to have stopped flowing. Then, the sword will all bypass the huge sword. Both of them were swordsmen. However, Yan Nan was a grade 8 noble, while Yi Wuchen was only grade 9. With a higher level, Yan Nan's sword will was purer and more powerful, and certainly much stronger than an ordinary swordsman. However, the sword chi coming from Yi Wuchen did not stop. Instead, the sword chi which filled the sky only charged over wildly. He had obtained the inheritance of a sage from the Holy Ji Palace in Flying Sword City, so he was clearly stronger. Suddenly, the sword will in the sky turned into many swords in an orderly manner. Then, they unified and actually charged towards the same place, colliding with the light screen around the incoming huge sword. An ear-piercing noise erupted and everyone stared attentively at the battlefield. Sword chi blotted out the sky, producing a spectacular sight. Gradually, many cracks appeared on the light screen around the huge sword, after which it cracked open. An endless amount of sword will pierce towards the huge sword. In the end, even the edgeless great sword had countless cracks on it, and it eventually broke into pieces, dissipating into nothingness. Yan Nan glanced coldly at Yi Wuchen. He is not too weak, he thought. Then, Yan Nan flashed forward and passed through the endless sword will like a sharp sword himself. He appeared in the sky, and another sword appeared behind him. The sword penetrated across the air like a bolt of lightning, crushing the sword chi in its path. With a speed that was too fast to be seen by the naked eye, the sword charged towards Yi Wuchen's forehead directly. Many people held their breaths. The sword was so fast that they could hardly see anything. It was more like a beam of light. It was the sword of light in the 9 swords of the Celestials. At the moment, a brilliant wave of sword will emerge from in between Yi Wuchen's eyebrows, after which the powerful sword will turn into a sharp sword, shooting forward. The 2 lightning-like beams of light crashed into each other. Yi Wuchen backed off, but suddenly, he felt an intense sense of danger. Yi Wuchen's body suddenly moved to the right, leaving an afterimage behind. Following a soft thud, Yi Wuchen's left sleeve was cut into 2 directly. A blade of light flashed across and was hardly visible to the eyes. So close, everyone stared at the arena. The 9 swords of the Celestials from Sword Saint Villa. This is the swords of light and darkness. The swords of light are exposed, while the swords of darkness are hidden. I didn't expect Yan Nan to be skilled in this technique. It is quite rare. Looking at the scene, an important figure from the Holy Ji Palace praised. You should be grateful that you're handicapped, Yan Nan said. Yi Wuchen looked at the sleeve that had been cut into 2, and it was empty inside. Wuchen. Yi Futian was somewhat anxious. He knew Yi Wuchen very well. Due to his personality, Yi Wuchen would not admit defeat easily when it came to swordsmanship. He would rather be severely injured than admit defeat. Moreover, Yan Nan was a dangerous person. At the moment, Yi Wuchen looked at Yan Nan, who extended his finger. Realizing that there was some sword will flowing around the tip of Yan Nan's finger, Yi Wuchen closed his eyes. The swords of light could be seen, but the swords of darkness were hard to block. With his understanding of swordsmanship, Yi Wuchen should not have missed that out, but he did not manage to detect the sword of darkness at all. This meant that the sword of darkness was really powerful. Since his eyes were useless here, Yi Wuchen had decided to close them. It seems like you don't even want your eyes, Yan Nan sneered. However, suddenly, he saw Yi Wuchen, who was showered in endless sword chi move, charging towards him like a sharp sword. Yan Nan pointed his finger at the sky. At once, an infinite amount of sword chi converged into a huge sword which fell down from the sky. It struck towards Yi Wuchen, attempting to crush everything in its path. The sword chi around Yi Wuchen danced wildly and swept towards the sky. However, Yan Nan also stepped forward, walking towards Yi Wuchen. A battle between two swordsmen was always the most dangerous. In just one strike, one of them could be killed. In addition, melee combat between two swordsmen would be several times more dangerous. However, Yi Wuchen was fearless, so Yan Nan would not be scared as well. The sword chi above Yi Wuchen collided wildly with the huge sword. On the other hand, many swords appeared in front of Yan Nan. As he pointed his finger forward, the swords of light were activated. Every single sword turned into a beam of light, charging towards Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen similarly pointed his finger forward. Right away, several sword veils appeared before him and converged into one. Then it turned into 9 beams of sword chi, striking towards the swords of light. They collided in midair. However, Yi Wuchen felt an intense sense of danger again, just like a while ago. At the moment, Yi Wuchen was clearly focused and time seemed to have slowed down for him. He could feel intense fluctuations coming from the swords of darkness in several places before him. This time, it was not just one sword. Instead, there were 3 beams of sword chi coming from 3 different directions, blocking all possible paths to dodge. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from Yi Wuchen. A bright blade of light appeared above his sword body as he dashed forward. At the moment, his body had combined with his sword had combined with his will, and his will had combined with his heart. Buzz! The 3 terrifying swords of darkness brushed past Yi Wuchen's body, after which they actually collided with each other, sending out a horrifying force. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen had managed to close the distance between him and Yan Nan. He dodged it. The powerful cultivators all looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. With their levels, they could clearly see what had happened in the arena. Yan Nan frowned, but he did not seem to be too bothered. There was still a frightening power on his fingertip. However, out of a sudden, Yi Wuchen, who was before him, opened his eyes as bright as the blade of a sword. In the next instant, Yan Nan saw an appalling sharp sword strike towards his throat. He sneered, after which his palm turned into a sword and swept out. A sharp noise was produced, but his attack somehow missed. Then, an intense feeling of danger befell Yan Nan and his heart pounded fiercely. This was an illusory sword technique. Stepping in the air, Yan Nan retreated backward, and a strong wave of sword will appeared before him, protecting him. Then he felt a sharp sword pierce towards him. If he was slightly slower, his throat would have been slit open. The sword that he had seen was actually illusory. The real fatal blow came slower than what he had seen. Suddenly, Yan Nan saw another 2 blades of light charging towards him. Just as he was thinking for a strategy, he felt another sense of danger. He sped up and his body seemed to have turned into a sword. However, instead of moving forward, he was trying to back away. Yan Nan formed a sword seal with his hands and a powerful sword veil appeared before him. Yi Wuchen's attack finally arrived, and the second strike was faster than what Yan Nan had seen. It was an illusory sword technique. Whatever Yan Nan was seeing was all illusory. Indeed, Heavenly Eye's sword technique could be considered as an illusory sword technique. Moreover, Yi Wuchen had merged his Heavenly Eye's sword technique with his understanding of swordsmanship, fusing it with the aggressive technique that he had obtained from the relic. At the moment, thousands of waves of sword chi charged out. This was the Sword of Chaos. Yan Nan's face turned pale. He did not know which swords were real and which were illusory. Yan Nan put his hands together and thousands of swords gathered around him. He no longer attempted to attack and could only defend, guarding his body with sword chi. Immediately, his body was enveloped in a sword veil. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen appeared before him. The one-armed swordsman strolled in the air and an endless amount of sword chi in the sky converged towards him, growing in strength as time passed. Everyone could only see countless swords floating around Yi Wuchen, producing a clanking sound. In the sky, more and more swords gathered around him. Strike! Yi Wuchen pointed his finger forward. At once, an infinite amount of sword chi shot towards a certain place. Everyone saw a sword rain charging towards the same spot. Almost immediately, cracks appeared on Yan Nan's defense. Yan Nan, admit defeat. Yan Zhou, who was at the edge of the arena, shouted. Swordsmen were known for their aggressiveness. They could crush all defenses, but their own defense was comparatively much weaker. Previously, Yan Nan had gained an advantage in his attacks and was able to suppress Yi Wuchen. However, the situation of the battle flipped around out of a suddenly. Yi Wuchen was attacking Yan Nan with countless swords at the moment, and Yan Nan was absolutely on the losing end. If this continued, Yan Nan would not only lose, but he would also be killed. Yan Nan's face turned very gloomy as he stared at Yi Wuchen in the sky. The sword veil around him was already on the verge of being crushed. Just then, Yi Wuchen raised his hand and the thousands of swords around him clanked. I admit defeat, Yan Nan roared, not resigned to his fate. Yi Wuchen's finger stopped in the air, after which the sword chi dissipated. Countless people gazed at Yi Wuchen. This one-armed swordsman who had been keeping a low profile was humiliated by Yan Nan, being addressed as a handicapped. However, he actually defeated Yan Nan, a Sword Saint Villa disciple. He is actually also so strong, Li Qingyi, Qinin, and the other people from Dawn Road thought. It seemed like nobody with Yi Futian was weak, although their levels were somewhat low. Yan Nan's face darkened as he stood blankly at his spot. He had actually lost. I actually lost to a handicapped. Yan Nan gave a self-mocking smile. The word handicapped was still particularly grating. Raising his head, he looked at Yi Wuchen. Is that what you learned from the relic? Yi Wuchen glanced coldly at Yan Nan. Ignoring him, Yi Wuchen turned around and left. Since he could not kill Yan Nan, it was pointless to say anything else. Wait! An elder from the Holy Ji Palace suddenly said. Yi Wuchen, do you want to join my island? Yi Wuchen was the one being challenged, but his power was approved by the Holy Ji Palace in this battle. Someone wanted to accept him as a disciple. Thank you, but I would like to stay in the arena. Yi Wuchen bowed gently, after which he continued his way back. He had rejected the offer. Moreover, because he was the one who was challenged and had obtained the approval of the Holy Ji Palace, he would not need to fight anytime soon. The elder did not say anything. He looked at Yan Nan and asked, How about you? Although Yan Nan had lost, his power was similarly approved. Yan Nan glanced emotionlessly at the back of Yi Wuchen. How could he accept something that Yi Wuchen had rejected? No, Yan Nan turned around and left. Because he had obtained someone's approval, he could still stay in the arena despite having lost. He was promoted to the next round. Both of them had actually rejected the offer. Clearly, they had greater ambitions. To Yan Nan, if he was to join the Thousand Holy Islands, he might as well stay in Sword Saint Villa. In the crowd, Chen Yuan said to Mu Chuan, Did you see that? Even the person beside him can enter the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, he rejected the offer from the Thousand Holy Islands. I really don't know why you're always so proud before me. Zhaixing House had been acting superior just because Mu Jifan was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Now, Chen Yuan was almost elated. Behind him, Mu Jifan's face darkened. Indeed, even Yi Wuchen could enter the Holy Ji Palace. The reason that he had been so complacent seemed insignificant at the moment. The arena was somewhat silent. The battle between the two evenly matched swordsmen just now was very remarkable. Yi Wuchen returned to the side of the arena. Yi Futian looked at his sleeve which had been cut off and asked softly, Are you injured? Yi Wuchen shook his head gently and did not say anything else. His handsome face looked very calm, but Yi Futian did not know what he was thinking. Nevertheless, anyone who was humiliated as a handicapped would certainly be furious. Moreover, Yi Wuchen's broken arm was indeed his major flaw. Next, the person on the sky stairwell said, Me! Someone replied. However, before the person could walk out, someone else in the crowd was already walking towards the center of the arena. Many people seemed to be very surprised. The person who walked out first was actually Yifutian. Yifutian strolled to the center of the arena and stopped. Ignoring the amused stares of everyone, he looked in a certain direction. It was where Yinan had just returned to. "Get the F over here," Yifutian said, pointing at Yannan. After Yannan lost, he still called Yi Wuchen a handicapped. Yi Wuchen did not seem to mind, but Yifutian did. When Yifutian pointed at Yannan and shouted the 3 words, countless gazes landed on Yifutian again. Previously, Xiaji had challenged Yifutian and he had conceded. After all, the difference in cultivation level was evident. Now, what confidence did he have to challenge Yannan? Yannan was a grade 8 noble, also 2 cultivation levels higher than him. Moreover, Yannan's potential was extraordinary. Even though he had been defeated previously, it did not mean that his battle ability was not strong. How was Yifutian going to surpass difference of 2 cultivation levels? Yannan also stared at Yifutian ruthlessly. His previous defeat was already a humiliation to him. Now, the Arcana Plane Yifutian actually dared to challenge him. He did not challenge Yifutian, but Yi Wuchen, because Yifutian had already conceded once. If he challenged him, Yifutian would probably concede again, so he had chosen Yi Wuchen. Yet, after suffering a loss, Yifutian had pointed his finger at him and ordered him to get the fuck over here. Ridiculous. Whoosh! Sword will started to circulate around his body, and Yannan's body dashed forward like a sword being pulled from its sheath, heading for the center of the battlefield. "Since you want to scram, I'll grant you your wish," Yannan said as he walked in the air. This fight, Yifutian was the challenger. As long as he could crush Yifutian convincingly, he would be eliminated with another loss. He would not even have the right to enter the Thousand Holy Island. Behind him, a sword floated in the air, countless sword wills surrounded the shadow sword, and the edgeless great sword appeared again. With every step he took, it was as though a sword will pierce Yifutian's body. Around Yifutian's body, meteorites started to form. It was like a starry dimension above his head with brilliant meteorites revolving around his body, providing a sturdy defense. However, Yannan was a swordsman and had a terrifying attacking ability. He would not care about the defense of an Arcana Plane cultivator. He would slice through it like a hot knife through butter. If Yi Wuchen had not cast the illusory sword technique at the end, his offense would not have been defeated. An intimidating aura descended and Yannan's life spirit turned into a great sword and swung down towards Yifutian, tearing through everything in its way. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Yifutian without hesitation. As the edgeless great sword dropped from the sky, the meteorites it came into contact with were all shattered into dust. The starry defense was unable to stand up to the might of the sword and were all crushed. "Die!" Yannan exclaimed mercilessly, his great sword increasing in speed all of a sudden and slashing towards Yifutian's body. Yifutian retreated and the great sword pierced into the ground with a huge thud. "Is this what allowed you to be arrogant?" Yannan looked at Yifutian sarcastically. His great sword humming, it started to chase Yifutian again, but Yifutian's speed was still extremely fast. Just like his previous battle with Zhuge Ping, he was mainly dodging. Crash! The sword chi shattered and the sword life spirit returned to Yannan. Yannan looked mercilessly at Yifutian and thought, since the great sword can't catch up, I'll use the sword of light. Yannan's body turned into a sword ray and charged towards Yifutian. Wherever his body passed by, the sword would roar and countless sword chi moved alongside his body towards Yifutian. Kill! With a resounding roar, the light sword's shadows tore through the air like flashes of lightning towards Yifutian's body. However, at that moment, an invisible gravity and frost will appeared in the heavens and everything felt like it had slowed down. Yifutian's hands struck out and large golden palm prints manifested, colliding with the swords of light. However, the palm prints were pierced through and destroyed, but the might of the swords were also weakened and unable to threaten him. At the same time, the shadow blades appeared out of the blue, but Yifutian transformed into the constellations, the glimmer of the stars surrounding him. As the shadow blades slashed towards him, all they could hear was bam, bam, bam. 3 consecutive rumbles later, The starry defense had cracks in it, as though if another attack was to land, it would crumble to pieces. Still not admitting your defeat? Yan Nan sneered. He stretched out his arm, his sword-life spirit appearing in his palm. An imposing sword chi circulated in his palm, and in a flash, his body was headed straight towards Yifutian. Be careful. On the outside, Li Qingyi, who was watching the battle, shouted out instinctively. She could see that Yan Nan wanted to kill Yifutian. A horrifying amount of lightning circulated around Yifutian's body, and the thunder god's aegis appeared in front of him. Yan Nan descended in front of him and slashed out with his blade. Numerous sword shadows appeared in the heavens and slashed on the aegis, cleaving it apart. The punishment of the thunder god. A sharp glint appeared in Yifutian's eyes as the lightning in the shattered thunder god's aegis remained in the air. The golden-purple lightning gleamed as it rushed towards Yan Nan's body along his sword. With the speed of lightning, the punishment of the thunder god landed on him as he tried to approach for a close-range strike. However, a sword veil circulated around Yan Nan's body, and as the lightning rushed towards him, Yan Nan could only feel his spiritual will and body both becoming numb, like he was struck by lightning. Nonetheless, his sword strike did not stop. If Yifutian dared to be so insane, then he would die. As the sword landed, it did not cleave Yifutian's body in two, as golden vines started to appear and tangle around Yan Nan's sword. The hardy vines were successively sliced apart and sword chi simultaneously rushed towards Yifutian. However, at that moment, a pair of giant shining rock wings appeared on Yifutian's back and folded up, shielding Yifutian from the onslaught of the sword chi. At the same time, Yifutian's wings shuddered, and he transformed into a flash of golden lightning. Yan Nan felt that something was amiss and let go of his sword, retreating. However, the gravity and frost will had affected his speed. Scram! Yan Nan saw Yifutian rushing towards him and his finger pointed forward, sword chi rushing forth. However, he only saw a golden afterimage and felt wind and thunder. The rock's wings, thundering illusion step and wind aviation. When the three of them were used together, how fast could one get? Yan Nan could see the golden afterimage being magnified in his field of vision, curving in a perfect arc, avoiding his sword chi. A fearsome sword veil appeared around Yan Nan's body. He had been forced to defend once again. Freeze! Yifutian growled and the frost spell landed. Yan Nan's blood felt as though it was about to stop flowing and his speed decreased yet again. However, the sword veil around his body shattered the oncoming frost will. However, at that moment, Yifutian had already reached and a golden afterimage appeared above Yan Nan's head. He immediately cast the fatal entanglement and terrifying golden vines constricted Yan Nan's head, then his arms and legs. Many people's expression paled, especially Yanjiu, who looked especially grim. What was Yifutian trying to do? He was controlling Yan Nan, not allowing him to concede defeat. A muffled howl sounded out. Yan Nan's throat had been constricted, and he was unable to control the flow of his sword will. He had been completely restrained in the air. Let go of him, he admitted his defeat, Yanjiu shouted. Yifutian raised his head and looked menacingly at Yanjiu, then replied emotionlessly, I heard nothing. As he finished speaking, the golden vines pierced through Yan Nan's arms, severing all the tendons in his arms. Yan Nan trembled in pain as the vines around his neck and head disappeared. Only then could they hear his screaming voice. Since he's already disabled, there's no need for him to stay, Yifutian said nonchalantly, the vines flinging Yan Nan a distance away. Yanjiu moved in a flash and caught his body, only to see Yan Nan's arms dangling helplessly. His eyes filled with killing intent. I've been disabled? Yan Nan's body shuddered, unable to believe that it was real. Yanjiu looked at Yan Nan and said, even with broken arms, you will still be able to cultivate. That was all he could do to console him. Yan Nan's eyes filled with agony, as though blood could drip out of them. He had extraordinary potential and wanted to enter the Holy Ji Palace to spread the name of the Sword Saint Villa. However, he had been disabled by an Arcana Plane cultivator, no less. Many gazes landed on Yifutian and Yan Nan. To Yan Nan it was a tragedy. the genius of the Sword Saint Villa, disabled in both arms. How cruel of Yi Futian. Just because Yan Nan insulted Yi Wuchen for being crippled, he turned Yan Nan into a cripple. Everyone. At that moment, on the sky stairwell, the elder hosting the battles looked towards the experts from the Holy Ji Palace to see if anyone was willing to take in Yi Futian, intentionally controlling others so that they are unable to concede defeat and disabling one's arms in a battle. His methods are too sinister. A gruff voice sounded out. Many people looked towards the person who had spoken. It was a sage plain figure from the Thousand Holy Island. Yi Futian heard the voice and raised his head in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. Sinister? The elders from the Holy Ji Palace should have seen that Yan Nan's battling methods were attempts on his life. I've heard that this person has come from the Dawn Road and is a bloodthirsty and cruel individual. Another person agreed. Yi Futian had a glint in his eyes and felt that something was amiss. There was someone who was targeting him. He did not know anyone from the Holy Ji Palace. If there was someone he had offended, it would be Ning Huang's elder. He did not know if Ning Huang's elder was among the two people that had spoken. Elder Ning was not among the two that had spoken. At that moment, he was in a location high up and the Ning clan was there as well, watching the scene quietly. Moreover, Elder Ning was drinking a cup of tea leisurely. With his position and status, why would he get involved personally? If Yi Futian were to enter the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate, it would not be that easy to kill him. To him, an Arcana Plane cultivator was not worth mentioning. If he valued that person's potential, that person would be a genius, but if he did not like that person, he would be but a mere ant. Although the potential that Yi Futian had just revealed was acceptable, he had killed Ning Huang. Ning Huang was the successor that he had handpicked, and he heard that they had even taken the ritual implement he had given Ning Huang. How impudent! That was why he wanted to stop Yi Futian from entering the Holy Ji Palace. As long as Yi Futian did not enter the palace, killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Of course, he was not in a hurry. Neither would he step in himself. Because of the two voices, nobody spoke for a period of time, causing the scenario to become awkward. As an Arcana Plane cultivator who had disabled Yan Nan's arms, he should have been vigorously fought for. I don't agree with that. Suddenly, a gentle-looking middle-aged man from the Holy Ji Palace smiled and said, Yan Nan challenged another person and even humiliated him verbally. Moreover, he was cruel in the battle, wanting to kill his opponent. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian. It is obvious that there is some resentment between them. Yan Nan did not manage to do what he wanted to. I don't think there is anything wrong with Yi Futian's response. As for what happened in Dawn Road, I'm not too sure, but since the Holy Roads are organized by the Holy Ji Palace, whatever that has happened there is certainly within our rules. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Futian and asked, Do you want to join my island? Many people stared at the middle-aged man calmly. They roughly knew why the two sages earlier would make things difficult for Yi Futian. The elder on the sky stairwell nodded. Looking at Yi Futian, he asked, Are you willing? Yi Futian looked in the direction where the middle-aged man was at. He bowed gently and replied, Thank you, senior. However, I would like to stay in the arena and continue fighting. All right. The middle-aged man nodded, smiling. You indeed have the chance to cultivate in the Holy Island. Seize the opportunity. Thank you. Yi Futian nodded. Then, he backed off from the arena and returned to his original position. He actually rejected it. Many people were surprised. Yi Futian was in the Arcana Plane and yet he did not grasp the opportunity. It seemed like he wanted to enter the core island. He was indeed ambitious. Nevertheless, it was extremely difficult to enter the core island. Elder Ning was still drinking his tea quietly. Just like what he had expected, there was still someone who invited Yi Futian. He was also not surprised by Yi Futian's rejection. Ning Huang had died because of Yi Futian and Yusheng. How could they be satisfied by the Thousand Holy Islands? Suddenly, another person walked out. When he appeared, everyone's eyes froze again. The person was Yan Jiu from Sword Saint Villa. Clearly, he was going to take revenge. I challenge Hua Jieyu. Yan Jiu looked at the lady beside Yi Futian. A strange expression appeared on the faces of many. Yi Futian had disabled Yan Nan's arms, while Yan Zhou challenged Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian's girlfriend. He was deliberately trying to humiliate Yi Futian. Although Hua Jieyu was a divine spiritual sorcerer, she had only just entered the noble plane. She was clearly no match for Yan Zhou. A cold beam of light immediately erupted from Yi Futian's eyes as he stared at Yan Zhou, who was also looking at him. If Hua Jieyu rejected the challenge, Yan Zhou would challenge the people beside Yi Futian one by one. As long as nobody responded to his challenge, he could continue doing so to humiliate Yi Futian and his friends. If, however, someone accepted the challenge, he would surely not show any mercy. Zhuge Canyang and Zhuge Mingyue looked at the arena below them emotionlessly. The juniors from Sword Saint Villa were really unruly. If Yan Zhou challenged Zhuge Xing, they would naturally not say anything. However, by challenging Hua Jieyu, he was obviously trying to humiliate Yi Futian instead of displaying his power. Jieyu, don't go, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu. He knew that Yan Zhou would not show mercy. I'll try. Hua Jieyu smiled gently at Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian shake his head, she smiled and said, just now, you also responded to Xieji's challenge, didn't you? If I cannot continue, I'll admit defeat. Be careful then. Yi Futian nodded. Of course, Hua Jieyu responded. Then, she flashed and walked gracefully towards the center of the arena, attracting countless stares. Even if she rejected the challenge, Yan Zhou would not give up so easily. Yan Zhou stared at the charming figure before him. Yi Futian was really lucky to have her. Are you ready? Yan Zhou asked. Let's begin, Hua Jieyu replied. Just as she finished speaking, sword chi whizzed over from Yan Zhou's body. At once, many straight lightning-like swords shot towards Hua Jieyu. At the same time, a terrifying sword aurora erupted from Yan Zhou's sharp eyes. It was as if a sword hidden inside his pupils was charging towards Hua Jieyu's eyes. Hua Jieyu released her life spirit and dharma. Immediately, a seven-colored crown appeared, and her already alluring body looked even more like an empress. An invisible wave of spiritual energy enveloped the arena. The incoming brilliant sword chi seemed to have slowed and was covered with frost. Then, the sharp swords vibrated violently and buzzed, after which they were crushed into nothingness. Yan Zhu jumped into the air. Sword chi filled the sky and blotted out the sun. As he pointed his finger forward, a frightening wave of sword rain fell down from the sky. Hua Jieyu raised her head and a brilliant radiance bloomed from her pupils. The crown vibrated and an appalling wave of spiritual energy engulfed the sky. When the sword rain arrived, the sharp swords actually changed direction and passed beside her. On the other hand, the swords that did not change direction exploded one after another. Hua Jieyu, who was covered in a seven-colored radiance, did not move, but everyone knew that she was using her powerful spiritual energy as a divine spiritual sorcerer to fight. Thud, Hua Jieyu suddenly felt a strong sense of danger as Yan Zhou charged towards her like a sharp sword. He knew that Hua Jieyu was a divine spiritual sorcerer and flying swords would not be able to injure her. Divine spiritual sorcerer was the ultimate type of sorcerer, and the weakness of all sorcerers was their poor melee abilities. If he could attack her from a closer distance, he would surely win. Yan Zhou's speed was so fast that Hua Jieyu did not have any time to think. Ice Seal and many vines wound around Yan Zhou's body, but they were all crushed by his sword will and could not stop him even for a bit. The seven-colored radiance above the crown became more dazzling. Yan Zhou felt that his body and the sword in his hand suddenly deviate from their intended trajectories slightly. On the other hand, Hua Jieyu's body danced with the wind and rotated in the air as she backed away, passing by the strike marginally. I admit defeat, Hua Jieyu said softly. Yan Zhou was about to attack again and his sword rubbed against the ground, but he could only stop. Sword chi dissipated and Hua Jieyu landed slowly and elegantly on the ground. Looking at her, many people praised her in their minds. Although she had taken part in the fight, it ended at the appropriate time. Yan Zhou had displayed his power, and she had also displayed her abilities. In this way, Yan Zhou would not be able to continue challenging them. Divine Spiritual Sorcerer was indeed a powerful class. The fatal strike just now actually missed. If Hua Jieyu was also a grade 7 noble, could she control Yan Zhou's sword directly with her spiritual energy? Yan Zhou's face darkened. Although he had beat Hua Jieyu, it was actually a failure for him because he did not manage to do anything else. Not only could a divine spiritual sorcerer suppress other sorcerers, but she could also suppress any cultivators, in fact. After all, to be a divine spiritual sorcerer, one first had to become an outstanding spirit elemental sorcerer. Both of them were invited by the cultivators from the Thousand Holy Islands. However, both rejected and returned to their original positions. The battle continued. Yifutian and his friends all had an amazing performance and were invited the Thousand Holy Islands, but only Mai Zhiqiu and Shenyuan Beishan accepted the offers. The rest rejected, planning to continue fighting. In the arena, many extraordinary cultivators showed up one after another. The geniuses from the 9 holy roads were all displaying their talents. This round continued for 3 whole days. By the time everyone had participated in at least one battle, only a small proportion of people was left in the vast arena. There were 160 cultivators left. The elimination started with tens of thousands of cultivators, and at the moment, there were only 160. These 160 cultivators were all geniuses who had rejected the offers from the Thousand Holy Islands. They wanted to enter the core island of the Holy Ji Palace. The other people had either joined the Thousand Holy Islands or were eliminated. On the sky stairwell, the elder who was hosting the battle looked at the arena and said, "All of you must be tired after so many battles. Some of you are also injured. We'll take a one-day break. Tomorrow, many seniors from the Holy Ji Palace will be here to watch the battles, so you should prepare. During the break, do not leave the island. Also, no conflicts are allowed." After he finished speaking, many powerful cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace stood up and returned to the palace. Some of them also chatted as they walked. Below them, many people walked towards the arena, looking for their juniors who were not eliminated. After all, the people from many major forces were present today. Many young people raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. In particular, Bai Luli had received the most attention. He was so bright and was admired by countless people. Suddenly, Bai Luli walked towards where Zhuge Kenyang and Zhuge Mingyue were. "Kenyang, Mingyue," Bai Luli shouted, smiling. "Luli," Zhuge Kenyang responded, smiling. "In the admission test this time, what do you think of the people who were not eliminated? There are many outstanding juniors. I met Hua Jieyu earlier, but I only managed to watch her fight today. Divine spiritual sorcerer indeed deserves its name. I think that tomorrow many seniors will fight to take her. Who will you let Jieyu cultivate under?" Bai Luli asked softly. Mingyue said that she will respect Hua Jieyu's own decision. Zhuge Kenyang replied. "That's great. Zhuge Xing is outstanding as well. Moreover, there are people like Huang Zhouge, Suke, and Qimeng, so there are indeed many excellent juniors. There are also a few people whose levels are low, but they have already displayed their amazing potential. The cohort this year is better than the one 3 years ago. I think the battles tomorrow will be interesting," Bai Luli said, smiling. "Bai Zhe is certainly one of them. I heard that you have guided him before, and his talents are unsurpassed. I am also looking forward to the fights between the best juniors tomorrow," Zhuge Kenyang said. "All right, I will return to the palace first." Bai Luli nodded gently at Zhuge Kenyang and Zhuge Mingyue, after which he left elegantly. After he left, Zhuge Kenyang looked at Zhuge Mingyue who was beside him and said softly, "You can't find another person in the barren state who is as outstanding as Bai Luli. Furthermore, he is humble. Even when he wants to show his affection towards you, he only does so appropriately and never crosses the line. I really don't know what you're thinking." Smiling, Zhuge Mingyue glanced at Zhuge Kenyang and said, "Don't you feel that if a person is too perfect, he will be difficult to understand?" Zhuge Kenyang stared at her. Indeed, Bai Luli could be considered as a perfect man. Bai Luli was handsome, elegant, talented, powerful, and had a strong background. He was the youngest person on the Barren Sky ranking, and moreover, he was in the 10th place. He really seemed to be flawless. "I prefer someone who is cuter." Zhuge Mingyue smiled and stepped forward, walking towards Yifutian. who was below them. Zhuge Mingyue brought Beitang Xinger next to Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu smiled as they shouted, "Second sister." "Good work, little brother." Beitang Xinger smiled. "Why have you not joined the test this time?" Yi Futian asked. "I don't have much interest in the training." Beitang Xinger smiled as she answered, "I'm fine just tagging along with second sister here. Only the 1,000 holy islands will be selecting their disciples today. The most extraordinary of the ones who made it out of the holy roads have yet to show their true abilities, and you have had first-hand experience what Xieji is like. The true test will be held tomorrow. You think you can manage?" Zhuge Mingyue asked with a smile. She knew what Yi Futian's talents were like. His lower plane, however, would continue to prove to be a disadvantage. Out of the ones left, which numbered to a little over 100, Yi Futian and Yushang were the weakest in terms of levels. There were not that many grade 9 nobles around, with most being grade 8 or 7. There were some who had broken through into grade 6 noble plane during their journey, and the difference in level for these people would not be easy to cover. It was due to this that most did not expect much of Yi Futian. In the battlefield on the next day, no matter how talented candidates of Arcana Plane were, they would have amounted to little more than just footnotes and audiences. "I'll know when the time comes," Yi Futian answered. "Well, you'd better give it your all then. Tomorrow is different from today. Those top-class figures from the Holy Ji Palace will choose only a handful. If you don't shine bright enough, others might end up taking your place," Zhuge Mingyue elaborated. The Holy Ji Palace was a place of training, and it was only natural that she hoped Yi Futian would be able to make it through. It was the best choice offered to Yi Futian after all. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. "All right, I'll get out of the way of you and Jieyu. There are many great places to go for dates on the island." Zhuge Mingyue shot sly looks at the two of them, before taking Beitang Xinger away with her. Chen Yuan, Mu Chuan, and Mu Zhiqiu came soon after Zhuge Mingyue left. "Zhiqiu, why didn't you keep trying for a bit?" Yi Futian asked Mu Zhiqiu. Mu Zhiqiu had answered the invitation of an elder from the 1,000 Holy Islands and was prepared to train under their wing. "Tomorrow's test is going to be too intense. That senior was my brother's teacher, and he said he was willing to take me in. I fulfilled my goal of coming here," Mu Zhiqiu answered softly. Yi Futian nodded and did not pursue the topic any further. Mu Zhifan, who was standing behind him, looked livid. Yi Futian had earned the right to enter the Holy Ji Palace, yet he refused. That point alone said that Yi Futian had surpassed him. "Futian, give it all you've got tomorrow," Chen Yuan said to Yi Futian. While he felt reluctant to have the son of the Starry School train in the Holy Ji Palace, 2 of the 3 great schools were out for his head at the moment. The best choice available to Yi Futian at the moment was to enter the Holy Ji Palace. "I will, headmaster," Yi Futian said as he nodded. "From the way you talk today, I'd say you're still holding back. You are, aren't you?" Mu Chuan was feeling rather irked. Someone like Yi Futian was actually offered entry to the 1,000 Holy Islands of the Holy Ji Palace, yet he refused all the offers, and that made Mu Chuan lose face. "Mu Chuan, he has yet to enter the Holy Ji Palace. You still have time to say yes to the offer to be his guard. He might not need you around tomorrow." Chen Yuan egged him on. "Screw you," Mu Chuan yelled. "Just why do I, the chief of the Zhaixing house, need to suck up to the kid? This is too much." "Heh," Chen Yuan chuckled coldly. "It seems that you don't see things as clearly as your juniors. Mu Zhiqiu is very close with Yi Futian now, and yet you continue to be stubborn. The Zhaixing house will not be having a good end with you in charge." Yi Futian blinked and looked at Chen Yuan, then at Hua Jieyu by his side. Seeing Hua Jieyu smiling at him, he could not help but say, "Headmaster, please don't go about saying things like that. I'm just friends with Zhiqiu. Just friends, nothing else. Right, Zhiqiu?" Yi Futian asked, looking at her. "Just what is this old fart doing? Is he trying to kill me or something?" Yi Futian thought. "Sorry, a slip of the tongue." Chen Yuan waved his hand, and the smile on his face made Yi Futian want badly to slug someone. Mu Zhiqiu looked rather funny instead and glanced at Hua Jieyu. The 2 beautiful girls' eyes met for a brief moment. Mu Zhiqiu saw that Hua Jieyu's smile was gentle, and there was no animosity within. While she herself was a beauty nonetheless, she could not help but marvel at Hua Jieyu's looks. What a beauty indeed! She turned her eyes to Yi Futian and nodded in agreement. Yi Futian saw other pretty girls like Gu Yunqi and Qin Yin were standing nearby and thought it would have been really awkward to stay there for long. He then said, "I heard the island is really beautiful. If you're free, I guess it'd be a good idea to go walk for a bit. Now, if you'll excuse us." He dragged Hua Jieyu away as soon as he was done talking, before asking Qin Yin telepathically, "Qin Yin, take care of Qingyi for me, thanks." Qin Yin glanced at Yi Futian and sighed in her mind. "He's off just like that?" Xianxia glared at him. The members of their group were not all that familiar with each other and had only gathered around Yi Futian. "Very nice of you, running off with your girlfriend and all that." Yushin glanced at Xianxia and said, "You're not telling me that you haven't gotten used to this?" Xiaoxia's eyes met Yushan's, and he answered, "I'm still getting used to it." He had heard even back in the cottage that Yi Futian was the kind who would be very nice with the sisters and harsh with the brothers, and it seemed to be a tradition of sorts. "Brother Yuan, what do you say we get a place and spar for a bit?" the fat guy asked the ape beside him. "I'm taken." Yuan Zhan did not bother doing much with him, going in the direction of his father instead. Gu Yunqi's eyes looked rather dejected seeing Yi Futian walk away. "Yunqi," her brother called out to her. "Yes." Gu Yunqi turned around. "What's going on in your head?" Gu Ming asked. There was no way he would not have known what was actually in her head. It was just that Yi Futian was probably not the kind of person Gu Yunqi would be able to get her hands on. "I was just thinking, well, what a couple those two are." Gu Yunqi's smile was beaming, seemingly very happy herself. Gu Ming was dumbfounded. He had thought his sister would have felt down from all that she had just seen. He stared at her for a bit and found her smile stayed intact, and he felt very confused. The training island right before the Holy Ji Palace looked incredibly lively. Countless were discussing the battles to take place the day, and many were speculating what the battles the next day would be like. The little more than 100 selected today were the strongest of the strongest seen thus far, including top-notch figures from top-notch forces. Those people seemed to have never clashed before, yet with the battle for the zenith at hand the next day, there was simply no way no one would not have been excited. Many were wondering if Huang Zhouge of the sovereign family or Su Kei from Tingxue House was stronger. Who would prove more excellent? Bai Zhe from White Cloud City or Zhuge Xing from the Zhuge family? There were also top-class geniuses from other holy roads. How brilliant things would get the next day with them showing off what they had. How Yi Futian, that young man of only the Arcana plane, would perform on such a stage. Who would reign supreme? All that liveliness seemed to have nothing to do with Yi Futian. He and Hua Jieyu came to a cliff on the east of the island. They were able to gaze upon the other islands and the azure holy river far away. It was a sight to behold, and the place felt like heaven on earth. The two of them walked on the rocks on the cliff, with Yi Futian taking Hua Jieyu's hand, wobbling about as they moved, and sweet smiles were seen on their faces. A great battle took place the very first time they met each other after being separated for more than 2 years, and now they were finally alone. "Why are you taking me here?" Hua Jieyu asked with a smile. "There is no one else around, so I figured it would be a rather good place to get something done." Yi Futian answered her question with a smile that was just as bright. Hua Jieyu blinked her eyes and felt something was off. "A good place for talking about those friends of yours. Very pretty girls, all of them." Hua Jieyu smiled naughtily, which had Yi Futian shuddering. "My fox, please, I've told you we're just friends. Don't go having weird thoughts about me and them." "Is that so?" Hua Jieyu smiled and continued. "And there I was thinking I've got my hands full, and it's a good thing I get someone else to look after you too." "You mean it?" Yi Futian blinked. However, he ended up swallowing those words right before they were about to come out of his mouth. But looking at how Hua Jieyu kept grinning, he said instead, "Well, not a problem. Lulan Shui was an easy one to look after. Just get her a servant girl or something." "That's so?" Hua Jieyu murmured. "Well, how about Jieyu? Can you stop talking about other people?" Yi Futian pulled her into his arms. Hua Jieyu tilted her head to look at him, nodded for a bit and leaned on his chest, hugging him. I've had quite a lot to talk to you about before I got here. But now that you're right in front of me, I don't quite know what to say instead. Hua Jieyu then asked gently, how have you been for the past 2 years? Do I look like I've had bad days? Yifutian asked in an equally gentle tone. I think you were having a good time. Hua Jieyu answered with a smile, thinking about all the pretty girls around him. What about you? Yifutian's voice was flighty. He did not tell Hua Jieyu that he had actually died once. I have a big sister looking after me. Of course, I'm good. Good thing to know then. Yifutian nodded. I'm getting rather drowsy. How about we lie down for a bit? Hua Jieyu came out from his embrace and grinned at him. All right, we have a nice quiet place here. A good one for training. Wait, what? Yifutian blinked. A good time and incredibly beautiful scenery like this. And you're thinking about training? Gosh, you're harsh. Haven't you noticed that many have painted you as a target? The battle tomorrow will probably not be an easy one. If you want to enter the Holy Ji Palace, you will need to do better than how you fought Xie Ji today. So, let's see if you'll have a breakthrough today, Hua Jieyu said. We have less than a day. Yifutian added, I think it's best to get some rest instead. If you manage to break through the noble plane, you can sleep all you want. Hua Jieyu glared at him. Sleep all I want? Yifutian blinked. Hua Jieyu was stunned for a bit before her face flushed red. That was so not what I meant. If you are able to make it into the noble plane before the battle tomorrow, all you want indeed. Hua Jieyu smiled sheepishly at him, and Yifutian's heart beat like there was no tomorrow. You know how to work your man indeed. Jieyu, I think you have a very, very good point. The battle tomorrow is of utmost importance, and as such I need to train well. As such, I will go train right now. Yifutian added seriously, Don't hold me back. He flashed and found a good spot to fold his legs on. He sat down and actually got ready for training. Jieyu sat on a rock not far from he was. With her elbows on her knees and her hands cupping her chin, she watched silently at the side. The smile on her face never went away. I haven't seen this guy for 2 years, and I think he somehow got even more handsome. Yifutian sat on the huge boulder. He got rid of all other thoughts and focused on fusing his spiritual power with the world. He sensed the spiritual chi in the world. A rainbow of lights shone. Now, the lights of the 6 elements were brighter while the green wood elemental spiritual chi was dimmer. It was the only element that he hadn't comprehended the noble will for, so his perception was slightly weaker. The 6 lights disappeared from his senses. Only the green wood elemental spiritual chi remained around him. At the same time, his mind went into his life palace. The world tree towered over the vast space. The sun and moon hung high in the sky. Thunder dragons spiraled around the tree while a golden rock rested on a branch. The divine ape guarded the tree. All his life spirits lived in harmony with the tree as the center. The wood elemental was different from the others. The wood spells he'd cultivated before were all focused on control. The ones he encountered now were mostly on control too. They were rarely for attacking. However, when he'd been close to dying last time, it was the world tree life spirit that helped reform his body. The wood element's most obvious characteristic was that it encompassed all life and was never extinguished. The man who had killed Du Ao had used a wood elemental spell that became even more frightening when burned. No matter how the wood elemental was attacked, it would continue standing tall. Then what was the wood will? In his life palace, the world tree kept changing color. Sometimes it was gold, sometimes it was purple. The tree shook and the leaves rustled as if it was speaking. Spiritual light flashed through Yifutian's mind. Then he saw green light shine around him. A huge ancient tree sprouted behind him. The branches and leaves expanded wildly, stretching upward and covering the sky. It soon became a huge tree rooted beside the cliff. The branches swayed in the wind. Spiritual chi gathered frantically on the tree. Then golden vines appeared, transforming into the deadly lock spell that stretched into the distance. The world tree encompasses all living things. It doesn't die and the spiritual chi doesn't decay, Yifutian mumbled. Then a sun hung above the tree. It released the fire of a divine furnace to smelt everything. The green light on the tree melted into the furnace, making the fire burn even more vibrantly. The divine furnace's fire had a green tinge, giving off green flames that were even more terrifying than before. I understand, Yi Futian thought. This was the wood elemental's will. Moving his thoughts, the green spiritual chi in the air grew clearer. They rushed wildly into the tree and then entered his body. The so-called will was one's comprehension of spiritual power. Once his comprehension improved, he would be faster at absorbing spiritual chi and raising his spiritual power too. In fact, all the wood elemental spiritual chi in the world was resonating with him. The entire world seemed to be green and filled with vitality. He comprehended again. Hua Jieyu sat to the side and smiled brilliantly. This guy was so powerful. Yi Futian had already comprehended noble wills of 6 elements, so he had the abilities. Plus, the wood elemental life spirit was his natal spirit. Naturally, comprehending the wood elemental wouldn't take too long. However, his spiritual power wasn't enough. He was still a step away from the noble plane, though he was getting closer. The island city was still lively while the cliff was peaceful. Without realizing, another day passed. When the sun rose, faint sunlight splashed onto the cliff. It was warm and serene. 2 figures leaned quietly against a boulder. The youth was handsome while the girl was beautiful. She rested softly against the youth's chest. The breeze lifted her hair softly. The scene was like a painting. So beautiful. Yi Futian looked at the beauty in his arms. It was unclear if he was praising the scenery or the girl. Hua Jieyu looked up at him. Did you raise planes? Only a bit more. Yi Futian rubbed his forehead awkwardly. Just a bit. So you didn't. Hua Jieyu grinned at him. Then why did you run over here at midnight? Yi Futian fluttered his lashes and then looked away. You didn't object though. As soon as he spoke, he felt pain in his waist and he gasped. How come they'd grown up but she still did that? Someone kept cuddling with me last night. I wonder who it was. Yi Futian blinked at the beauty in his arms. Hua Jieyu's face reddened and she straightened. Just as she was about to move, Yi quickly jumped up and said, "The time isn't up yet. I'm going to continue cultivating." He escaped while speaking. Hua Jieyu stood up. Her beautiful figure and slender legs were so mesmerizing under the sunlight. However, Yi Futian didn't enjoy the sight. Right now he faced the rising sun. Divine light shone from his body. A strange aura surged from him too. Then he started practicing martial arts. Activating the Emperor's technique, Yi Futian moved slowly. However, each move seemed to contain an Emperor's power. The will was strong and lively too. Watching him, Hua Jieyu felt enjoyment. The moves didn't seem to contain any might, but his aura was getting stronger. Divine light enveloped him as if he was a god coming to earth. Every simple punch seemed able to destroy a mountain. As Yi Futian continued cultivating, dragon or ape roars occasionally sounded from his body. The expansive movements were like a golden rock flying in the wind. He shattered the rock under his feet, rumbling. Cracking sounds came out of his body and an even stronger conception was born. An aggressive force formed in the surroundings. His martial arts intent stretched out as the force became stronger. His aura kept rising. Boom! Beams of dazzling emperor light shot upward. Seemingly undefeatable, martial arts intent transformed into a horrible force field around him. If one stepped within it, they would feel his unstoppable might press down. As more cracks sounded, Yi Futian's body rumbled. Dragon and divine ape roars shook the sky. The golden rock's brilliance became one with the surrounding force field. He seemed to be a descending god. As the horrible light flashed, the stones around him exploded. Yi Futian broke the sky with a punch. An extremely dazzling fist shadow flashed and disappeared in the distance. Yi Futian stopped. His power was still strong, but he didn't release it. He turned slowly and smiled at Hua Jieyu. At that time, Hua Jieyu had a strange expression. She turned to run. Doesn't count. Raising planes in martial arts is raising planes too. Still the noble plane. Why doesn't it count? Yi Futian ran after her. Was she not going to keep her promise? You didn't break into the plane completely. Of course, it doesn't count. With a wind spell carrying her, Hua Jieyu flew like a fairy. Her figure was beautiful. Then let me ask you, am I in the noble plane right now? Yifutian yelled. He wouldn't let her cheat. No. Hua Jieyu insisted. Fox, you can't do this. Yifutian made a face. If I say it's not, then it's not. Hua Jieyu ignored all logic. Plus, you already slept last night. Gentlemen keep their word. Yifutian called. I'm a woman. Hua Jieyu replied. You can't do this. Yifutian muttered. I learned this from you. The two chased each other from the cliff to the island city. Along the way, many people on the ground looked up at this couple enviously. The city was extremely lively. Hua Jieyu had already descended. Yifutian went up to her and whispered, I'll let it go today, but I'll remember what you owe me. I forgot. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yifutian. Then I'll force it. Yifutian whispered in Hua Jieyu's ears. She blushed instantly and wrapped an arm around Yifutian, making him gasp. I dare you, Hua Jieyu said, smiling as she looked up. I'll do it. I'm not scared of my wife. Yifutian huffed. It was time to show his status in the family. Really? Hua Jieyu grinned at him. Yifutian was frustrated. What kind of look was that? Everyone in the city was walking towards the battlefield. Many recognized Hua Jieyu and Yifutian. Yesterday, they'd both entered the final list. Because they were so attractive, it was hard not to notice them. Yifutian and Hua Jieyu seemed to be really close to each other. I heard that they met long ago. Of course, they're close, but it's quite a pity. How is it a pity? They're both so talented. Yifutian may have a lower plane, but he's extraordinarily talented too. Yes, but he's still far from the divine spiritual sorcerer. Furthermore, if one wants to compare family backgrounds, how can he be compared to Zhuge Xing? With Hua Jieyu's looks and talent, Zhuge Xing, Bai Zhe, and Huang Jiuge are those that suit her. Shoo! Someone said. What are you scared of? The city doesn't allow fighting. Plus, aren't I speaking the truth? The person said, smiling. He didn't hide his voice. Many people glanced at Yifutian, only to see Hua Jieyu grab his hand and smile brilliantly. She looked around and then grinned at Yifutian. Did you hear? Yes. Yifutian nodded. He looked as if he didn't care. See, they all think I'm pretty talented. I'm still not at your level, but I'll work hard. You can't abandon me in the future. Hua Jieyu smiled like hundreds of flowers blooming. The people around them all froze. Some even stopped walking and gaped at the enchanting girl. Yifutian froze too. Then he smiled gently, feeling warm inside. This fox was quite sensitive. Silly girl. What are you thinking about? Yifutian patted Hua Jieyu's head, and she glared at him with mock anger. They continued forward, leaving the crowd in the wind. The vast battleground below the Holy Ji Palace was now filled with people. The crowd stretched to the horizon. Gradually, people entered the battleground. They were the 160 prides who'd been chosen yesterday and their friends and elders. Everyone was discussing today's battle and famous figures. When Yifutian and Hua Jieyu arrived, Yu Shang and the others were already there. Seeing them, Yi Shaoshi and the others gave them looks of disdain. They wondered where the two went for a date yesterday. Yifutian was smiling and looked vibrant. They must have had a happy night. Others stared coldly at Yifutian and Hua Jieyu walking together. Zhuge Xing stared daggers at Yifutian. The other youths of the Zhuge family didn't look happy either. These two seemed very close and no one knew where they'd gone or done yesterday. It seemed that he'd really helped train a divine spiritual sorcerer for someone else. Right then, two figures flashed and appeared. They were Zhuge Mingyue and Beitang Xinger. Zhuge Mingyue looked ambiguously at the two and smiled. Seems like yesterday went well. Senior sister, Hua Jieyu cried, embarrassed. Are you prepared? Zhuge Mingyue asked Yifutian. Entering the palace shouldn't be a problem, Yifutian said. Zhuge Mingyue's eyes brightened as she smiled at him. He seemed confident. Most of those who enter the Holy Ji Palace are at the top of the Barren Sky ranking. Take advantage of this chance, Zhuge Mingyue said, smiling. Yes. Yifutian nodded. When the Holy Ji Palace invites you, just watch my eyes, Zhuge Mingyue said. Yifutian blinked and then nodded earnestly. After all, he wasn't familiar with the strong cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. Since he was so amazing, people might fight for him and he wouldn't know who to choose. His second senior sister really thought of everything. Jieyu Xiaoshi, you need to work hard too, Zhuge Mingyue said to the others. Of course. Yi Xiaoshi stuck his chin up. He couldn't be worse off than Yifutian. As the senior brother, he had to show his skills this time. He couldn't be beaten by that guy, especially before second senior sister. Otherwise, he would be completely humiliated. I'll wait and see, Zhuge Mingyue said. Then she walked towards the Holy Ji Palace. Sister Mingyue, a voice called out. She looked over to the other direction and saw it was Zhuge Xing. They're important to you. But this is a competition. I will be fighting for the glory of the Zhuge family and I won't go easy on them, Zhuge Xing said. Zhuge Mingyue was his cousin. She'd left when she was young and only returned 2 years ago. Instead of caring about the family, she was closer to Hua Jieyu. However, Hua Jieyu was beautiful and the Zhuge family all had other thoughts, so they didn't mind. Now, it seemed that Zhuge Mingyue wasn't nice to Hua Jieyu because of herself but because of her junior. As a member of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Xing was naturally upset. Zhuge Mingyue had high hopes for Yifutian but had no hopes for them at all. Did she not care about her family's honor at all? You said that this is a competition. There's no need to go easy. Do your best. I hope you will bring glory to the family. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and left. I will. Zhuge Xing's tone was proud. He glanced at Yifutian, who also looked at him at the same time, and then looked away. Futian. Chun Yuan's group walked over. Yifutian looked over and saw that Mu Chuan of the Zhaixing house was still there. Mu Zhiqiu was beside him too. Chief, Yifutian called. As the son, you should rule the generation, Chun Yuan said, repeating their conversation in the Starry School. Seeing the anticipation in Chen Yuan's eyes, Yifutian nodded. Okay. You're dreaming. It seemed to be Mu Chuan's habit to insult Yifutian and Chen Yuan. Senior, you're still here? Didn't Zhiqiu choose an island to cultivate on? Yifutian asked Mu Chuan, smiling. This old guy was pretty funny. It's interesting to see the juniors competing. More importantly, there are so many geniuses here. I'd like to see how the son of the Starry School loses miserably. Mu Chuan scanned Yifutian. Then watch if you'd like. Yifutian smiled. More and more people arrived. The 160 prides arrived gradually and countless figures appeared in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace too. They sat on the steps quietly, looking down. They appeared quietly, but many elders of the Holy Ji Palace bowed towards them. Clearly, they were important. Sage Luyun is here. Someone looked up and saw an old elder sitting there quietly. Many people from the 1,000 Holy Islands recognized him. Sage Qijue is here too. That's Sage Daozong, Senior Sword Demon. Another figure appeared, instantly attracting much attention. It was the Sword Demon, one of the top 3 swordsmen of the Barren State. He was a super strong cultivator on the Barren Sky ranking. The top 3 swordsmen of the Barren State were Yan Wuji, leader of the Sword Saint Villa, Fatal Sword God of the Tingxue House, and the Sword Demon of the Holy Ji Palace. These 3 represented the highest level of swordsmanship in the Barren State. Yan Wuji never passed his skills to outsiders. The head of the Tingxue House had fatal techniques and he mostly didn't accept students. Thus, the biggest hope for swordsmen in training of the Barren State was to enter the Holy Ji Palace and become the Sword Demon's disciple. Thus, he was very popular. Many people present had come just for him. Seeing all these legendary cultivators appear, many people were extremely excited. Of course, when Bai Luli, young city lord of the White Cloud City, arrived, he also attracted a lot of attention. Bai Luli's cultivation wasn't as high as those big figures from the Holy Ji Palace, but he was much higher than them on the Barren Sky ranking. Of everyone present, he was the highest at 10th place. The Barren Sky ranking was a list of the top figures of the entire Barren State. One could imagine what being 10th place meant. The 9 before him were all extremely powerful figures who shook the world. 9th place was the Fatal Sword God, the head of the Tingxue house. 8th was a horribly powerful figure from Alchemy City. 7th was someone from the Holy Ji Palace. 6th was Zhuge Qingfeng, head of the Zhuge family. 5th was the head of the sovereign family. 4th was the city lord of the White Cloud City. Of the top 3, 2 were top figures of the Holy Ji Palace. The remaining one was the second place. She was in the Ice Temple. Thus, of the top 10 figures on the Barren Sky ranking, 4 cultivated at the Holy Ji Palace. The city lord of White Cloud City and Zhuge Qingfeng had once been disciples of the Holy Ji Palace too. One could imagine what kind of status the Holy Ji Palace enjoyed in the barren state. There was a reason why it was the Mecca for cultivation. The people other than the 160 prides gradually left the battlefield, leaving room for them. Everyone felt that the atmosphere had changed. They were the top figures, the best of the best. Today's battle was basically the top battle of those in the lower noble plane. "Let's begin," a big figure said to the elder on the steps after everyone was in place. The elder nodded. He gazed at the battlefield and said, "Everyone, move to the edge of the battlefield. Space out." Everyone nodded. Even those from the same force spread out. Yi Futian glanced at Hua Jiu, Yushang, and the others. They nodded and spread out to the side, each taking up a different place. The huge battlefield easily fit the 160 people. Everyone had a lot of distance between each other. The Holy Ji Palace usually chooses disciples for the core island from the top 100. Right now, there are 160 people left. Instead of purposely eliminating 60 people, we will directly begin the battles. The winners will qualify for the next round. The seniors of the Holy Ji Palace will choose from the defeated. If the chosen one is willing, they can cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. If not, they will leave. If they are not chosen, they are eliminated. The elder on the steps announced the rules for choosing disciples. They were quite unique. The seniors would choose from the defeated ones. This way, the losers would become stronger as time went on. Other than the last person, the other 159 people would all be defeated in the end. Their combat abilities could be seen through the battles. Now, they must put in their all for every battle and show all their abilities. There wouldn't be a second chance. Technically, this battle would be even crueler than the competition for the 1,000 Holy Islands earlier. Some talented figures might be eliminated because they didn't perform well. The rules are a bit different from before. You cannot repeatedly challenge the same person and everyone must participate in each round. The elder continued to announce. The battles were 1 against 1, so there would be 80 battles for the first round. Half would qualify and continue fighting. The losers would either be chosen or eliminated. The order for challenges is very simple. Whoever steps out first can challenge first. If 2 step out at the same time, they will fight without choosing. Then the elder said, "Now let us begin. The battlefield is yours." As the elder on the sky stairwell finished speaking, another figure moved rapidly out of the battlefield. The crowd saw him step out, but nobody was in a hurry to step out as well. The person who had stepped out was an elite genius from the Nether Road named Xianxia. In this round, one could step out and select their own opponent, so it was also a test of one's mental fortitude. Xianxia was a grade 9 noble, which was considered very low on the battlefield. He was at a huge disadvantage. Therefore, he had to grab the initiative without hesitation, otherwise, he would be in danger when others targeted him. He had thought that even if there was someone who had the same thoughts as him, it would not be those elite cultivators. As expected, he was fast enough to be the first to walk out and grab the chance. Xianxia looked towards the crowd at the edge of the battlefield. The majority of them were grade 8 and 7 nobles. There were not many who were at the same level as him, and only 2 who were of an even lower cultivation level than him. As such, his gaze landed on Yi Futian and Yushang. Yi Futian had previously disabled the Sword Saint Villa's Yan Nan and was a dangerous figure. Although Yushang had also defeated his opponent to reach here, in comparison, he was less outstanding than Yi Futian. Thus, Xiang's gaze landed on Yushang and he said, "I challenge him." His thoughts were to first win 1 match, that way he would have 1 more match to perform. Even if he were to be defeated later on, the chances of being chosen would be higher. That was why he challenged Yu Shang, to ensure that his chances of winning. Yi Futian saw Han Xiang look towards him, but select Yu Shang. He understood the other party's thinking. That person appeared to be a grade 9 noble with decent battle ability. However, his choice of challenger was, he looked at Han Xiang sympathetically. With Yu Shang's battling style, Han Xiang probably had no chance left and would have to say goodbye to the Holy Ji Palace. If he had selected someone else, even if he was defeated, he would at least still have a chance. Yu Shang stepped forward and looked at Han Xiang calmly. I am Han Xiang. I look forward to seeing your abilities. Yu Shang. The two of them introduced themselves and a horrifying metal storm started to pick up around Han Xiang. The storm was extremely sharp and looked like it could tear apart everything. Moreover, it started to spread from his body and was extremely fearsome. Yu Shang's palms stretched out, his demon chi rampaging. A dark golden heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, Elder Ning's gaze landed on Yu Shang. He was indeed a demonic cultivator. He had heard that Yu Shang could even demonize, so Ning Huang had died in his hands. Han Xiang is probably in trouble. Even though the people from the other holy roads were unclear, the people from the Dawn Road knew what kind of person Yu Shang was. The image where Yu Shang had stood in front of Jinshao City and declared that he was the killer was clear in their minds. For Han Xiang to challenge Yu Shang, it was his misfortune. A dark golden demonic armor covered Yu Shang's body. The cold aura gave Han Xiang a feeling of danger as demon wings sprouted from Yu Shang's back, and Yu Shang stepped off the ground, his body flying into the air. He looked down from the air, his dark golden eyes looking down upon Han Xiang, looking disdainfully at everything. When Han Xiang saw his eyes, he had a thought. Could it be that he had selected the wrong opponent? Bam! Behind Yu Shang, his demon wings flapped and he rushed downwards, heavenly halberd in hand. Han Xiang did not have too much time to think, and the metal storm that had gathered around his body transformed into razor-sharp debris, raging towards Yu Shang's direction. This was a large area of effect spell that covered a huge area, leaving no room to escape. Every golden ray in the horrifying metal storm was as sharp as a blade, making jarring sounds as the wind cut through the air. The horrifying storm tore its way straight onto Yu Shang's body, but when it came into contact with Yu Shang's armor, it made a piercing sound, like blades scraping against each other. However, it was unable to pierce through, unable to break through the defense of the dark golden armor. Han Xiang's expression paled. His assault was razor-sharp, but it was unable to even break through the other party's armor. At that moment, a demonic figure appeared in front of his eyes, and an imposing might crashed down upon him, instilling fear in him and influencing him to kneel down and surrender. The metal storm gathered in front of Han Xiang, turning into a giant golden figure. Taking the form of his life spirit, it held an extremely sharp golden spear in its hand and pierced towards the air, tearing through everything. The heavenly halberd in Yu Shang's hands also pierced forward, and an unparalleled killing power descended. It was the God-suppressing strike. Bang! With a huge impact, the spear fell to pieces and the golden figure was crushed to pieces. The heavenly halberd dominated everything and landed on Han Xiang. Han Xiang's body instantly flew backward, and he tumbled onto the edge of the battlefield, coughing up blood. His complexion was pale and his hand was in front of his chest. He could feel that his bones were already broken. This was only because Yu Shang did not use all his strength, or he would already be dead. Yu Shang stood on the battle platform like a battle god, giving the crowd a sense of peerlessness, even though the heavenly halberd in his hands had already disappeared. Turning around, Yu Shang walked back to his position. Han Xiang was still lying there, and he looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. Nobody spoke. He was defeated by the Arcana Plane Yu Shang in one strike. How could he be fancied by the influential figures? He struggled to get up and left the battlefield dejectedly. Many people from the Nether Road looked at him leaving and felt sorrowful. He previously had a chance to enter the Thousand Holy Island, but he had rejected it. Han Xiang was by no means weak and possessed extremely strong battle ability, but he had been defeated in one strike in this battle. Could only mean that his opponent was too strong. Being able to reach here as an arcana plane meant that they were definitely extraordinary. Now, on this battlefield, there were no weaklings left. Next, the expert on the sky stairwell said. Another figure stepped out in a flash, and the crowd was stunned to see the person. It was Zhuge Ling, an expert from the Zhuge clan. Now, the Zhuge clan was left with only two people, the strongest Zhuge Xing and the grade 8 noble Zhuge Ling. Although Zhuge Ling was not as strong as Zhuge Xing, he was also extremely horrifying. He had already practiced his 1,000 thundering illusions to an extremely high level. Moreover, he specialized in speed. Even a person like Zhuge Ling did not dare to wait until the late stage to battle. In the battlefield, there were many others who were stronger than him, so he also needed to take the initiative and challenge someone weaker than him. As his gaze shifted, Zhuge Ling looked in a certain direction. Many people's expressions changed. Would it be him again? Previously, Zhuge Ping had already been defeated by him. Was Zhuge Ling going to try now? However, Yi Futian had previously defeated Yan Nan, a grade 8 noble. He was probably not going to be that easy to eliminate. You! Zhuge Ling's gaze landed on Yi Futian. As the crowd had expected, he was challenging Yi Futian. Yi Futian was slightly depressed. Now that everyone on the battlefield was strong, he and Yushang had been treated like pushovers. After all, their cultivation levels were lower. Grimacing and shaking his head, Yi Futian walked out onto the battle platform and looked at Zhuge Ling. Previously, Zhuge Ping had already lost the chance to be invited by the Thousand Holy Island, and now Zhuge Ling was challenging him. Why did they do this to themselves? The Zhuge clan was his second sister's clan. If they did not target him, he would not actively deal with them. However, they all seemed to dislike him, with Zhuge Xing at the forefront of it all. You go first, Zhuge Ling said. His aura was more steady than Zhuge Ping and Yan Nan's, and he was older than the two. So even though his cultivation level was the same as Yan Nan's, his cultivation level was more firm. Yan Nan was previously struck by Yi Futian's Thunderbolt spell and restrained by his Wood Element spell. Zhuge Ling is different. He excels in the 1,000 thundering illusions and can cast the Thunderbolt spell at the same time. His speed is also very fast, unlike Zhuge Ping, who was unable to catch up to Yi Futian. Zhuge Ling's choice of Yi Futian as his opponent is indeed apt, as his abilities can counter Yi Futian's. This was the thought of many people as they watched. In this battle, Zhuge Ling's chances to win were higher. Although Yi Futian's battle abilities were exceptional, his cultivation level was lower, so he would be eliminated sooner or later. To many people, even if Yi Futian could win, he would win one more match at best. After this round, there would be only the top 80 remaining. By then, there would be no place for Yi Futian. Of course, the precursor would be that Yi Futian could first defeat Zhuge Ling. Why do you do this to yourself? Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Ling and said. As his voice landed, a pair of brilliant golden wings appeared on his back. The rock wings were dazzling and the power of wind enveloped his body. In an instant, a roaring typhoon appeared around Yi Futian's body. Bam! Kicking off the ground. His thundering illusion step bloomed, and all the crowd could see was an afterimage of Yi Futian. He was quick to a horrifying degree. So fast. Zhuge Ling's expression changed, and his body also left afterimages as he moved in flashes of lightning in various directions. However, he realized that Yi Futian was flying towards his true body with a flap of his wings. Zhuge Ling's expression became grim and thought. Looks like his victory against Zhuge Ping was not coincidental. Die! Zhuge Ling yelled as his images struck out towards Yi Futian. One of his images held a thunderbolt spear and pierced forward, the thunder tearing through the air towards Yi Futian's body. However, he saw Yi Futian's body move like a phantom, dodging the spear in a beautiful arc, too fast. How can he be this fast? The crowd looked at Yi Futian's figure and said. Numerous phantoms assaulted Yi Futian yet again, but they saw the dazzling golden figure moving with the wind, changing directions rapidly and moving forward. In the battlefield, they could only see his phantoms but not his true self, like a rock speeding up to its limit. What is that movement? It looks like a rock. It's a combination of a movement technique and a spell, someone said in amazement. It was too dazzling. Zhuge Ling's expression became solemn. He stepped backward and started to cast an alarming thunderbolt spell. He pointed forward with all 5 fingers and numerous splendid rays shot forth. However, as the rays shot forth, he saw the rock's shadow fly past a ray, and the next thing Zhuge Ling felt was a sense of absolute danger. Over there. Many people were stunned as another phantom manifested itself behind Zhuge Ling in the air above his head. Many people's hearts were beating out of their chests. How could he be this fast? His speed was even faster than lightning. The rock extended its wings and danced with the wind. Just now, Yi Futian's series of movements looked precisely like a rock. Yi Futian moved with the wind, as if he had merged into the air. Then, he made a beautiful arc in the sky. When everyone else realized what had happened, Yi Futian had already appeared above Zhuge Ling's real body. Immediately, all the lighting phantasms vanished. Countless vines swept out from Yi Futian's body, winding around Zhuge Ling's throat and body at once, just like his battle with Yan Nan earlier. Furthermore, this battle seemed to be much easier for him. Buzz! A violent gust of wind swept past. Yi Futian flew over like a rock that had extended its wings, bringing Zhuge Ling's body high up in the sky. In just an instant, he reached where Zhuge Xing was at and the vines swept out, ejecting Zhuge Ling. Following a loud bang, Zhuge Ling was thrown outside the arena directly. Instant defeat. Many people were bewildered. Staring at the figure with extended wings in the sky, they could not remain calm. It turned out that Yi Futian did not actually show his real speed earlier, and this was actually his fastest speed. He had a series of movements which looked really like a rock. Zhuge Ling's speed was also amazing, but he could not even display it before Yi Futian. Yi Futian's golden wings trembled and he glided down from the sky, returning to his original position. He had an easy victory. The arena fell into a deafening silence, and many people felt somewhat strange. Yi Futian was not even in the noble plane, but he had still managed to defeat a grade 8 noble from the Zhuge family almost instantly. Everyone wondered how the people from the Zhuge family felt at the moment. Yi Futian did not injure Zhuge Ling. When he got up from the ground, his face was very pale. This was such a humiliating fight for him. In fact, it was the most miserable battle for him in his life. Moreover, the battle was held in front of countless people. It was obvious how he felt at the moment. Zhuge Ling looked in the Holy Ji Palace's direction and realized that nobody was looking at him. After such an embarrassing battle, even the people of the 1,000 Holy Islands would not accept him, not to mention to more powerful cultivators. Just like Zhuge Ping, he would not be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace. The leader of the Zhuge family was hoping for them to enter the palace. How could he explain this situation to his seniors after going back? Next, the elder on the sky stairwell said emotionlessly. Nobody would care about how Zhuge Ling felt now. It was a winner-take-all fight, so no one would pay attention to the loser, especially when he lost so badly. He was unworthy of attention from the others. Zhuge Ling's face dimmed. Clenching his fists tightly, he looked at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was not even looking at him and only stood quietly at his spot. After the battle, Yi Futian could rest for a long while. Zhuge Ling had challenged him in the second battle, and this actually saved him much trouble. Suddenly, 2 people flashed out at the same time and landed in the arena. They were both stunned and stared at each other. The expression of one of them changed slightly, while the other person seemed angry and scolded coldly, "Idiot!" The person who spoke was Yan Jiu from Sword Saint Villa. Yi Futian and Yu Shang had actually been promoted to the next round. Therefore, Yan Jiu walked out first to avenge Yan Nan as he could still choose Yu Wuchen. However, just by coincidence, someone from the State Road also walked out. According to the rules, the 2 of them would have to battle. "You're so lucky." Yan Jiu glanced coldly at Yi Wuchen. Then, he walked towards the center of the arena. Around him, sword chi whizzed and followed him along. The person from the State Road who had walked out was a grade 9 noble. Because his level was low, he wanted to take the opportunity to choose someone on the same level. Little did he expect to encounter Yan Jiu. This being the case, however, he could only fight on. Yan Jiu continued walking. Before he even arrived, the other person could already feel a monstrous wave of sword will envelope him. The terrifying will seem to be penetrating his mind and body. Scram! Yanzhou said coldly. Sword chi blotted out the sky and rained down towards his opponent. The cultivator entered a defensive stance in an attempt to block the sword rain. However, the sword chi in the rain converged and turned into an enormous sky-shattering sword which crushed everything around. It was the great sword of the 9 swords of the Celestials. Accompanied by a clear crack, the cultivator's defense was crushed directly, and the great sword fell down along with a long stream of sword will. The cultivator quickly shouted, "I admit defeat!" He could feel that if Yanzhou did not stop, his body would be penetrated by thousands of swords and he would certainly die. Unlucky guy. Many people muttered to themselves. The cultivator had encountered Yanzhou from Sword Saint Villa, who was 2 grades above him. Moreover, Yanzhou was a top genius, so the battle ended quickly. After such a battle, the loser clearly did not manage to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Since the start of this round, there had already been 3 battles, and none of the 3 losers was selected. The elimination was indeed cruel. The people who were eliminated were destined not to be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Actually, some of the people who had accepted the offers from the 1,000 Holy Islands earlier were also excellent geniuses. However, they knew that the battle today would be cruel, and it was very likely for them to encounter even stronger cultivators. Only those nobles who were grade 8 or above would feel confident participating in the current round. Jieyu, Wuchen, try to participate in a battle early and don't drag it out to the last moment, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen secretly. In the current situation, the most powerful people were all calm. On the other hand, those people in the lower levels were more like to walk out early. Therefore, if Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen walked out actively, the worst situation would be to fight against someone who also walked out. It would, therefore, be less likely for them to encounter the more powerful cultivators. Both of them understood what Yi Futian meant. After another battle, Yi Wuchen walked forward. A grade 8 noble had the same intention and they encountered each other. The noble was quite powerful, so the two had a fantastic battle with one another. In the end, Yi Wuchen managed to defeat his opponent by merging the Heavenly Eyes sword technique into thousands of swords, successfully promoting to the next round. The person who was defeated was actually not weak. In fact, his combat powerful was pretty strong. However, he was still not selected by anyone from the Holy Ji Palace since he was defeated by someone in a lower level. When Hua Jieyu walked out, there was no one else. She chose one of the only few grade 9 nobles left. At the moment, there were fewer and fewer grade 9 nobles left in the arena. Given that they were on the same level, Hua Jieyu defeated her opponent easily. Divine Spiritual Sorcerer was honored as the ultimate sorcerer, and this was indeed very true. As the battles continued, there were finally unexpected fights between powerful cultivators. Also, some people who looked weak were challenged, but they exhibited unbelievable powers. More and more people were eliminated. In the first round, however, there was almost no one chosen by the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. In the assessments held in the past, the powerful cultivators would only choose from the last 100 people left. The current round started with 160 people, and even after the round finished, there would still be 80 people. Therefore, no one was shocked. Even if none of the 80 eliminated cultivators was selected, it would be nothing surprising. Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi also defeated their respective opponents. To Yi Futian's surprise, Zui Qianqiu also won his opponent marginally, just like every single battle he had had. In this round, none of them was eliminated. After this round, there were only 80 people left in the arena, reduced from the original 160. 6 people were selected by the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. They were all those who lost to other powerful people. All of you have taken part in a battle. We'll give you half an hour to rest, the elder on the sky stairwell said. Many people sat down cross-legged, while others closed their eyes to rest their minds. This round had successfully eliminated those who were comparatively weaker. Among those that were left, not many were weak. They knew there were 9 holy roads and 80 people at the moment, so on average, there would only be 9 people from each road. Each holy road represented a direction, so what did 9 people mean? They were the brightest stars in the sky, the most outstanding geniuses from their respective holy roads. Among the 9 holy roads, there seemed to be too many people from the Dawn Road, which caused many to be surprised. The Dawn Road was not the road which people thought would do well, but there were actually over 10 people left in the arena. Yi Futian and his friends already made up 7 of them. After this round, all the weaker ones will be eliminated completely. Those left would really be at the top of the pyramid, someone said. After this round, there would only be 40 people left, chosen from the 9 holy roads across the whole barren state. It was obvious how strong they would be. Now Yi Futian, Yushang, Yi Wuchen, and their team should be the weaker ones in the arena. In this round, it's very likely that all of them will be eliminated. The people outside the arena were discussing. Many people nodded in agreement. Previously, Yi Futian and his friends had all displayed exceptional combat powers, but power was comparative. Among those who were left, there were not even many grade 8 nobles, and most of them were grade 7 nobles. The difference in their levels would be harder and harder to cross. Just now, Yi Futian had fought against Zhuge Ling. However, he might have to face people like Zhuge Xing, Xia Ji, and Yan Zhu later. It would be too difficult. Suddenly, Virgin Bing Yi from Mortal World transferred her voice to Chu Shang secretly. Chu Shang. Chu Shang looked at Bing Yi, who continued, "In the next round, many people in the arena will be more powerful than you. It'll indeed be difficult for you to continue. You should be proactive and choose an opponent from Yi Futian and his friends. In this way, it will be more likely for you to win." At the moment, there were almost no weak cultivators left in the arena. Only Yi Futian and his friends had the lowest levels. Chu Shang glanced at Yi Futian and his team. Yi Futian and Yu Shang were still in the Arcana plane, while Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen were grade 9 nobles. Indeed, they were the people in the arena that she would have the highest chance of beating. It was only that she could still vividly remember Yi Futian's speed in the previous fight. Would he create another surprise? Yi Futian was cultivating with his eyes closed. Having felt something, he opened his eyes and realized that many people were scanning him. He immediately knew why they would look at him. With the current situation, everyone thought that he, Yu Shang, and their friends were the weakest people left. Therefore, they were waiting to choose them as their opponents. Then, let's wait and see. Time's up. The elder on the sky stairwell announced suddenly. This time, everyone seemed to be more steady. Nobody was eager to walk out first. Suddenly, a lazy-looking figure walked out slowly. Realizing his appearance, everyone only glanced at him lightly, not feeling stressed. The person was Zui Qianqiu. Apart from Yi Futian and his friends, nobody knew where he was from or anything about him apart from his name. Nevertheless, his level was not too low and he was a grade 7 swordsman. However, his performance in the previous battles was not very bright as he only won his opponents marginally. Therefore, nobody paid too much attention to him. Many people wondered who Zui Qianqiu would choose as his opponent. "I challenge Yan Zhu." Zui Qianqiu sounded very lazy and his face was filled with a calm smile. But his look suddenly turned extremely solemn. Yan Zhu was a disciple of Sword Saint Villa and the son of Yan Wuji. During that time, Yan Wuji was ranked second among the 4 great swordsmen. At the moment, although his position on the Barren Sky ranking was not as high as the leader of Tingxue House, many people claimed that his sword skills were no weaker than Tingxue swordsmen. It was only that Tingxue swordsman was expert in killing others. If they were to fight each other with all they had, most people would expect Tingxue swordsman to win. In the arena now, Yan Zhou and Su Kei should be the 2 cultivators who had the best sword skills. Many people were very surprised that Zui Qianqiu challenged Yan Zhou. But perhaps this was a swordsman's pride. He challenged the strongest swordsman to prove himself, which was quite respectable. Yan Zhou stepped out and looked emotionlessly at Zui Qianqiu. Zui Qianqiu was not the opponent he wanted to fight, but since he was chosen, he could only agree to fight. Sword will flew in the air. Just like before, countless sword chi turned into sword rain which filled the sky, charging towards Zui Qianqiu. Zui Qianqiu drew his sword, which was his life spirit. His sword was as thin as the wings of a cicada and was almost transparent. As he drew his sword, a sword veil appeared around him and many gusts of sword chi whizzed out from his body, cutting the incoming rain of swords. In the sky, a great sword appeared in the rain, falling down and crushing everything in its path. It was as if the enormous sword was going to smash Zue Qianzhou's body into pieces. Sizzle! A sharp whistle was heard from Zue Qianzhou's sword. He suddenly moved, escaping the force from the huge sword above him. The wing-like sharp sword in his hand cut through the sword rain and his body danced with the sword, creating a strange arc in the air. Then, he actually escaped from the range of the great sword and continued towards Yanzhou. In the Holy Ji Palace, the eyes of Sword Demon sparkled. Zue Qianzhou's movement looked somewhat familiar. Yanzhou still looked calm. The sharp sword behind him started buzzing and countless swords will converge towards him, eventually turning into 9 swords. As he pointed his finger forward, the 9 swords penetrated across space and charged towards Zue Qianzhou. Instead of moving forward together, the 9 swords had different speeds, as if they were deliberately trying to attack their opponent at different times and from different angles. Vaguely, they actually sealed off all the possible paths that Zue Qianzhou could dodge. It was the sword sealing technique in the 9 swords of the Celestials. The 9 swords reached in an instant. Zue Qianzhou glanced at them briefly, after which his body turned into a beam of light. His sword continued to cut the sword chi around him, but his body did not slow down at all. He seemed to have turned into a ghost or maybe a drunk person as he moved forward. The beam of light that he had turned into jumped rapidly in the air and formed a perfect arc, passing through the gap between the last of the 9 swords. Why is Zue Qianzhou so strong? Qin Yin and the others from Mount Jushan were all astonished. Was Zue Qianzhou not a clanless cultivator from White Sovereign City? That time, he had even rejected the invitations from Li Sun several times. They only knew that he valued drinking as much as his own life. However, at the moment he could actually fight Yanzhou. Zue Qianzhou's series of actions were smooth and looked easy, but in reality, his situation was extremely dangerous. Given how powerful Yanzhou was, he would have been killed if he was slightly careless. Many bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, charging towards the incoming Zue Qianzhou. The swords of light approached Zue Qianzhou, but a brilliant sword aurora erupted from Zue Qianzhou's body suddenly. His speed also increased further, as if he was no longer a person, but rather a sword which was tracing out many incredible curves in the sky. Many terrifying swords collided into the air, producing a violent bang. The swords of light and swords of darkness both missed. Is this drunken sword? Someone from the Holy Ji Palace looked at Sword Demon. Zue Qianzhou had also been drinking in the arena and he looked drunk at the moment. This is not drunken sword. With a serious expression, Sword Demon answered, "It's Ghost Sword." The eyes of the people around Sword Demon sparkled and they were slightly surprised. Was it the ghost sword that had vanished for very long? In the arena, many afterimages of Zue Qianzhou appeared which looked like phantoms. They flew in different directions and gathered around Yanzhou like many ghosts. Suddenly, Yanzhou closed his eyes. His sword spirit bloomed and resonated with the sky. Thousands of swords vibrated in the air, producing a loud clank. Endless celestial swords. Strike! Just as Yanzhou finished shouting, his willpower and body seemed to have merged with the endless sword will in the vast sky. Then, many brilliant strikes were released from his body, and there were no blind spots. Everything around him was crushed into nothingness. Everyone saw Zue Qianzhou's multiple afterimages converge into one. There, a dazzling blade of light erupted. The two people collided with each other and separated instantly. When the light dimmed, everyone actually saw a blood mark on Yanzhou's face. Some people had noticed that Yanzhou had dodged the blade of light. Otherwise, the blood mark would be on his throat instead of his face. As for Zue Qianzhou, his condition was even worse. His body was covered in blood, producing a shocking sight. However, his face was still filled with a calm smile. He had still lost. Sometimes, one's talents would determine one's future. Even though Zue Qianzhou had been working extremely hard, his talent would still form a bottleneck. Therefore, he had lost to Yanzhou. "What's your relationship to Gue Jianzhou?" Yanzhou asked, staring at Zue Qianzhou. Only then did many people realize that these two names were quite similar. That time, there was some resentment between Wuji Sword and Ghost Sword, two of the four great swordsmen. In the end, the once famous Ghost Sword was disabled, and there were many rumors claiming that he was actually dead. There were also some who claimed that he secluded somewhere and lived an ordinary life. "Make a guess," Zue Qianzhou said, smiling. Then he turned around and left. Suddenly, in the Holy Ji Palace, Sword Demon asked, "Are you willing to cultivate under me?" Zue Qianzhou raised his head to look at Sword Demon and replied, "Since I already have a good master, I can't allow someone just as famous to become my master. Senior, please forgive me. You don't have to worship me as your master. You can just cultivate under me," Sword Demon said again. It was indeed unfortunate that Ghost Sword, one of the four great swordsmen that time, had been disabled. Zue Qianzhou glanced at Sword Demon. Then he knelt down on both knees and said, "My master said that he drank alcohol and had friendly fights with you in the past, and he indeed admires you. If I can cultivate under you, he will be very happy." "Stand up." Sword Demon nodded. "If it's possible, I also want to see your master." "My master has already died." Zue Qianzhou kowtowed on the ground and stood up. Sword Demon was momentarily stunned, after which he saluted at the distance and sighed. "There is one fewer swordsman in the barren state." Zue Qianzhou left the arena. Looking at his back, many people were somewhat emotional. His master had already died, but he was still unwilling to call Sword Demon his master. His character was indeed strong. Qin Yin and the rest were even more astonished. Clearly, they did not expect a clanless cultivator from Mount Jiuxian to actually be a disciple of Ghost Sword. From this, they could deduce that the disabled Ghost Sword had been secluding in White Sovereign City in the Mount Jiuxian region. Staring at Zue Qianzhou's back, Yi Futian could tell that Zue Qianzhou was somewhat sad and not happy at all. He had chosen Yanzhou in this round to reclaim that glory that his master once had so that the people in the world could remember his master. However, he had lost, so he was certainly unhappy. Yanzhou was also somewhat anxious. Zue Qianzhou had lost, but he was accepted by Sword Demon. Everyone knew the resentment between Sword Saint Villa and Ghost Sword, which clearly included Sword Demon. Therefore, would Sword Demon still accept Yanzhou? Apart from meeting the other geniuses of the Barren State, Yanzhou had come here for another reason. He wanted to join Sword Demon to learn sword skills. Only by learning various techniques from the best swordsmen could he become stronger. He came from Sword Saint Villa, but he did not have a master yet. If he could become a disciple of Sword Demon, he would learn the techniques from the two best swordsmen of the Barren State. At the moment, he was unsure of Sword Demon's thoughts. However, he was also not too much bothered, as his sword would prove everything. Even if Sword Demon would not accept him as a disciple, he could still go back. After Yanzhou returned to his original position, the elder on the sky stairwell continued. Next, the first battle of the second round had already left a deep impression in everyone's mind. The mind-blowing battle between Yanzhou and Zue Qianzhou also seemed to be indicating the start of an intense competition. Realizing that nobody was walking out, Bing Yi glanced at Chu Shang, who was somewhat hesitant. Then Bing Yi walked out herself. Bing Yi, the Virgin of Mortal World, had an outstanding appearance and looked proud and noble. Seeing her appearance, everyone exclaimed in their minds. At the moment, most people left in the arena were geniuses from top forces in the Barren State. However, who would the Virgin of Mortal World choose as her opponent? Bing Yi walked to the center of the arena. Looking at Yi Futian, she said, "You have gotten this far. It's time for you to go." Many people stared at Yi Futian. Was it going to be him again? Yi Futian walked out as well. Staring at Bing Yi, he said emotionlessly, "Why do I feel that you have always targeted me?" Bing Yi looked very calm. She had some opinions about Yi Futian perhaps because he had been unscrupulously judging her in the Holy Road. Furthermore, he had opened 3 major relics one after another. His level was low, but he was able to do what others could not. Now in the arena he had also reached this round. Nobody knew whether it was a coincidence or if he was just lucky. I don't have any opinions about you. However, you do not belong to the arena anymore. Bing Yi's expression was very calm. Those who did not belong to the arena should clearly be eliminated. She wanted to see a more powerful arena, one that could compete with her. Yi Futian looked at Bing Yi. When was it Bing Yi's turn to decide who should belong to the arena? Perhaps she was too arrogant and opinionated to think that she was wrong. She clearly did not care about the feelings of others. Ugly people always bring more trouble. Yi Futian smiled. Previously, Bing Yi had gone to Flaming Prison City to snatch his holy badge. Now, Yi Futian could finally get his revenge. Bing Yi was stunned. Ugly? As one of the 3 virgins from the mortal world, she had never been described by anyone as being ugly. Yi Futian was unruly in both his words and actions. Perhaps this was the reason she disliked him. Bing Yi did not speak anymore. In the vast arena, an extremely cold aura erupted, and the coldness kept seeping into Yi Futian's bones. He shivered uncontrollably, and even the flow of his blood seemed to be slowing. In his mind, a powerful ice will attack. Yi Futian saw an endless amount of white frost trying to bury him forever. Bing Yi was arrogant, but as one of the 3 virgins of mortal world, her powers were undeniably strong. Flames started burning on Yi Futian's body. A sun appeared, and the scorching flames expelled the coldness. However, under the chilliness, even the flames seemed to be extinguishing. Suddenly, a green radiance glittered. The flames burning on Yi Futian's body were actually somewhat green in color. He had merged wood elemental willpower into the flames, which were now undying. Suddenly, Yi Futian appeared in an icy world. There was no more arena or anyone else, and only a place filled with endless coldness. Showered in flames, he stood lonely at his spot. Illusion. Surprise flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. He immediately realized that Bing Yi was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. Illusions were classified as spirit elemental spells. Right, it's an illusion. Bing Yi appeared in the icy world. She was dressed in an icy robe and looked as pure and noble as a goddess. She looked coldly at Yi Futian, after which she waved her hand. Immediately, many terrifyingly sharp icicles appeared around Yi Futian, charging wildly towards him. Yi Futian's body was actually sealed in the icicle-filled prison. Yi Futian glanced at the prison. Just as the countless icicles were about to hit him, an overpowering aura bloomed from his body. Noble will erupted and a pair of golden wings appeared behind him, sending out a powerful golden storm. Yi Futian's wings vibrated, and the sealed space was cut open at once. The incoming icicles were all crushed into pieces and the prison broke apart. Floating in the air, Bing Yi stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, "Noble level in martial arts." Yi Futian's wings flapped and he also ascended into the air in the icy world, looking back at Bing Yi. "So what if your martial arts is in the noble plane? Can you break my spirit elemental spells?" Bing Yi's face was still cold as always, and she was only surprised for an instant. Sorcerers would cultivate their spiritual energy, while martial arts cultivators would train their physical bodies. Even a noble-level sorcerer might not be able to break her illusion, not to mention a noble-level martial arts cultivator. "I really don't understand why you're so confident," Yi Futian said coldly. In his mind, Saints will merged with his spiritual energy, and a terrifying flaming radiance bloomed. Right away, his spiritual will turned into flame will which incinerated all the ice will around, melting away the icy world. Soon, the illusion before Yi Futian disappeared. He was still floating in the air with Bing Yi not far away before him. What happened? Bing Yi stared at Yi Futian. She could not understand why the flame will just now was so powerful and broke her illusion at once. Noble plane. So his martial arts has broken through. At the moment, countless people were staring at Yi Futian, feeling the noble level aura from his body. Suddenly, a powerful momentum appeared around Yi Futian, as if his body was enveloped in a sovereign aura, causing his power to grow continuously. Spiritual chi of various elements in the air whizzed towards him and formed an astonishing field. Wind whizzed in the sky, and it seemed as though all the spiritual qi in the huge arena was gathered around Yifutian. The wings of the rock behind Yifutian flapped slowly. Finally, he stomped on the ground and an ear-piercing sound erupted as if the air had exploded. Lightning flashed and an illusory rock emerged in the sky above the arena. It charged towards Bing Yi, along with the powers of the sky. Compared to the battle with Zhuge Ling just now, Yifutian's attack this time was swifter and more powerful. His martial will seems to contain a terrifying power, a sovereign power. Its pressure is shocking and it can boost his power significantly. Moreover, he seems to have learned a body-enhancing technique. His body looks like a rock and is just so fast. Many people were thinking of the same thing. Even though Bing Yi was strong, her situation would still be very dangerous if such a powerful martial arts noble could get close to her. Bing Yi reached out her white hand and a beautiful ice scepter appeared. An endless stream of ice elemental spiritual qi danced in the air. Then, she shouted, "Ice barrier!" Right away, the spell was cast. Many tree-like sharp, icy blades penetrated through the sky and the earth, appearing in front of Bing Yi in a crisscross pattern. Immediately, they sealed off the entire space. The sharp, icy blades even pierced towards Yifutian like many enormous trees made from ice. Yifutian's rotating body, however, did not stop at all. His speed even increased further, turning into a bolt of lightning. An extremely sharp golden will appeared on his brilliant wings which extended, striking forward. Following many loud cracks, the huge icy blades were all crushed into small pieces. Yifutian had been cultivating his physical body, and moreover, his martial arts had broken through into the noble plane. Given that his body-enhancing technique was taught by Emperor Yiqing, it was clear how strong his body was. In addition, he had the imperial tactics to make him even more powerful. At the moment, his body, together with metal elemental willpower, was almost invincible. Many people were surprised. Bing Yi's ice elemental spell actually could not stop Yifutian's advance. Yifutian's speed was too fast. Being a sorcerer, Bing Yi was skilled in crowd control but not speed. However, this time, she could not restrict Yifutian's movement and her illusions were also ineffective. All of a sudden, many dazzling mirror images appeared, circling around the arena. All of them looked like Bing Yi as if she had been reflected in countless mirrors, creating a dizzying scene. However, Yifutian, who had just broken the barrier open, charged towards one of the images without hesitation. Bing Yi's real body was standing there. Just like the two cultivators from the Zhuge family previously, illusions were completely useless against Yifutian. "Mirror strike!" Bing Yi shouted coldly. Immediately, snow filled the sky and the temperature around her dropped below the freezing point. The mirror images released many terrifying beams of light, shooting towards Yifutian. Yifutian, who was diving downwards, was hit by one of the beams of light at once. He felt a frightening ice wind invading his body and even his blood was freezing. Then, many beams of light shone onto his body at the same time. The temperature in the arena fell rapidly and everything seemed to have stopped moving. Yifutian's body slowed down continuously. He could feel his entire body being frozen, and half of his blood was turning into ice, stopping totally. It's Mirror Strike, one of the most famous spells from mortal world. To cast the spell fully, a sorcerer would need to use all of her spiritual energy. Many people were astonished. At the moment, Bing Yi's long hair was dancing in the air like many icy blades. Around her, everything had frozen, while the mirror images were still emitting many beams of light. Yifutian's body was too powerful and his speed was too fast. She had to quickly finish the battle. Cold. Yifutian only felt waves of coldness seeping into his bones, stopping all the processes in his body. After all, Bing Yi was 2 levels higher than him, and in addition, she had cast such a strong spell. If the situation continued, he would really be frozen right here. An even more terrifying aura erupted from his body. Yifutian seemed to be moving his fists with a mysterious rhythm. Then, a more overpowering sovereign aura erupted from his body, and the flames burning on him became wilder. Boom! Yifutian's speed increased again. Many cold beams of light continued hitting his body, but they could no longer stop him. Then, Yifutian stomped his foot in the air and appeared in front of Bing Yi, bringing along an astounding aura. Bing Yi's face turned pale. An icy world appeared in her pupils as she tried to influence Yifutian again. However, Yifutian punched out without hesitation. His fist penetrated across space. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, Yifutian's emperor-like fist landed on Bing Yi's chest, and the clear cracks of the bones could be heard. In just one strike, Bing Yi's body flew backward like the wind, after which she collapsed onto the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood, coloring her shirt. Many people were stunned. Yifutian did not show any mercy towards the female opponent and punched her with full force. Nobody knew how many of Bing Yi's bones had been fractured. She put her hands on her chest and her face was as white as a sheet. Raising her head, she stared firmly at Yifutian. "Are you happy now?" Yifutian said emotionlessly. Then, he turned around and left, as if he had never been bothered with this virgin of mortal world. Many people stared at Yifutian. They realized that they had all underestimated Yifutian's combat ability. Perhaps this battle had shown everyone his true powers. Bing Yi was certainly not weak, but she had still lost to Yifutian. It was yet another unexpected outcome. Hence, Yifutian was already powerful enough to compete with the core disciples of various top forces. He was able to stand on the stage of the best. It was unlike what Bing Yi had said, that Yifutian no longer belonged here. Chu Shang was stunned, unable to remain calm. The young man from the Eastern Barren Territory at that time was already stronger than her. Apart from her, Nan Feng from Nantian House was also especially shocked. This time, Yifutian did not use any ritual implement and defeated Bing Yi with his own strength. This meant that Yifutian was also stronger than him already. He's already so strong. The disciples of Starry School were inconspicuous among the crowd. However, seeing Yifutian's performance, they were also startled, especially Long Mu and Gu Yunxi. It turned out that Yifutian was still able to shine on the strongest stage in the Barren State. He did not only belong to the Eastern region. Only this was his arena. After this battle, Yifutian was promoted to the top 40. The top 40 competitors were certainly the best of the best. They would most likely all be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Xing glanced emotionlessly at Yifutian. He was somewhat surprised, but not really shocked. Yifutian seemed to possess special willpower which had allowed him to resist the various illusions. Furthermore, his martial arts skills were really strong and had actually suppressed Bing Yi's control spells, which nobody had expected. Even Bing Yi's strongest attack was ineffective. It was no wonder that Yifutian had been so arrogant. Nevertheless, it was good that he was so powerful as it would make things more interesting. "Bing Yi, do you want to cultivate under me?" An elder from the Holy Ji Palace invited. Although Bing Yi was defeated by someone with a lower level, they all knew how powerful she was. Bing Yi raised her head to look at that person. Then, she looked at another person and said, "I would like to cultivate under Sage Daozong." This was the mission given to her by her master. Sage Daozong knew many types of spells and was indeed very learned. With his help, she could return to mortal world in the future much stronger. Many people looked at Sage Daozong, who, however, only shook his head gently. Clearly, he was not very impressed by Bing Yi. Intense disappointment flashed across Bing Yi's face. Then, she stood up from the ground with much difficulty and left. Apart from meeting other people, geniuses like her had all come here with clear targets. Unfortunately, she had failed hers. Maybe she could have better displayed her abilities if she had not chosen Yifutian as her opponent. The elimination of the Virgin of the mortal world left many feeling shocked, but she was nonetheless able to enter the core island of the Holy Ji Palace to further her training. However, it was her decision to refuse the offer of training under Sage Daozong. "Next battle," a voice said from the sky stairwell, followed by a silhouette walking out from the edge of the battlefield, drawing the attention of countless watching the battles. Her looks were incredibly stunning, like a goddess descending upon the center of the battlefield. "I will challenge Chu Shang of the mortal world." Her voice was calm, yet ripples could have been seen in the eyes of everyone around. Hua Jieyu chose to challenge Chu Shang of the mortal world. Virgin Bing Yi had claimed that Yi Futian did not deserve to be left on the battlefield, and she herself had been defeated. Hua Jieyu seemed to now be taking her turn to challenge the only remaining disciple of the mortal world on the battlefield. Bing Yi, who had left the battlefield, felt herself shuddering as she looked at Hua Jieyu. The girl who just came to challenge Chu Shang looked stunning, and Bing Yi thought that would have been her, a figure drawing the eyes of everyone around. However, all she was able to do by then was just to watch the upcoming battle from the sides. My gosh! She has to do this? Yi Futian gave a bitter grin as he saw Hua Jieyu walking out, and he felt as if he was being defended by a girl. That fox is trying to get revenge for me. Chu Shang responded and looked at Hua Jieyu. Her looks were quite impeccable, yet she looked like a flawless decoration of some sort standing in front of Hua Jieyu. Bing Yi had her challenge a member of Yi Futian's party, and both she and Bing Yi had accomplished that. However, the outcome was nothing like what they had predicted. A seven-colored crown appeared as Hua Jieyu unleashed her life spirit, and the vast battlefield seemed to be permeated with a mystical aura, which was a manifestation of her spiritual qi aura field. Chu Shang felt as if the worldly spiritual qi around her was out of her control. Any attempt to build up a spell seemed to come with a risk of being interrupted and broken. A divine spiritual sorcerer was one who reigned supreme above all other sorcerers after all. As such, even if Hua Jieyu's plane was of a lower level and Chu Shang herself was no weakling, the fight would still end up with Hua Jieyu coming out as the winner. Chu Shang of the mortal world was eliminated. Due to being suppressed, she was unable to demonstrate all that she was capable of and thus was unable to capture the attention of any of the greater figures. With that, every mighty one from mortal world ended up leaving the stage. Chu Shang looked especially dejected as she left the stage. The mortal world had been one of the top forces to reign over the Eastern Barren Territory, claiming the colleges to be lesser sects and showing off their superiority. She had not taken any from the colleges seriously, yet many of those who had studied in the colleges turned out to be bright shining stars themselves, and had grown powerful enough to kick both her and Bing Yi out of the game. Both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu made it to the top 40 after their respective battles. The couple who many had not thought to stand a chance going any further than they did, advanced hand in hand instead. Furthermore, there were others from Yi Futian's party who remained. The chances of both Yuan Zhan and Yi Xiaoshi making the cut were high. The battles continued, and yet another silhouette dressed in green walked out. He had an impeccably sculpted face and a lithe body, looking dashing and outstanding as he made his steps. His face was one that suggested that he was of no harm to anyone, yet everyone in the battlefield knew well of the threat he posed. The ones from the Xianxia house had often been widely regarded as the most dangerous of figures in the barren state. The swordsman dressed in green was named Su Ke, the heir to the master of Xianxia house, who ranked 9th in the barren sky ranking. Su Ke himself was thought to be one of the most powerful to have made it thus far. Many who stood in the battlefield felt worried about being picked by Su Ke to be his next opponent at the very second he walked out. No one, not even the genius-level figures, wanted to face Su Ke at such an early stage. Su Ke shifted his gaze to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu before turning to look at Yi Wuchen and Yu Shang. His green shirt and jet-black hair billowed in the wind. He eventually locked his gaze at Yi Wuchen and said, "Since you are the one practicing the way of the sword, I will challenge you." Su Ke chose to take on Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian was stunned. The odds of the battle were obviously stacked against Wuchen, so much so that it seemed like Wuchen himself was already eliminated. Su Ke felt quiet yet dangerous to Yi Futian. Yi Futian was puzzled as to why Su Ke would pick Wuchen to be his opponent. Despite both men being swordsmen, it would have proven little with Su Ke defeating Yi Wuchen. However, Su Ke's opinion in this had been a simple one all along. The remaining numbers on the battlefield needed to be reduced further, and no matter who he ended up facing right then, it was all the same to him. However, he was not fond of gangs and groups. Yi Futian's party became the most numerous at that point, and that irritated Su Ke quite a bit. People of the Xianxia house often went about solo, and they shared the same sentiment for themselves and their opponents alike. None of them were fond of crowds. As Yifutian's party was deemed too numerous at that point, he felt compelled to shave off their numbers for a bit. As for more specific reasons as to why he picked Wuxian, it was because he thought it would have sufficed to have only 2 swordsmen remain on the battlefield. Himself and Yanzhou Han, no other swordsmen were needed around, including Wuxian. Wuxian wore a serious look on his face as he walked towards the battlefield. He knew the odds of the fight was stacked against him. However, he saw no other way out of it but to give it his all at that point. Suke drew his sword with one hand behind his back. The sword was an incredibly common weapon, and as such it did not count as relying on instruments and implements. His other unoccupied hand remained behind his back. While he said nothing, what he implied was obvious. Wuxian was a one-armed swordsman, and as such, he intended to take on Wuxian with only a single arm. "Make your move. You won't have another chance at it," Suke said plainly. Wuxian took his steps and activated his sword aura. Sword flashes filled the air around him, and every conjured sword seemed to be an independent weapon, yet felt like a unit of a whole. Thousands of sword flashes whizzed past, going for their target together with Wuxian's unsheathed blade. The place seemed to be filled with sharp blades. The clanging noises implied that every single sword contained posed a lethal threat like no other. As they went to kill Suke, Suke made his move in response. Instead of evading or building up a defense, he charged straight into the masses of conjured swords instead. Tingxue House's art of the sword specialized in attacks and was seen used for defense. Their swords were ones drawn only to kill. Suke charged without a care into the countless blades conjured specifically for the purpose of maiming him. No one else would have chosen to fight in such ways, yet Suke chose to do so. His wrist was seen flickering as he swung his sword about. No one was able to make clear of his movements, as he seemed to have delivered 100 slashes within a mere instant. His imposing sword aura cutting down the torrent of blades coming at him. Suke made his move forward as he continued to look like a suspended mirage of sorts. It was as if nothing else would have been able to touch him, so long as he had his sword in his hand. Impressively quick slashes and movements. Many people's hearts were shaking. Suke looked like some phantom shifting in and out of the flashes of blades threatened to skewer him. Whenever he ended up, imposing sword aura surged as he continued to close in on Wuxian at a frightening pace. Fearsome sword flashes were emitted from the middle of Wuxian's brow and blinding sword flashes were seen in his eyes. He locked his gaze at Suke, and an even sharper whirl of a higher pitch was heard as one blade after and another charged at Suke. Suke swung his sword about without any hint of hesitation. Yet that time, he found himself swinging at empty air, while swords made their ways for his head. Illusory swords. A thought flashed in Suke's mind as he considered the incoming ferocious blades. He moved his body sideways and drew a string of mirages in his wake. The swords broke the afterimages of his being, and Suke quickly emerged at the other side. More illusory swords went after Suke. He knew every sword's trail was phantasmal, and everyone was set up for the kill in one way or another. Suke's eyes took a rather peculiar look. He did not bother evading and instead burst with thousands of sword will. The sword in his hand was pointed forward in a simple thrust, the surrounding sword will carving the way out for its advancement, breaking off everything that stood in its way, be it real or illusory. The sword was meant for Wuxian, and it moved like a bolt of lightning. He was overwhelming his opponent with the superiority provided by the difference in plane levels. Wuxian's brow shone with bright, intense colors as his conjured sword will shot for the skies. A small silver sword was conjured, making intense ringing noises as it gathered massive amounts of sword aura between heaven and earth. When the small silver sword blasted with brightness, countless sword auras congealed as they rained down in a crazed manner, as if they would combine into a single concentrated sword will of unparalleled strength. A blinding flash burst forth, and the countless sword aura coalesced into one, taking the form of an extremely refined sword intended only for killing. The two sword flashes clashed and incredible sword aura burst right on the spot, tearing everything apart in its wake. The extremely refined sword will from the small silver sword burst right through the opponent's killing sword, and one flash was seen going right for Sukei's brow. "You are a daring one." A ferocious sword flash appeared in Sukei's eyes as a green sword flash burst from the center of his brow, shattering the incoming sword will. He then thrust out his hand and slapped his killing sword into his opponent's sword will. Yi Wuchen felt as if thousands of sword will with intense killing intent passed right through his body. The small silver sword flew right back into the center of his brow as his body was thrown back. The countless flashes of Sukei's killing swords remained in the air after a while, ringing. Sukei waved and dispelled his sword will. "You are not bad. But if we were to meet on a true battlefield instead, you would be dead by now." Sukei spared a glance at Yi Wuchen before turning around and walking away. Yi Wuchen did not doubt Sukei's words one bit. His plane was not even near being capable of drawing out Sukei's full power, and the difference between them had been apparent. Many eyes went on to look at Yi Wuchen, who was an excellent candidate. He was unfortunate enough to have had to face Sukei, who was one of the most powerful in the current battlefield. It was quite an achievement on his part for being able to stand his ground for a while despite his opponent being 2 planes higher. However, the difference between the two men's powers was not one that could have been covered by any other means available then, and it brought about the end of Yi Wuchen's journey. Yi Wuchen turned around and walked down. Despite being defeated, he hardly felt much inside. He knew it had been adequate doing his best, and that there was nothing much he could have asked for. He had come a long way since the beginning of his journey in the Kangyi Kingdom, and what he achieved had exceeded his expectations. Emperor Yi had not been very far from what Yi Wuchen was then. However, Yi Wuchen was by no means satisfied with where he was, and he vowed to continue seeking his own path in swordsmanship. "Yi Wuchen," a voice said. Yi Wuchen halted his steps and turned to look at the Holy Ji Palace. "Do you wish to train under my wing?" the figure asked, shaking the hearts of many present. The sword demon extended an offer to Yi Wuchen. "I had a teacher," Yi Wuchen replied. "All who teach are teachers. If you are willing, you may address me as your teacher. If you are reluctant, then I will not press the matter further," Sword Demon elaborated in response. Yi Wuchen turned to face the sword demon and bowed. "It would be my honor to study under you." "Yes." The sword demon nodded with a smile. Being capable of facing off Sukei, who was of grade 7 noble plane with only the powers provided by grade 9 noble plane, was seen to be an exceptional feat in itself. Yi Wuchen was able to hold his ground for a moment, despite the disadvantage, instead of shirking, and that spoke volume of his bearing on his path of swordsmanship. While he was defeated, his prowess was not bad. Yi Wuchen was, after all, capable of building a sword body, and possessed a pair of eyes as sharp as swords. Many looked at Yi Wuchen in envy. His defeat was far from a humiliating one, for no other reason that he was taken as a student of the sword demon. He was defeated, yet he achieved the dream countless swordsmen dreamed of. As of then, the sword demon had taken in 2 disciples. Yi Futian felt happy for Yi Wuchen. The sword demon had impressive bearing and was one of the top figures in the Holy Ji Palace, and was a mighty one ranked in the Barren Sky ranking. He served as the very symbol among swordsmen in the Barren State, and there was no better path of Wuchen to take than to study under one such prominent figure. The ones of the Sword Saint Villa did not look happy at all. While both Zue Chencho and Yi Wuchen became students of the Sword Demon, Yan Nan of Sword Saint Villa was crippled instead. They had no one else but Yan Zhou left in the battlefield. The battles raged on, and every battle that took place after that looked intense. There were also times where the odds of winning or losing were even, instead of merely having one side slaughtering the other. Even some top-notch figures chose to fight early instead of waiting till the very end, or scenarios that should have taken place later with some of the most powerful had taken place a little too early. While they were all confident of what they were capable of, they were far from underestimating others around them. All wanted to make it as far as possible in the most prominent area in all of the Barren State. Yi Xiaoshi made it through the battlefield, as he was also one of the most noted figures around. However, it was not due to his prowess but due to his girth. There was no doubt that the cute fatty had the worst figure of all who fought on the battlefield. Many were puzzled by his plumpness. When cultivators reached a certain level, due to their ability to absorb ambient spiritual qi, it was a given that they were able to achieve stunning skin quality and figure. As such, beauties were common among cultivators. Yet it was an extremely rare sight for nobles to possess his kind of figure. However, the fatty turned out to be more than what met the eyes, and he was incredibly powerful. The fatty walked into the battlefield with rather clumsy movements. His eyes turned to the direction where Nan Feng, the proud son of the Nantian house, was. Nan Feng's pupils contracted as he returned the gaze. Xianxia then said in a rather lazy tone, "Someone from the lesser sex of the Eastern Barren Territory has come to challenge the proud son of the Nantian house. The fatty is indeed one to hold grudges. Nan Feng and Nan Yu were among the most pompous ones to have visited the colleges. As Nan Yu did not make the cut, Nan Feng remained the only one Xianxia was capable of blowing his steam on. It would be rather fun to beat the likes of him up on a stage like this." Zhuge Mingyue grinned at the sight. "The fatty has gotten naughty." Nan Hao turned his gaze on Xianxia. "Both Nan Feng and Nan Yu have wanted to make a move against Yi Futian on the Holy Road, and Nan Hao stopped them. He wanted to see what Yi Futian was capable of at the stage they were at now. It was as he had predicted. Yi Futian kicked up quite a fuss after making it out of the Holy Road. What surprised him, however, was that someone from Yi Futian's party had decided to make a move against the Nantian house now. Nan Feng carved his way out with effort as well. He had not expected the likes of Xianxia to turn out to be so powerful back when the Nantian house descended on the Eastern Barren Territory. With Yi Wuchen being offered a chance to study under the Sword Demon, it was only natural that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu would have stood a chance to enter the Holy Ji Palace as well. There was little else the Nantian house would have been able to boast about if everyone in Yi Futian's party who had made it this far was all accepted as part of the Holy Ji Palace. "Are you ready?" Xianxia asked. "Make your move." Nan Feng unleashed an incredibly sharp aura and became encased in silver light, signaling his will to crush everything standing in his path. Boom! The fatty stomped hard on the ground and took to the air, moving like a bolt of lightning and lashing out with his hand at Nan Feng. Gushing, slithering sounds were heard. His arms seemed to continue extending, turning into shiny golden emperor's vines, making their way to Nan Feng. A row of divine arms and ritual implements materialized behind Nan Feng as a bright silver light burst. A dazzling silver spear stood and many others burst forth, lashing out to counter the emperor's vines coming at him. The vines were cut down by the spears gradually, but the emperor's vines grew in numbers in response. It was as if a massive torrent of vines threatened to engulf Nan Feng's body. Nan Feng shouted in rage and the sky became filled with spears. The life spirit behind him released an incredibly blinding ray of light, threatening to penetrate everything standing in its path. Nan Feng took the ray of light in his hand and took to the air. A single thrust with the spear seemed to bring forth a peculiar rhythm. The shadows of the countless spears tore apart everything in their path. The master of Nantian House was known for being the #1 spearman in all of Barren State. The silver spear of Nantian was renowned by all back in its day and fought evenly with the art wielded by Yan Wuji, the master of Sword Saint Villa. The master of the Nantian House was ranked on the Barren Sky ranking because of it. As Nan Feng was a descendant of Nantian House, it was a given that he was no weakling himself, and his fallen god's spear techniques was a comprehensive art. Xiaoxia's golden emperor's vines were infused with metal elemental spiritual qi, which meant that it was very difficult to break them. Yet, the spears tore at them like they were made out of paper. However, Xiaoxia hardly seemed fazed. He seemed to have turned himself into an ancient tree, taking root where he stood. The tree was 10 zhang tall and was large enough to block out the sky. It was something made entirely out of vines, and they absorbed the spiritual qi around in a crazed manner. The Golden Emperor's vines rained down on Nan Feng below like there was no end. Regardless of how powerful Nan Feng's attacks were, he was determined to bury his opponent in his vines. Nan Feng will certainly lose this one, most who watched the battle thought in their minds. Nan Feng was not powerful enough and was not a match for Nan Hao. With Xiaoxia, who had now achieved grade 7 noble plane and a top-class figure, Nan Feng would only be able to counter his attacks at best, and it seemed that Nan Feng would not last much longer under Xiaoxia's incessant barrages. It was as they all thought. Nan Feng began to give after a while, becoming increasingly tied up in the golden vines. He was hoisted into the air shortly after, the unsightly scene of which was for all to behold. "I surrender," Nan Feng said with a pale face. "So even disciples of the greater sex give up then?" Xianxia laughed sarcastically at Nan Feng, who was now bounded so tightly that his face flushed with redness and was in incredible pain. Xianxia seemed to enjoy embarrassing him, hanging him in midair and watching him struggle instead of simply finishing him. "That fatty is really a mean one," Yifu chuckled. "That will do," an elder of the Holy Ji Palace said. Only then did Zioshi throw Nan Feng down, coming down from the air and returning to where he stood. Nan Feng looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace and saw no response. It was obvious that he had been eliminated, and none of the greater figures took a liking to him. "Continue," a voice said from the sky stairwell. A stout figure, who seemed to have immense strength coursing all over his body, walked forward, looking wild and unruly as he did. Qi Kuang, a member of the Qi clan of the demon gods. They trained in the northernmost regions of the barren state, which was harsh and unforgiving. The region was sprawled with mountains, and if one were to continue moving up north, they would have reached the vast, seemingly endless demon world. There were two top-class forces dominating the area, the demon gods and Taishan Mountain. The cultivators of the region were all wild and unruly. The cultivation scene was dominated by martial arts cultivators, and their way of combat leaned towards brute force more than anything else. The demon gods held their territory without rest, and they lived right next to the demon world. As such, it was not difficult to imagine how harsh their training environment was. Rumors had it that the place was often invaded by demon beasts from the demon world, and the demon gods often led groups of mighty ones to hunt for demon beasts in the demon world. Qi Meng was the most powerful of the demon gods who made it to the battlefield, and Qi Kuang, who was a grade 8 noble plane, was a close second. They were the only two demon gods left in the battlefield. "I will challenge him." Qi Kuang pointed at Yushang as he walked onto the battlefield. Yushang was the one with the lowest level among all who remained on the battlefield. While he was a tough one, he was seen as easy to take on compared to others around. Furthermore, due to Yushang's style of combat being similar to his, Qi Kuang picked him as his opponent. By kicking out Yushang, Qi Kuang would then be fighting in the top 40, then the top 20, and then top 10. It was a great leap in every battle. Furthermore, to Qi Kuang, that was probably his last battle that was deemed easier to handle. There were no other opponents like that left to fight in the top 40. Yushang stepped forward and kept his eyes on Qi Kuang. The demon god was one filled with pure, unadulterated strength, and he would make for a good opponent. Boom! An incredibly violent fire burned on Qi Kuang's body, which quickly engulfed him. The veins on his muscles looked wilder as they burned. It was as if his body was calling forth the endless power of magma deep within the earth. Boom, boom. Qi Kuang moved in Yushang's direction. Every step he took was a huge one, and the battlefield shook with it. Dark, golden current flowed and manifested into an armor covering Yushang's body. He became encased in an aura of demonic might as he exuded equally wild and powerful aura. He took his first step with a loud boom and ran. Both loud, powerful bodies were to clash soon. Both men lifted up the arm and lashed out at the same time. Qi Kuang's arm was filled with extremely wild demonic qi, like a fire demon ape out to overpower everyone. Yushang's dark golden arm covered in demonic might instead. Due to being born with immense strength to begin, the air practically exploded when he lifted his arm to attack. The attacks of the two men clashed hard in the air, resulting in a loud, deafening rumble. Both were thrown back by the resulting shock. Qi Kuang's arm felt rather numb. Having fought demonic beasts his whole life, he felt like a humanoid beast of war himself at the moment, clad in aura more overpowering than the demonic beasts. Boom! Yushang stomped on the ground and took to the air. He sprouted devil-like wings behind his back and materialized a heavenly halberd in his hand. Rumbling, unruly currents permeated his body, as he brought down the might of a devil onto Qi Kuang below. Qi Kuang felt for the first time in his life that someone 2 planes below him was capable of manifesting a pressure that was more powerful than his. None of the demons on the mountains were capable of doing so, yet Yushang, who was of an inferior level, managed. What was seen in Qi Kuang's eyes was an all-supreme devil bringing down the murderous might of hell onto Yushang's head. Yushang's heavenly halberd, imbued with the might of the heavens, crashed down on him. Qi Kuang felt as if a devilish god had appeared from the heavens, ready to overpower everything on the battlefield of the demons beneath before Yushang got there. The elders of the Holy Ji Palace all had their eyes fixed on the scene before them, compelled to acknowledge that Yushang was more suitable at the god-suppressing strike of the god-slaying halberd than Ning Huang. Yushang was the man more suitable at using the god-slaying halberd. Qi Kuang roared instead of evading. Being a mighty one among the demon gods, he was no stranger to clashing head-on with powerful beings, let alone one who was of lower plane. Roar! A fiery red ape shadow appeared and howled at the heavens. Qi Kuang's right arm felt as if it was being covered by fiery rocks. The arm felt like it belonged to an ape instead of him as he lashed out at the heavenly halberd formed using spiritual qi. The heavenly halberd clashed hard onto the arm of the ape. The arm exploded, but the extremely powerful halberd was no more at the same time. Qi Kuang snorted, cladding ape arms on both his arms and sending them out to grab Yushang. Yushang, like Qi Kuang, had no fear of fighting up close and personal. The dark golden spikes on his arms absorbed spiritual qi around him maniacally. A shadow of an ape materialized behind Qi Kuang, while the shadow of a devil materialized behind Yushang. Boom, boom, boom. Both men clashed head-on, with a force that seemed to be able to tear everything to shreds. Their first clash had many feel like their hearts were soon going to burst out of their chests. The two brutes out to overpower each other went on fighting for rounds and rounds over a very short span of time. Being able to do so also suggested Yushang's body was more solid and packed more punch than Qi Kuang of the demon gods. What was even more terrifying was that he became wilder and unrulier as the fight raged on, making him a war beast in human form who was born solely for war. Qi Kuang roared and his body took a stouter and even more muscular form. As his body enlarged, his ape shadow became even more overwhelming. The hand that seemed capable of tearing everything in its path to shreds went for Yushang. Yushang's demonic current burst forth, making the demon shadow at his back look even more solid, as if a devil had truly descended upon them as it extended its arms. Yushang's thick, overpowering arms extended to take on the arm coming for him and held it tight. "Get off me!" Qi Kuang roared. Boom! Yushang took a step forward and raw strength surged in his arms, hoisting Qi Kuang's body off the ground. The demon god was flung off the ground against his will by Yushang. There was no methods nor techniques involved. All there was used right there was raw, primitive, brute strength. Qi Kuang was shocked to the core, intending to lash out with his other hand to counter. A rumbling boom followed as Yushang sidestepped and turned his arms, throwing the body of the demon god high into the air, robbing the demon god of his foundation on the ground with which to draw power. "Get off!" Qi Kuang roared, feeling his body spinning in the air. Boom! Yushang's arms let go. A rumble followed soon as he did, but the throw ended up flinging Qi Kuang hard onto the ground, and everyone heard the bone-cracking sounds. The air returned to silence in an instant. So mighty ones of such levels are capable of fighting like this? One can still fight in such a way. Wah! Many felt as if their perceptions and knowledge was being screwed over. Was that how powerful nobles were supposed to fight? However, it remained a fact that the overwhelming power demonstrated shocked the audience to their core. It was all too overwhelming. All tactics and techniques were rendered utterly useless before raw, unadulterated, natural brute strength. The sheer, overpowering force demonstrated alone was more than enough to suppress everything else. Yifutian was in cold sweat as his heart raced. "Wow, Yushang, you are something,"